Stocks trying to hold on to yesterday's gains here this morning, down slightly, ever so slightly here for the NASDAQ anyways. S&P 500 trying to get back to positive territory as we speak ahead of more employment data coming up both this morning and tomorrow morning. It's worth noting ADP employment figures coming up in about 15 minutes from now today. And then tomorrow at 8:30, we'll get non-farm payrolls. This one's actually going to be on time. If you remember last month, we missed it. For a few days anyways because of the government shutdown. So we'll bring that to you live when it does happen. A few things moving around on the individual side of things. Morgan Stanley, some of the banking names, not a lot of volume behind this right now, but Morgan Stanley downside here on some job cuts. We'll touch on that. The big one as far as earnings goes, AVGO, Broadcom, huge move after the close last night. Coming in right now a little bit here on the back of a nice gap higher after that move yesterday on a beat right across the board. Amazon as well coming through this morning with a couple of headlines. We'll touch on that. There was a huge bid underneath Amazon yesterday throughout the entire morning. Its name was Cathie Wood to the tune of about 45,000 shares going into the ARK Invest trio of ETFs yesterday, along with some AI and robotics related headlines to touch on with Amazon today as well. So we'll get into that. Obviously, all eyes continue to be on the Middle East and continued tensions in that area. Oil, a little bit calmer this morning than it has been the past couple of mornings, back to the upside for the first time in a couple of days here. All of the energy names, there's XOM, all of the energy names kind of hanging out where they ended the day yesterday, even with crude inching back higher here. Nothing has really changed on this front from yesterday as far as these headlines go, but we'll keep an eye out today. Yeah. Hopefully we get some positive momentum.
Yeah, more action, more military action in the Middle East yesterday, expanding a little bit. Brenda will have to keep an eye out on that. Good morning, guys. Lots of earnings names to talk about. Still kind of in the midst of earnings season. We got StubHub, we got JD.com reporting. The trade desk has a tie-up today with OpenAI, and I see that that's leading on the leaderboard here. Broadcom, as you mentioned, with interesting numbers, Brendo, as they continue to kind of dominate in the application-specific integrated circuits game. NVIDIA also coming out with that headline that the H200 may not actually have a market in China, and really focusing the majority of their skill and their production on the next gen rather than trying to get those H200s to China, which, you know, to be honest with you, given the uncertainty of the Chinese regulator there, probably a good strategic move.
It seems like every day or every other day there's another angle to this, the whole China back and forth thing. I mean, it never seems to end. So whether or not we'll get an actual resolution to this, who knows? TTD, yeah, up huge this morning. But if you zoom out on this thing, I mean, remember, this has gotten absolutely destroyed from where it once was, going back to the end of 2025. 125, 135, even at the highs. We're back down to 35, 40 bucks here. I mean, it's something for the trade decks. Remember, this is advertising, digital advertising. So OpenAI going to use TTD for their ads.
And it's been very clear with Altman. And, you know, he got a little bit of pushback on a couple of ways, the advertising and the Claude taking shots at them at the Super Bowl. Then you got some more pushback internally as well as externally about his deal with the Department of War, walking that back a little bit. But I want to get your opinion, Brendo, on the new Apple products that came out yesterday. You see that $599 laptop, and it's going to be $499 for students. Yeah. And it's specifically focused at students are trying to eat into the Chromebook marketplace. Exactly. And I think that there is one strategic advantage here that Apple has that Chromebook doesn't. When Chromebook gets dated, it's not upgradable. You got to throw that bad boy out. Yeah. So it's not going to have the same type of lifespan or support.
I mean, these aren't either, really.
The Apple ones?
Yeah.
Apple ones, you're going to get support all throughout.
No, but you can't add more RAM or
no,
add, it's
no, but the Chromebooks ones, like when, I don't know if, like I had nieces and nephew that were using this. Sure. This is the only reason I know about it. When they get 2-3 years dated, they got to get thrown out. Right. So there's really no software updates that keeps coming in for them to support them into the future with updates. I like the $599 price point. I think that, you know, Marquez Brownlee dropped a video about it yesterday. I don't know if you had a chance to watch it. No. I think this might be a game changer. I mean, $599 is a very low price point for an Apple product.
Yeah, I mean, for that use case, it does make a lot of sense. I mean, it's still the did I read that correctly? The A18 and the A19 chips that are going to be in it.
You're right.
So the processing is going to be insignificant compared to what you can get in actual MacBooks, but
no, it's not the same. This is definitely not the same. But compare it to the A16 that's included in the base iPad. So you can kind of get an idea. You and I were talking off camera about how students are studying. They're using their iPads. They're doing the split screen notes on one side, textbook on the other. So if you're looking for something in that kind of category, this is much more robust than you would get for a regular iPad. And they're very similar price points. I think like $100 off each other.
Yeah. I mean, it's a monster market if they can break into it successfully. Then you know, and the other good part about that with Apple is that it's kind of a introductory drug for younger people to get them started into the ecosystem. I mean, I don't know. I don't have kids, but Sean, maybe you can help out. I mean, what age do people start having iPhones at this point? I have no idea.
My kids, like 4 or 5, but no, both my kids have phones, and I was actually out with a buddy of ours yesterday. Both his kids have phones, and I would probably say probably 7 or 8 years old. I'm not sure. I mean, they've had iPads since they were babies.
Yeah, pads are different, but I think phones in my daughter's class, it's 1, but then you get to 9 and 10, and then it's like, I think it's between 8 and 10 that it seems like most people are getting them. Anyway, based on our class.
Yeah, I think at least, I think probably 8. I mean, we could ask people in the chat there, but like I got my daughter her MacBook 2 years ago, and she's 11 now. So yeah, she likes everything. So my kids have pretty much they're just spoiled. They have AirPods and all that stuff too. So, but they have the Chromebooks are given out through the school for free. So they even have Chromebooks that they can bring home. But to your point, it is just for basically data entry and surfing the web and things like that.
They have the in-class. I don't know if everyone has the in-class portal stuff, or like their homework and stuff will be on the portal online for them to be able to do, which is all cool stuff.
Yeah. I'm gonna find out when our kids got their phones, because I was even trying to think about it yesterday. The buddy that we're with has kids exactly the same age as ours. Kids have phone plans and all that kind of stuff, and I think it's important to do that, to get them at least associated with technology. How they use it is a completely different thing. That's what you have to monitor, right? I mean, there's so many different use cases for the phones and stuff, especially when you're taking longer trips. You want to have an iPad, they watch movies or whatever on those devices now too, right? So it's not just all about TikTok.
Oh, she's gonna be watching something on her device on her tablet on Saturday. We're on the flight. Like, always, my daughter's not a good flyer. Like, it's a lifesaver.
It's funny because it's not even that long to go to Florida. We have a 2-hour drive to go to a hockey game on Saturday.
It's only 3 hours.
So.
It's a short flight, but you gotta trust me. We had an experience, and we went to spring training 2 years ago. Not the best flyer in the world, but you know what? If you had told me that Broadcom was gonna get rewarded for this queue, and they were gonna be up 6%. My thought was that the market would be up on that, and I'm a little disappointed, to be honest. Like, I was skeptical whether they'd be able to beat, and I get it, it's under VWAP and pulling back a little bit. They'd be able to beat, talk about how they're getting memory. They're making sure that they have access to memory so they can sustain growth. You have the hyperscalers doing their custom chips benefits them, but unfortunately, we're up 6 points here in a big constituent in the major indexes, and we're slightly down on the ES and the NASDAQ. So a little bit disappointing for Broadcom, but it's not for the reaction of the market to Broadcom's earnings. I just thought we'd be doing a little bit better. But yeah, trade desk, dead cat bounce. There are some things to watch. Obviously, we got to watch out for day 2 or whatever we want to call it for this crypto bounce and see how that one wants to play out. But disappointing. I felt we could be upside here.
There you go. Hamster's kid dropped his iPhone down the toilet, his first iPhone, at 5 years old.
Happens. I mean, accidents will happen.
Yeah, I don't know if that's probably a joke anyways, but watch out for kids dropping iPhones down toilets. The thing is, if you drop one nowadays, as long as it's just into the water,
as long as nothing's in the toilet.
Yeah, you have some sort of a protection
there. A whole other story.
I think it's like 30 seconds. Like most phones now can be absorbed in water for a certain amount of time anyways. not for very long. Oil's trying to come back in right now too. 77 down to 77.50 down to 77. Looking to get a little lower here. This is going to be something to trade. Yesterday we were looking at Oxy. We'll look at something like that again today, maybe some XOM. But it is starting to drip down a little bit. We will have Mitch coming through from Trade the Pool. It looks like at 8:30. I'm going to ask him about SoFi. 77.50 down to 77. Looks like it wants to break a little lower there. Bitcoin as well today. And, you know, like we call IBIT Bitcoin, I call TQQs and Qs the futures when obviously they're not. But you could see Bitcoin right here trying to almost make a little bit of a trend here getting into the downside. So this could be something else that's maybe looking to get shorted here today. I'm actually struggling to find some real good stories to trade off of today. So I don't actually have the same feels I do today as the last, pretty much every day this week. It seems like a little mixed sport. Oh, Randy, did you say coffee, Randy? Sure, why not? How's it going, Randy? No lunch here yet, or no breakfast here yet. Ooh, Randy's teasing us with a coffee of his own.
Yeah, what's that about?
Right now.
Like that?
At least gonna make any big trades, Randy, or what?
Wow, he just laughed at
Randy
that.
Randy wants him to blow it all up, man. He was telling me he wants William gone.
Yeah, well, get everybody gone.
He wants
You want to get rid of
He
Nylander?
wants to get rid of Nylander. He wants to get rid of Matthews. He wants to get rid of everybody. And then I found out that he's a Canadians fan. So come on, man. I mean, this probably
that
why.
none of that matters,
You know what I
man.
mean?
Come on, son.
Oh man. Oh, here he comes. How's it going, Randy? The mic is over there somewhere if you can find it. I don't know. Okay, all right.
Standing
wow,
right there.
everybody.
He doesn't even want to talk to us.
Disrespecting the audience. Everybody wants to hear from Randy, you know. Trying to give the people what they want, Randy.
Should be happy. XOM is flying. Should be in a good mood.
Randy, people are here for you, not for us.
Exactly.
We are like the sideshow. I don't know if you realize that. Yeah, he knows.
Come on.
Now he has a smirk on his face. He knows exactly.
It's part of the bald head brotherhood, baby.
What is going on?
Let's go.
He's not bald though.
Yeah, he's close enough.
Okay.
It's close enough.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, our other friend there. He didn't shave. He didn't shave out of necessity. He has full hair.
He just wanted to.
He's just going Randy style.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, he has full head of hair. That guy. I'm surprised that he shaved it there. All right. Yeah. See, everybody wants the automotive segment. Everybody wants everything.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm just trying to give people what they want. I know we both are. So.
What's up with well, what's up with Rivian though? Randy just walked out of the building because this one. It would have made the list today if it was threatening this flat bottom break, but it's not. But we mentioned this yuck, and more yuck lately. At least it's flat right now. But I just feel like at some point, if you're not going to bounce, it just keeps fading hard on all these mountains. Yesterday there was some movement in NEO. The other 2 or 3 days ago. We got some questions about NEO, and we're like, yeah, whatever, that stock's not doing anything. And then yesterday, it woke up and had a bit of a bounce. I thought maybe it could have been breaking the 5 today. It was a good day for NEO, almost 10% to the upside, but it didn't really break that 5, and now it's back down. So yeah, I'm trying to look for something in the automotive space that actually might be moving around. I know this was one that some people in the chat were riding to the long side. Unfortunately, no continuation. So yeah, a bit disappointing with NIO. Certainly, I think that Rivian flat bottom break, it's imminent. That stock's been languishing a little bit. Tesla, on the other hand, if we're going to talk about the EVs, held on to that 400 breakout pretty nicely. And in disappointment this morning, we're already headed back potentially down to that 4. But that should be a key level to watch here for Tesla today. That should be on most people's radars as a heavily traded stock. When I looked at the visualizer this morning, I was like, oh, really? It's not what you would usually expect. Like you got
going on.
No, you got like Tesla in silver, but then like Trade Desk, obviously, right? Like I don't think anybody's surprised. I mean, we're surprised Trade Desk is up this much because you wouldn't know the story was coming. Huge insider buy. But MobX, which is day 3 now and back under $1. That's surprising to me. You got Broadcom, CRM, but like not a lot of the bigger names out there. Webull, huge disappointment for Webull. Didn't even move off their earnings. If you're not going to go up, at least be moving so that it's in play today. And Webull dead flat, actually down a couple of points here. AMD gives back a little bit. That's down 1.6%. And remember, if you want to get symbols in here, $, and I will say $, Netflix. I want to look at Netflix today. So I'm going to go $, Netflix. That'll pop down in there, and we'll get some more names. There's Netflix. I wonder how it decides if the stock is red, maybe it does it in red. Who knows? So Tesla's still number one, Trade Desk, MobX, Broadcom, obviously, silver. We'll keep Shave is not a ticker, everybody. It's not.
It might
but
be.
Is it?
No.
Maybe. No, it's all.
Do it 5 letters?
There's no chance. But we'll keep our ear to the ground. There's obviously going to be a situation continuously. I don't think there's any Fed speak today, but anything out of Iran has tended to move the markets from time to time, especially if you're watching the oil futures market. So
we don't. I'm just gonna look to see. I'm gonna check the watch list to see.
We have 8:30 numbers, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Let me just pop this out. What watch list we're all referencing here every day is pretty much right into here. So this is the watch list that's coming out. We do have that March Madness coming. We do have Mitch coming on from Trade the Pool, so they have that going on there. Yeah, initial jobless claims, import prices, export prices, so nothing. I mean, you might want to look at jobless claims expected 215 right here at 8:30. That's coming out. Intel trading lower, NVIDIA, AAPL, Hood, and then all the stories, Broadcom, Robinhood, Trade Desk, NVIDIA, Alibaba, actually with a decent story today. Alibaba isn't getting crushed lately, guys. Don't even look at that stock. I'm glad I got out of some of that at 160. Oh, my God. JD, Webull, Rigetti, they're all here right now. So go check out our watch list at Trader TV Live. And yeah, I was actually really surprised when I was looking at this the last couple of days, and Alibaba was down to 140. Then I was like, okay, that's not good. Now today you're down to 130. Look how disgusting this stock has been to the downside. We actually bought some at 160, sold what we bought at 160, realizing that it was no bueno. And now you're all the way to the downside. Thank you, Randy. All the way down there to 115 and into 120 again goes Alibaba. So, glad we got out of that one. They're looking to rebuy it. I mean, I do like Alibaba. I like the valuations for them. But yeah, what a disgusting couple weeks here for Alibaba, man. Just straight downside there as some of these mega cap tech names continue to get hit, especially in China. But the other one, TCE,
could be worse.
HY. Oh, it could always be
Look
worse.
at JD.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I was going to try to call up Tencent and things like that to see what exactly is going on. And I'm glad that, Brian Shannon and other people like that have really, dissuade me from investing in some of these names. And I'm sure as hell glad that I did not, because now they're all the way down. And I think at some point they're worth buying right there. But, 10 cents still downside play. All right. Thank you to Randy. The coffees are now here and hot. That's for sure.
Always.
Yeah, Sharif and Joe, everyone's heard breakfast roll in. The guy's a little cart, he's rolling it in. I think it's sandwiches today, Sharif, so you might have to just peel off the...
yeah, that's okay, Katina.
Peel off the carbs out of there. But what is that? Every morning you have the same breakfast, right?
Sir.
So what is... It's 47?
Not 47.
15.
I just heard Brendan say 47 eggs.
12 egg whites, Katina Man, and 4 yolks with mixed vegetables. We got to get those fibers and those minerals, Katina Man. So
I feel like there's a
can't forget about those. 12 egg whites, Randy.
I feel like there's a wheat in there or something, isn't there? Isn't there something like a rice or something? I don't know.
No, I promise you. You always think that
only
there's
vegetables
rice, but there isn't. I promise.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like it. All right, well, 12.
I gotta try a bite. You gotta share a bite or two one of these days.
It's the funny thing. He has that thing with 12 and 4, right? 12 whites, 4 yolks. Yeah. Is that what it was?
Yes, sir.
And then now he gets excited because there's more eggs on its way.
But that's what doesn't make any sense to me. Is you already have 16 eggs.
That's already.
What do you need more?
We need the protein, Neil.
Well, you don't need all the protein.
Isn't it 1 gram?
The fam needs protein too, man.
Is it supposed to be 1 gram per pound?
Yes.
A day?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You must be getting that at least, Sharif.
Yes,
no?
sir.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Yeah, easy.
What metric do you go for? Is it 1.5?
It's exactly it's 1 per
1 to
pound,
1.
Katina Man. I do exactly as you just said there.
We'll have to, do you know the macros from that meal?
Yeah. For this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say about 30 grams of fat, a little bit more, maybe 35, and then you're in the ballpark of around 80 to 90 grams of protein. But you get a lot of fiber.
You front load.
Like I put like a cup and a half worth of mixed veggies. You got carrots, you got peas, you got legumes,
There's not a lot of calories in vegetables, though.
That one's more for the fiber, right? To keep everything going.
So you front load your day with massive amounts of protein. Okay. I like it. Little one moving up here, UAMY. There was a government contract just announced. Not a lot of volume or move, but a couple of people mentioned that. New government contract for them. Let's, looking ahead here, I mean, we can recap that jobs data maybe real quick. Hold on, we'll refresh that calendar. It's 8:30 this morning. ADP was yesterday. That was 8:15. We'll get the job listings, weekly jobless claims coming up at 8:30 this morning. Tomorrow we'll get non-farm payrolls. As you were mentioning, a whole bunch of earnings names to deal with this morning. A few of them moving around right now. If you want to zoom out a little bit, OKTA, one that actually isn't moving around right now, but did have a decent move after the close yesterday on a good report.
Yeah, this is an interesting report here. Just trying to pull it up. It beats on earnings, Brendo, as security demand grows. Let's talk a little bit about this one. Oops. There we go. 1 second. Sorry, guys. There we go. So yeah, better than expected fourth quarter revenue. EPS coming in at 90 pennies. The street was looking for 85 on revenue, Brendo, of 761 million. That easily beats the 749 expected. And revenue, that top line number grew at a healthy 11% year over year. Net income, that take home money, continues to grow. $23 million last year on the quarter. This time taking about 65. And they're including AI agents. Who knew? Okta said the rapid growth of AI agents and automated software, is increasing the need for secure identity verification. And I was talking about this with Joseph. I'm like, in the age of more advanced AI and AI that can be quite nefarious, let's be honest about it, if used in the wrong way, how could these cybersecurity names be getting decimated so much? The only thing that we could come up with, and what the market has been saying, is that you're going to in-house a lot of this stuff. You're going to be able to do it internally rather than paying the multiples that Pandub and CrowdStrike have been asking
I think that's a little complicated, even for AI at this point, but who knows? What do I know? Another one here, even I guess the Sydney Sweeney effect wasn't enough to save American Eagle. I mean, it's day lows right now. I mean, it's not a huge move, but I mean, we're back to the lows. Right
She's really focused on her own lingerie line at the moment. You're not seeing too much in the way of her.
One and done with AEO and on to her.
I think she's technically still under contract, but you're not seeing the commercials nearly as much as I was seeing them on TikTok. I didn't really see them on television, to be honest with you, because they're more on American channels, but I haven't been seeing them. Yeah, got out of this one a while ago, Brendo. This one feels like it might be retracing down to that breakout level in the same way that it did on the last earnings report. If we can look at this for a second here on the daily, because Joseph and I also were talking about this on the midday show. Have a look at what it did last time. So it had that big move up into about $20, and that's when I was kind of dancing on the table telling Joey, my money's coming soon. And then it dropped all the way down back into that $14 level where it broke out. That was a flat top break, and then it ended up continuing forward. So I think this one might be destined back to $20, Brendo, to test that breakout level.
I mean, overall, still constructive if you zoom out, as you said, on a higher time frame. Just seeing a note here on Amazon launching something called Amazon Connect Health, an AI platform that automates scheduling, verification, documentation, and coding while integrating with healthcare EHR systems. So a few things on Amazon today. Let's get some options ideas from Joe.
All right, guys, good morning and happy Thursday. Let's take a look into the world of derivatives. So essentially here, guys, we've seen the crypto space moving higher yesterday. Substantial moves in Ethereum and in Bitcoin. So let's take a look at some of the options activity. We're going to kick things off here with some IBIT calls, and that's going to be at that $40 strike price. Now, at that specific zone, expiring this Friday, yesterday we had 30,000 open contracts with 15,600 open and closed. And you can see the bid in the ask sitting around $8 or $7. Sorry, I think that's going to tighten relatively soon. These are in the money, so you can see your delta metric is relatively high, 78 there. So for every $1 move in the underlying, you're going to see that contract range $78. And your gamma exposure, considering it's extremely in the money, but if you go after the open and look at that gamma exposure, slightly elevated, so you can see an increase there. And as for our Vega metric, 60.8%, not horrible, a little elevated in my opinion. As you can see, we're starting to slowly come back in. Moving forward, Ethereum up around 10% at its highs yesterday. We're going to take a look at ETHA and that $15 strike price, once again expiring tomorrow. Open interest sitting around 17,900, and your volume open and close contracts 1,360. Now, once again, considering it's an in-the-money call, and how can we determine this without even actually seeing the strike price or correlating? Just check your delta, right? The higher the delta, the chances are the more in the money it is. So that is not too bad. 88 right there for every $1 change. You'll see an $88 change within that contract, and then you have your gamma added on top of that. And the at-the-money IV, your Vega metric here, slightly elevated, 82.6%, guys. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Here he is, Joey Options, looking fresh, looking clean, like the look. Don't like the look of what was just happening in silver and gold. I mean, the market's not doing much, slightly sliding back in a little bit, but silver giving up a lot of its gains. It wasn't much overnight, but certainly a little bit of a down push. Like SLV just lost $1.05, $1.50, I should say. And if you're looking at GLD in here, if it wants to load up, we just dropped like about 1% and change. So about a $6 drop here in GLD as well. So both gold and silver sliding. The market wasn't really reacting too heavily to it. The Nasdaq's only 0.4 down and kind of holding on to that 25,000 level. But something to monitor. We did see this on Monday going into the open. Like you did have this drop, kind of a random. It was closer. It was definitely closer to the open than now because we have numbers coming out. But there was that heavy drop in gold and silver right off of the bat, and eventually did catch a bid. So in about 4 minutes, we're going to get some economic data. We'll see if these moves in gold and silver can catch a bid. It looks like they already are. So it wasn't any news that I'm aware of. We didn't hear anything on our ear. Didn't really see anything hit the wire. But there's been some weakness in the metal, so it could just be a little bit of that.
Yeah, I was looking at some Intel short here today, some Chinese news yesterday. Not much going on. I was asking Adair about it because it's down 1% and the Nasdaq's only down 0.3. So I have Intel on my mind. I've got silver. I'm just writing the notes out right now. And then I actually like that story. Brendan just brought it to us right before we came through with the options. Not about the story about Amazon, but I like that momentum from yesterday. So I just wanted to see nice move right off the open. We did find out that it was Cathie Wood and others. I mean, the momentum was good yesterday to the long side in the market anyway. So Amazon helped with that. So I was going to write down on any dip buy opportunities, Amazon down here near 211 to 211.50. What is that, Randy? Oh, another croissant. This guy's loving their croissants these days. Oh, the bananas are there in the back. Thanks, Randy. So yeah, Amazon down into yesterday's sort of opening range, probably a buy right into there, 211 to 212. So we'll see if that hits on a downside trade for Amazon, down 0.6, market down 0.3. And then just a quick check on oil, and we'll go back to the desk. We are expecting, I did check the calendar, we are expecting Mitch to come through. So hopefully that will happen. I'll talk about their new event coming up and get some of his take on some of these plays. Looks like oil right now holding 76.50 on the top side there. So, all right, man, all good here today to start with. Markets kind of muted considering where we started from in the past couple of days. Both markets down about 1/3% today. Lots to look at, including the energies, the financials, and then obviously with the Broadcom report as well. That's giving a little bit of a bounce to the Nasdaq, although obviously we're getting faded.
Wish it was more.
Yeah, right now it's a good thing that Broadcom's not down. I still think it goes down from here, but I'm glad that it's up 6% because I fear where it might be if it was the other way around. So. All right, let's go back over to the desk and get going, man. 2 minutes until, what is it, jobless claims?
And continuing.
Yeah, a few things coming through here. Let's run through them. Coming up at 8:30, we get import-export prices, initial jobless claims, again, going back to last week. This is a January import-export price print that we're going to get. Non-farm productivity, we get continuing claims as well for February 21st. That's really it. I mean, natural gas could be interesting today, given what has happened with not only gas prices, but oil as well over the past couple of days.
Great segue, because I was thinking about Kevin Warsh here. An article came out this morning about whether or not Kevin Warsh, when he comes into the Fed chair in May, would continue with the rate cuts or,
higher for longer.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. So because you're going to get some inflation, at least in the short term from oil, would the Fed then be willing to cut rates despite that headline number increasing? So it should be interesting to see what he does. But yeah, that was a debate today amongst analysts on whether he cuts or he stays.
Just a proxy from my neighborhood, 145 this morning.
Same.
Like that?
Same.
Just overnight, 10 cents?
You notice it tends to drop at night. So like I'll see it, say when I get to the gym around 3, because there's a gas station right in front of the gym.
Right.
It'll be like at the high. And then if I end up going out at night just to pick up something from Shoppers or whatever, I'll see about 7, 8 pennies less.
Yeah.
So night's the move.
Yeah, yeah. I fear that we go higher more before we come back down on this
Apparently,
move anyway.
Every $10. Yeah,
For crude?
every $10 in the change of crude is about 10 cents in Canada. That's what one of the analysts was saying yesterday.
It's crazy.
We'll see.
It's absolutely crazy. I mean, it used to be, these things used to move, 2, 3 cents at a time kind of thing, up or down. Now it's 10 or 20. All right, here we go. 0.6% on the export print there for January, 0.2% to the upside. Consensus was 0.3 and 0.2, so a little bit higher once again on the export side of things. We also get 213,000 on the initial jobless claims, consensus 215, 1.868 continuing claims, 1.84. Over here was the forecast, prior print there, 1.82. So a little bit of an uptick 2 weeks in a row here for continuing jobless claims. Still waiting on this. Import prices, negative 0.1 for January. Export prices taking their time there, but 2.7% was the last print. 3.1 was a prior story. Forecast is 2.7, so expecting a little bit of a down print there. It is 2.6% comes through on the export side of things, but continuing claims, a little bit of an uptick there, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really hate on that. Export prices up, import prices slightly down. I don't think that's that's not the number that's going to move us. Continuing claims was pretty
It's
close.
almost in line, like 18.6 versus 18.5.
Like it's.
So you got 18 different jobs
Like
out of, so it's
it's dead in line.
18.6. It's 1868. So 1,868 versus 1,850. So there was 18 more jobless claims than expected. 18.
And we're right on.
So the market's not going to react
Not
to
doing
that.
anything.
And the export prices is interesting, 0.6 versus 0.3, so a double in the export prices. That seems to have maybe created the market to go a little bit to the downside there. Can't really wrap my head around why that would be a thing. Exporting more than importing, prices going higher. Okay, that would should be good. But I don't really think the market's reacting to anything there on that one. We're just starting to go a little lower here. Yeah, the numbers don't look that bad. U.S. non-farm productivity for Q4, 2.8 versus 1.9. So non-farm productivity higher. I don't know if that means the market should be going down here. If anything, maybe we're just reacting to the fact that maybe these numbers are slightly better than expected. So therefore, the interest rate discussion maybe gets pushed down a little bit more down the
Good
kick
theory
the
as
can.
any. I mean,
I don't know. It could be another thing there. But I mean, with Warsh announced yesterday, that's going to get. I guess that's going to get approved, and then we see where Powell goes from there. Does he stay on or not?
Gone.
What's the story with Lisa Cook? And then it seems like June or July. What was it? You have it up now.
yeah, I'm just going to throw it because I think you got to go out to June.
It's definitely not March.
Yeah, because in June's now 30% for a cut.
Right.
If we let's go out to July. Okay, I mean you're looking at 47. You add it all up there, and you get like 48%, I suppose. So let's call it 50-50 by July that we get the rate cut. But then I think it's instructive to look at December, because if you look at the end of the year, and at that point, like if we start pricing everything from this side over, then you're talking about 2 cuts. So that would be, I don't know, like 45, 46% chance, actually close to 50%. So it's almost 50-50 for 2 cuts if you go to July, and it's about 50-50 for 2 cuts, for 1 cut, for July, and then 50-50 for 2 cuts if you go to the end of the year, which is a bit of a drawback from where we were about a month ago, or at least a few weeks ago. Apparently we got a super chat, and it's David. Here. The reason NVIDIA got punched on earnings was 3 words from Jay Fonzie. Compute equals revenue. Equals E equals MC squared. D-top. That truth flex really exposed the underbelly of the beast, so you're long NVIDIA.
I was reading that. I was thinking that would be a
Equals
reason to go
MC
short NVIDIA, but
Unless you're going counter trend there. And then we got another one from Nick. Where would you swing short A-Lab? 102 target. You know, I've every single time a question comes up for swing trades in the negative direction, I've never swung short. in my personal account. I've made swing trades long. I own stocks. Day trading, obviously, day traders will go in either direction. It's kind of a different beast. But if you're just looking at the old technicals, well, you're under the 200 and 200 period moving average, I should say, in case anyone doesn't know what we're talking about there. And you're consolidating under prior support, which was resistance. And it just recently broke this local bottom. Usually, I'd want it holding in here if I was shorting to that, I suppose, technically. But I've never really been much of a swing short kind of person. But yeah, it's trend down. You know, I can't really argue with that one for A-Lab there. But ultimately, that's just the technicals on Astera. I feel like wasn't there like a recent M&A story with them? You know what? There might not be. I don't want to speculate. But yeah, I understand what you're getting at there, Nick. It's not necessarily my cup of tea. I'd prefer it better if it held underneath that 120 resistance today, though. You know, kind of confirm that you're making that next leg down. Boys. Oh, I didn't realize Andre wasn't even at the desk. I'm like, well, we can't.
Andre is
transition.
literally by himself over there.
Yo, he's by himself.
This
He's
guy
like
is
running, fixing a camera, and then running back to change the shot.
Everything he possibly can.
He's quick on his feet. You see that? He had moves.
All right. I mean, I thought he could be a little bit
He's
quicker.
got moves.
No, he was good.
Oh, he's pretty quick.
He was good.
hurt yourself next time running like that.
A former soccer player over there. We talk about.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Brazil. I was actually looking at the BMO Stadium. It looks like hot garbage, man. That stadium. I'm just gonna tell everybody.
We're an embarrassment.
If you're going to the World Cup,
We're an embarrassment.
and you're in those extra seats, sell those extra seats immediately because that thing's coming down.
Have they seen
I was literally
football fans?
I was literally right beside it the other day, and Gia's like, "That's what they built," and I'm just like, "Yeah, man, they added this." Somebody's in my ear right now. They added these, I don't know how many extra seats it is, 20,000 extra seats or something, right on the end. And it honestly feels like it's just being held up by like, I don't know, scaffolding. Like it does not look good. I'm no engineer. I'm sure it's completely safe. This is just food for thought here.
You could ask our boy.
One of our guys is actually responsible for this. Actually, I am going to ask him what the hell's going on with that.
Dude in our football pool.
But we saw like it was about 100 days to go or so until World Cup, and honestly, the stadium that was built here in Toronto seats about 20,000 people for the Argos and for the TFC. So our football team and both football teams, depending on what you call football.
It's football.
And it's just not going to be able to hold, in my opinion, the chaos that is coming for the World Cup. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be completely fine, and it's a beautiful part of town. It's right there on the lakeshore. It's right in the exhibition. It's a gorgeous situation, but they really. I feel like they rushed, and I
take it you won't be sitting in those bleachers.
That's what I said. I mean, I said I would sell those tickets immediately. I would just buy the ones that are in the stadium.
Yeah, just like sit in the actual seats.
I'm jealous as hell. Like if I had those tickets, trust me, I wouldn't sell them out.
Oh yeah, like but chance to go to the World Cup.
Yeah, just sort of off the cuff talking there. Obviously, if I had those tickets, and I very, very much would want to go. It looks dangerous. And I don't know if anybody's traveling around, but Brendan, I heard your comment as soon as I said that. I guess you've seen it as well.
I was just telling Sharif, I drove along the Gardner through there the other day, and it's embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. And the underside of the Gardner in front of the stadium is all torn apart. There's like crumbling concrete everywhere. Like it's embarrassing. It honestly looks like if someone sneezes on that thing, it's going to fall over.
And like you and I were talking about off camera, I would have liked to see the Sky Dome or the Rogers Center be included, but there's no grass, there's no art, there's no natural grass there. And I think FIFA does have a rule, unless you're north of a certain parallel, Brendo, like some of the Scandinavian countries, you can't have turf. Only if you're north of that parallel, or maybe even south. You get the exemption. So
they've been kicking the tires on putting grass in the Rogers Center for years.
For years. It was supposed to be.
And I mean, FIFA has unlimited money, so maybe that was their opportunity to get that done finally. I mean, that was one of the reasons Bo Bichette ended up in New York.
What, because of the grass?
Because of the turf.
It's messing with his knee, isn't it? Yeah. Turf toe, and there's turf knee.
Anyways, we're making Mitch wait, poor guy.
I'm sure he
takes 6 months to come back, and We're here just wasting his time in the morning. This guy's back again. Mitch Hoke from Trade the Pool.
I'm enjoying the sports talk. You know me. I enjoy sports talk all day. But it's
great to see you, my
guys
friend.
out there, they start banging the hammer real quick.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they've had so much time. This is what we're saying. Anyway, we could go on. It's great to see you. It's been a while. How's your year been so far?
Hey, can't complain. You know, one of the things that we were looking to see, would the defensive trade, of course, hold up for the year? That's, of course, held up, right? And then now it's actually taking the pullback. It's funny how that works, right? All that positioning in early is cashing in on this opportunity to get that gap up. And I think a lot of people cashed out in energy trades, of course, defensive trade, also just using that momentum to try to take that money and run.
I heard a really interesting narrative on the way in this morning that's kind of stuck in my head, and that is, you know, as you were saying, from the beginning of the year, essentially, it's been about energy, it's been about the defensive names, it's been about everything literally other than the mega cap tech stocks. But
yeah,
are we starting to see a little bit of a shift here, maybe back toward what is old is new again? Maybe, you know, you saw Kathy Wood was in there buying up a whole bunch of Amazon yesterday. A lot of these names are getting to levels finally that might be really interesting here for big money.
Yeah, Kathy Wood buying always scares me, but if I'm just looking at the rotation, I'll focus on that, and I definitely am looking at it. You can see it, right? What did we need to do, right? Well, the war situation did two things, right? It definitely brought eyes elsewhere, and it also started to stabilize the AI disruption trade, right? We were seeing it hit the software names. We were seeing it hit also financials and the credit services and the asset management. Now, software has really structured up, and we got to continue to watch today to see if you get breakouts, right? The structure is now there. You got bottoms all around, whether you're looking at, you know, AppLovin, ServiceNow, CRM, you can go. The list is long, right? But the key now is that now you have that structured bottom that you can start to risk off of. And we started to break a lot of like ascending triangles on the way up. So that's horizontal lines, right, that you're starting to get above and hold, like App's big breakout yesterday, pure example. But I'm really starting to look to see, does this start to help us see the shift back to growth? And one of the trades that I've been seeing is, of course, I've been banging the hammer about the defensive trade and value names, but starting to see that consumer staple trade turn. If you look at the XLP, of course, you're starting to see that quick downturn now. So with that being just starting to play, are we starting to see a shift come out of value and going back into growth? And the question now remains, where does it go, right? What growth is it looking for? Is it in more speculative growth, you know, the euphoria names that we were seeing, or are we going to more high quality growth, going back to the mega cap rotation? That's what I'm looking at. And I talked about it on my Twitter, looking to see if we start to see a Mag 7 kind of shift. These are the names that are down the most, right, for the year, right? These big worry names. Well, a lot of times those worries just start to climb the wall of worry. And that's what I'm seeing the stocks do right now. We're climbing that AI worry, and we're using the war actually as a backstop and a distraction away from the AI disruption trade, and that can clearly lift the boats. Now, the one trade that hasn't really taken off is that asset management trade. So that'd be kind of like my caveat to keep an eye open to see what happens in financials. But I think you're starting to see the strength. You saw it in Microsoft yesterday. You saw it in Amazon. You saw it in Meta. Google was still green. The only one that wasn't green in the Mag 7 was Apple. And why would that be not green? Well, that's kind of been considered your value mega cap, right? And that's your value trade that's starting to fall off. And the hardware trade has really fallen off. If you look at consumer electronic names, those names were really ripping 2 weeks ago. They were the favorites. Now they're starting to get hit hard. Rotation can be fast, and I always think you got to be quick with rotation. You can't just get stuck in names that the same way that we can get stuck in tech names, right? So you always got to go with the flow. And now the flow is slowly shifting towards more of that growth. You also saw yesterday cyclicals up. It's nothing that I want to jump into, but it's telling me more and more we're slipping into growth. Another big area to watch here is not just mega cap and tech, but watch to see the big healthcare names start to lift. There's a lot of names setting up in the XLV.
LLY, I saw you had on your list here. Still, if you zoom out, I mean, a weekly chart looks fantastic. Still hanging out here at, I mean, this thing's still $1,000, which is crazy, but definitely long-term support. Talk a little bit about this one.
Yeah, you're using monthly, weekly, and daily levels here right underneath it, right? Everyone's been seeing that 1,000. We might get that kind of undercut and rally today. Full disclosure, I do have a position on. I'm closer to 10.4, but watching this trade. And I really do think that this is one of those trades that could get it started, right? We had more conversations of this morning trying to get more GLPs to, of course, employers so they can get those benefits to their employees, right? Well, we'll see how that kind of affects things. Really, this is more of a matter no longer about the GLPs. I think that's kind of baked into the stock. I think what you need to start looking to see is how their pipeline develops in 2026. They have a new Alzheimer's drug that's going to be coming out. We don't know exactly when this will be released, but it's expected to come in 2026. And I expect that to be the next driver here as we continue to see further action. So also in healthcare, there's a couple of big boys that I'd continue to watch. The XLV is pretty much being held back by anchors in the sector. Of course, what's the anchor space? The anchor is healthcare plans, right? Your UNH, your Cigna, your Alliance Health. Those are the ones that have been holding back healthcare. But now you're starting to see the anchors start to lift. And as the anchors start to lift, that gives the ability for the ETF to now start to see clear skies above and start to break out, right? Especially when you're on this nice sideways trend, right? We've been in an about 4-month sideways trend here in healthcare, and I'm looking to see, do we start that next drive? Just to give you guys another major drug manufacturer to keep an eye out for, AbbVie has been one of my favorite charts. I put it out as a chart of the day 2 weeks ago, and it's starting to really develop above a nice trend line break. So these are names that you can continue to watch in the space. And overall, drug manufacturers, the big ones, are the ones that I'm seeing the lift start to come back into.
Great stuff, as always. Mitch Hoke, what's new over at Trade the Pool?
There's always things going on at Trade the Pool, guys. Now the big thing is, of course, the market madness. Of course, March is the craziest month of the year. I always talk about it. The energy just gets hyped. There's so much going on in sports and the markets. Everything is really kind of popping off. So we have Market Madness 2026. It's all about picking a board. Yeah, some basketball players, essentially. We got a starting 5. You get to pick a coach. If you want, you can just pick me and pick the stocks that I pick, and that way you can go ahead. If I win the comp, you win a 5K eval. Another way to go about it is you pick your own core 5. So now we're talking some front office energy. You get $1 million in a virtual portfolio. You get 5 stock picks and only one rule. You can only pick one from the Mag 7. So that gives you an opportunity, of course, to getting after it and winning and becoming your own champion slayer. Take a look into it, guys. You guys can go to our website to sign up tonight. Right after, actually, our stream today. We're going to do it at 12 p.m. Eastern. It's a live draft. And we'll talk about, of course, tip-off on March 16th. That leads into, of course, championship week into March 30th. It's a month-long gauntlet that you guys don't want to miss out. And if you create your own team, and that's what I want to see. I want to see some ultimate team come out of here. Trader TV. I know that you guys have tons of traders in the chat that kind of trade together and kind of stick together as a team. So why don't you guys make an ultimate team? You get double the prize if you do this, and you go and battle Money Mitch here. Let me see what you guys got out there in the chat. I want to see if you guys want to take the prize. And trust me, I'll bow down. Just show me it. Go show me your skills, guys, and get out to the Market Madness 2026.
I'm sure there's a few around here that would take you up on that, definitely. Mitch Hoke, great to have you back, first of all. It's been a while, so great insight.
You know how I am. There's always a little added bonus. I'll give you the ones to watch, the ones that have been shaky, the metals and minerals. What happens here? Because that's the big question here if you want to see that trade kind of take off. You saw a really nice move to the upside in a lot of these, and then quick whoosh down just this week, right? Do they pick right back up? I'll give you names to look at. UAMY, names that we've talked about. Quad U, I remember I was bringing this up at $8, but we won't get into that conversation. And USAR, right? CCJ, UEC, the uranium trade. Watch for those to get hot again. I think they had a nice little washout where they stopped out a lot of early bulls this week. Now you can pick that right back because they're scared of getting in. We'll see if we see some further pickup there. And of course, SQM at 35, now trading 71. I'm gonna keep telling you boys, like I told you guys in October, that pick isn't for me. It might be for your kids, right? One to put away in the books.
Great stuff, Mitch. Thanks.
Have a good one, traders. Get after it. Trade the pool.
Yeah, I'd probably win that market madness, so I don't know. We'll see what's... All right, let's get right into things and see what we got some of these. All right, my guy. Right on. No, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with OKTA. We heard Brendo and Sharif talking about this earlier this morning, but we have Morgan Stanley lowering its price target here, guys, from $110 to $101. It's still positive here this morning, 1.75%. Now, as for Rigetti Computing reporting last night as well, too, getting its price target lowered from $50 to $43 by Mizuho, you're down almost 5% here this morning. Now, Grocery Outlet down 25% in the pre-market, guys. Price target being lowered from $15 to $9, and a market perform rating by Telsey Advisory Group. Now, Service Titan also getting its price target lowered from $125 to $108. You're down 0.4%, and that price target, the lowering target, is by BMO Capital. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some of the upgrades here. Broadcom at the top of the list, $510, getting that price target raised to $545. You're up almost 7% this morning by Truist, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. Strong momentum move yesterday. Even though we missed on EPS, American Eagle Outfitters down 3 1/5. Price target being raised from 24 to 25 by Citi. Once again, you are negative here. Apple also getting the nod, getting its price target rate, nothing substantial, from 267 to 268 by Rosenblatt. Slightly negative here this morning. And MongoDB getting the upgrade as well, too. You're up a little bit more than 0.4. $310 is that price target. It initially was $275. Scotiabank giving them that target raise.
Hey, there's Joey Options, always confident for sure. You know what? I know Mitch. We saw Apple there in the upgrades and the downgrades, and Mitch was, saying in part of the rotation, hey, when we go back into our AI and growth type names in tech, sometimes the insulated names like this, like an Apple, can go a little bit to the wayside. But you know what? That's the kind of thing that can provide an opportunity. You fall too far, and then maybe this drops under a 30 PE. If that happens, maybe we see the 200-period moving average. Like, I think oftentimes we always think about rotation as, okay, well, what do I need to get into right now to catch that? But the other side of the coin is, okay, well, what might you like that could be falling out of favor, and where's my opportunity to maybe catch that on a bid? Like, I think there's a chance to be able to look at this the other way, if this ends up being true. I mean, Apple's flat on the day. It's not like it's even doing anything. It's slightly better than the market, if anything. But this would be a name that if it were to drop down, they had a good Q. We know later on in the year we'll get in that update. I think we're expecting summer that we get this big new Siri. So you still have some time for that. And if it wants to pull back into the 200 period because of whatever reason, if it ends up being some kind of rotation, fine, so be it. It doesn't really matter at that point. I think this could be a good one to pick up, especially if it does drop under that 30p. I think once you get into the 20s here, and especially even the mid-20s, if it drops like 15, 20% or so, that would be great. So yeah, well, it would be one on the watch. And just because things fall out of favor, you can't always think of that as a bad thing. You can like it if it's something that you want to dip by.
I was, thanks for Mitch. Great to have him back. Some great insights. It's great to have Mitch back and great insights. I was just going to say this XLV is something that we've been looking at for a minute. So it's nice to see him talking about some of those anchors and the healthcare names and healthcare providers starting to be lifted up and seeing some green skies. We saw yesterday blue skies ahead. We did see green skies, green profit, hopefully for blue skies. We did see Oscar yesterday up about 10%, so that's probably helping the space as well. Not that that's a big part, if anything, in the XLV at all, but just for the space. So I have liked XLV for a long time, and I just think it's a safe play. It's, you know, with the aging population, and I mean, we don't need to talk about why healthcare is important. Obviously, a big political, you know, space as well that goes back and forth on that. So with midterms, I mean, I don't know enough about all that, but could go through some stuff. But I like XLV. I prefer the XBI and IBB though, the biotech rather than the healthcare space. But yeah, and AbbVie has been one that this is probably one of the oldest health tech kind of names that I've held for longest. And it's really starting to break. So we really like that one as well. Trying to take out some nice highs. AbbVie really working. I remember when they bought out whoever the Botox maker was, maybe 7 or 8, maybe plus years ago. And that's sort of, I was in it before then, and then that was a nice little boon to it. And so we'll have to wait for AbbVie. Interesting to hear about Eli Lilly too, and some of the drugs that are coming in the pipeline. I think Mitch said he was long at what, 1040? So yeah, a little bit of a downside trend now. And we looked about this yesterday, trying to break here, Eli Lilly. I don't think it's right time to buy this name at these levels. You know, we've seen dramatic moves, and this could easily retrace back. It's not like there's anything changing. This right here, when they start to sell it, they sell it, and then you can tell when the tide turns. And right now, this to me looks like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 days, only one has been an up day in the last 9. So I think, like, although it's not as pronounced as this move down, it's still getting us to the same level. So you really want to see something being held here around 980. That's sort of the level that you'd want to see now for Eli Lilly. But all right, man, it's 8:55. Was great to have him back. Check out Trade the Pool. Link in description. It's all over the place. Scan that QR code to get part of Real Trading as well. But yeah, really like most of those names. And I didn't get a chance. Next time, we'll talk to him about SoFi.
Oh, that's right. So,
yeah, I meant to. I should have told Brendan to throw him over here, and I would ask him about it. But next time, we'll do that with SoFi and some of those bank names, because he did like it when it was up there around 29, 30 bucks. Yeah, so I want to ask him what his thoughts are about SoFi moving forward. But okay, Mike DeRider is back in the chat, so that's nice. Nice to see everybody there. Get in the chat immediately. Hit subscribe, be part of the community. It's the best. Neil and I look up there all the time, probably too much, to see what you guys are up to. So let us know. Get in that chat immediately. And we'll go back to the desk, man. It's 8:56 right now. We can start our rundown, look at the futures, and just start this day off right. Half hour till bell opens.
People mentioning TTD, we'll talk about it again, but yeah, if you zoom out, it's not that great of a situation still on the higher time frame, but a deal with OpenAI for the digital advertising. So that was the note for TTV. BTAI, another one moving around. Yeah. Gonna have to do better than a weekly chart for that one, I guess. There was a headline for BTAI this morning, but why don't we have a look at the market and then we'll talk about all of these.
Look at this, guys. We remember, I wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't do the futures, but we certainly held that area support that we got into back on the 6th of February. We held that on the 3rd. Obviously had much better day yesterday, but we are still very much stuck in that range. The only thing that I can really see in terms of a trend are these higher lows, which does concern me a little bit. And when you also look at the low areas of the SPY, we're also putting in minor lower lows. So something to be on the lookout for there. In any event, we closed out yesterday at around 685, a little bit higher than 685 on the SPY, with the overnight high just glancing at 686. We're losing it right now. We're at 682.5. So we're going to say that 681 area, Brendo. A lot of the 4-hour candles found support there. Sorry, resistance. So we'll look for 681 as support. If we catch a bid, we're looking to yesterday's high, 687 as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, below in the description is free stuff for you. Second link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Has all of your homework done for you every single day. Everything that's moving around in the pre-market and a little on why for each. Then you come join us at 8 o'clock. We get you ready for the open every single day. Biggest earnings name after the close yesterday. There's a few of them, but this one, Broadcom, to the upside, initially was actually downside after the close, but That quickly reversed, pushes all the way through to 342 at the high. Coming in a hurry here right now, though, from Broadcom.
Yeah, it's still stuck within that range when you look at the daily, Brendo, even though the report was fantastic. Yeah. It was a beat everywhere. EPS 205, beating the 203. Revenue 19.31, beating the 19.18, and a 29% year-over-year increase on revenue. Net income, they took substantially more money home than they did last year, $7.35 billion compared to the $5.5 billion in profitability last year on the quarter. They're continuing to grow that AI-related revenue, which surged 106% year over year, now up to $8.4 billion. Of course, fueled by demand for their custom AI accelerators as well as networking, guys. They do that as well. CEO Huck Tan said the company has clear visibility to $100 billion in annual AI revenue by 2027. And Brendo, we know that they play a critical role in helping hyperscalers convert their own custom chip designs into production silicon. Customers designing their own chips include like the biggest of the big, man. Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, they're all increasing their own AI processors. And here's the guide. It's a strong forward guide. $22 billion in revenue for the upcoming quarter. That's ahead of the 20.56 expected, with adjusted profit margin. Not NVIDIA numbers, Brendo, in the 70s, but high 60s. Can't complain, 68%.
Definitely not. As you mentioned, still kind of chopping around in this mess right at the highs here after the huge move higher on a weekly time frame, but still constructive here, definitely, guys, for Broadcom.
Yeah, well, it looked a lot better when we sat down this morning, or yeah, certainly. It's still up 4% or 4.5%, but as Brendan mentioned, you're going into a little bit of chop. There's really nothing bad that you can say there, and it's a good competitive advantage that all of these hyperscalers do want to focus on, to a certain extent, on their custom chips. That could be good for them. You could maybe spin that as a slight negative for NVIDIA, but I don't know. That's reading too much into it. But this 340 to 350 zone, the sellers have been winning, and yeah, it's hard to argue with the fact that that's not still true, because that's exactly where we started this fall from. I feel like it will be difficult at the open to pick where this might bounce. I'm going to stay away from Broadcom today, but I feel as if we do fill in the entirety of the gap, that could be a bit of a bounce zone. I think there will be dip buyers in this. It had a very similar pattern to NVIDIA going into the earnings, where you did have a very defined range. So if you let it drop to the bottom, it's just looking at NVIDIA, if you let it drop to the bottom of the range after the report, you caught the bounce, and it was pretty good. It just took a couple of days, right? So I think the same thing, if we come back in, and if we see Broadcom at $310 on Monday, that would be a nice place to try to scoop it up off earnings, or maybe even the 200-period moving average. But yeah, starting to close in the gap here. The old take profits on a strong quarter, looks like it's coming true once again. It just didn't happen right away.
All right, I'll give you tomorrow's play today, okay? So forget about Broadcom. Marvell, all right, they're going to report tonight. These guys are second place next to Broadcom. Their PE is half of what Broadcom's is. So if you're looking for value, you're looking for something. Broadcom's PE 66, Marvell's 28. And, you know, these guys create their own custom, they create custom chips, fabless as well. The second place for wired and wireless connectivity. If that's going to be a good report for Broadcom, look out for Marvell. They're obviously not, you know, dripping the way these other stocks are. They're underneath the 50-period moving average, so it's not like this is absolutely soaring or anything like that. And yeah, man, obviously full disclosure, I own a decent amount of Marvell, and I really like the stock, and I bought it last time on the dip, and I think we'll try to do that again if there is a dip down. I like the space. I think this is the guts as far as you know, all these data centers are concerned. Like we had mentioned there, the connectivity. They made a purchase a couple quarters back. We'll see if that can accrue this quarter. I like it. It's holding the 200 period. It's holding the 76, 75 area. And on that note, Marvell will probably be down 20% tomorrow. But I like it. I think there's reason to watch out for Marvell today. And like we said, man, trading stocks same day is a problem sometimes because you don't know exactly what big money wants to do. But right now it looks like, for me, underneath VWAP, underneath the 50. Looks like it wants to break the 200 period moving average. Unfortunately for everybody, I think Broadcom's coming into like 320 or so right here to test what we did yesterday. That would be quite the move down, and I do believe that because it was such a good quarter, you will bounce back up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Broadcom up that 3 or 4% today. It's been a sell-off story open for many of these earnings plays. So feel like it is going to sell off, find a base, and then rip. So we just got to make sure that we keep Broadcom on our mind today, and I will trade it, but just not in the first 5 or 10 minutes. You could get that major move down, and then, Kathy Wood or somebody, I'm just using her as an example from Amazon, comes in and says, you know what, that was a good quarter, and it needs to get back up to where it's been, right? And so so I guess it does look like Marvell a little bit holding that 200 period there, but it was underneath, and then now you're getting that boost up just into a nice little level there. Ideally, you'd like to go long once we break 360, but that will happen tomorrow on Marvell's earnings.
Let's go on to Robinhood. Back to the downside along with AVGO. Currently, the overall market kind of trending down as well. But interesting story, interesting couple of days here for Robinhood. What was it, $695 a year?
What is
credit card coming from Robinhood?
Amex Platinum like prices, or is it not? Isn't it pretty close to that? Isn't it?
You're asking the wrong guy, my friend. I have no idea.
I think it's $800, Brendo. All right, guys, this is a good push from Robinhood to really diversify revenue away from trading specific names, whether it's equities or crypto, of course, and to get into that kind of recurring SaaS theme. And they introduced a new Platinum credit card. It's tied to Robinhood Gold subscription. As you mentioned, Brendo, $695. But the company says you're going to get about $3,000 in total yearly benefits. I don't know if you use all of them. I probably wouldn't. I was reading through all this. There's some stuff I'm not going to use here.
Yeah, of course.
The announcement is part of Robinhood's bigger effort to deepen engagement with what they're calling their higher value clients. A large bundle of consumer perks totaling about $3,000. You're getting travel benefits, subscription credits, lifestyle discounts. Some of the things you're getting here, you're going to get $250 in DoorDash credits. You're going to get $120 credit for autonomous ride hailing. $100.
That's not bad.
Yeah, in TSA pre-check credit, but that's only every 4 years. So some stuff. It feels like an Amex Platinum card.
Some of these, I don't know about this one, obviously, but some of these credit card deals now are just getting out of control. I mean, I thought it was insane. I think I'm paying $300 right now for a year.
Yeah.
For the one I have, and for what you get for that, it's not worth it.
It's not worth it anymore.
Not worth it.
And I remember you and I were talking about this. Remember the Amex Platinum credit card? You were able to get in to all the airline lounges, and you didn't really have to spend too much money on it. Now they're wise to it. They're like, no. If you get 3 per year, or 3 or 4 per year, unless you're spending $10,000 or $20,000, I forget the quantum, $10,000 or $20,000 a year on it. If you spend that much, we'll give you unlimited. If you don't, you only get 3.
I mean, the market did move on that this morning, or Robinhood anyways, did move on that this morning, although we have given most of that back here, guys. Still a pretty good looking chart.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard this morning to find something that hasn't been sliding back down with the futures here. And Robinhood falls into that category. And look, they want to get some differentiated clientele. They want to expand their services so that they can become the all-in-one, so that they can compete with the big boys. I think they're doing a pretty good job of it. I've been sitting around thinking about where I'd want to put some more money back into SoFi from selling some at the top. And you know what? Looking at this chart, I think I'm going to take a portion of that and put it into Robinhood at lunchtime today. And it has. I remember when it was at $150, I was like, it just never dips and I never get a chance to buy it. Well, it just got cut in half. It just got cut in half. It did a consolidation on this weekly chart, and now you're breaking consolidation. So I do like the look of this chart here for Robinhood, no questions asked. When we look at the 15 for today, outside of the afternoon support at 81.5, and you closed at $82, so like that would be a bit of a dip zone. That could be a place to play. I feel like if we get that kind of a dip, we're talking about crypto a little bit later. I'll probably be on IBIT and BMNR looking to see if we can play a secondary long if we get that far to the downside, because I want to test that 70,000 support that we have in Bitcoin. But I think it's a similar play to look at Robinhood after prior support. You're already through the prior high. There's no breakouts in sight. Like the chart wants to be a breakout above this like 88, 89 area. It's just, we're not getting that today. So I think you just got to be patient for some dip buys. I think letting the opening range go could be a good way to sit out some chop in some of these names this morning, especially when it's they seem strong, and now we're getting this little bit of a sell-off. I think we could have a bit of a choppy first 15, 20.
I was telling Adair before when this was on the list that, you know, we had made the call down there at 70. I kind of really like that. And like what Neil was saying there, I think there's room now. I don't have Robinhood in the account either. I think there's probably room for it. It's just not, it's been a nice move upside right there. You know, you're paying up 20% from where it was a week and a half ago. Like that seems to be a lot. Like if this name was 70, let's say 71 bucks. Now we just talked about to 85. So you had 14 bucks on 70. So you are talking 20% in like 7 or 8 trading days. Too far for me. I like it. Let's pull back. I won't be buying anything at lunch, but I do think this 75 buck area or so, if we can retrace back to where we were yesterday, then maybe we take a little bit and a little bit of a shot there on Robinhood just to get some more financial exposure, right? I mean, I'm like I said, I'm in SoFi, JP Morgan, and small into Goldman Sachs, so I think there's room for Robinhood. I'm not too excited. I mean, I don't know, like you pay 700 bucks up front, and then you get like a couple benefits that you're gonna pay for anyways, part of that like the DoorDash 200 bucks, I mean, that's fine. So that brings the price down from 700 to 500. And then what was there? It was another 100 bucks in something that you might use there. I think it was ride hailing. So that puts it back down. And then, you know, for me it would be, I put absolutely everything on the credit card. So every month, you know, the credit card bill is whatever, $1,000 or whatever it is. Obviously it's way more than that. But if you get 2 or 3% back on that, that also adds up. So it'd be interesting to hear if there was anything on the credit card that was a...
Yeah, like, give me my percentage back, man.
Yeah, like
keep it simple.
Yeah, like I have 1% on everything and then 4% on groceries and gas. And it's just it's a Visa that has some sort of perks there through my bank. But yeah, there's other ones too. I know Wealthsimple, I saw Trader 6 in the chat and I asked him why. But Wealthsimple, I believe, and I didn't read your response yet, I think they give 3% back here in Canada, no questions asked.
3% on everything, no
yeah.
question. Yeah,
or it's 2%. It's one of those. I'll have to look it up.
3 on everything's pretty good.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. So if it's 3 on everything and you do $10,000 a month on your card, so that's $120 a year, 3% back on that, you're getting $4 grand.
It's 2.
Oh, yeah, whatever it is.
2% on everything.
2%. Okay, so 2% on everything, 120 a year would be $2,400. Get back.
Yeah.
So that's part of the benefit of those kind of cards. I'm sure this Robinhood card is the same thing. There has to be a % back, right? Or else, why would anybody do it? I guess. I mean, you know, for traveling, like Sharif said too, there's insurance and all that also helps with different credit cards. So yeah, but anyways, do your research. I'm sure there's lots of websites out there that compare all the credit cards.
Oh, you could literally forget about websites, man. Now we just go into Gemini and ask.
Oh yeah, well,
like
or
that's,
anything like that.
Could ask right now.
Oh, there it is, 3%. So someone just said Nick Stocks there says that he's got here. I can put it up. Here it is. I don't know if this is true or not.
Oh, there we go.
You guys can tell me. He has the Hood Gold card, so I guess that's similar to this. Like 3% on everything. Yeah, there it is, 10K a month. That's similar to what I do.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and 3% would be monstrous. I think $300 times 12, you don't put $3,600 in your pocket, pay for flights that year.
Yeah.
But then there are cards that, again, if you do $10,000 a month, you probably get $4,000 worth of flights or something anyways. But anyways, yeah, good. Thanks, guys, for all that. And I don't know how much the gold card costs, but, you know, there's always a small fee for all of this.
You know who can afford this new Hood card? The CEO of Trade Desk. But you know what? He's too busy buying stock.
Yeah, it depends if he has stock that has to hit a certain level because those prices are nowhere near where they need to be. But we'll go back to the desk and find the story here about the Trade Desk.
Just took out the highs, first of all. Looks great right now. 31 was a bit of a problem initially when it first tested it this morning. Just took that out and then some. I mean, this could be a long-term deal, which I think is the part of this arrangement with OpenAI that the market's liking anyways. There's really no significant details as to how this will work, any kind of monetization or anything along those lines, but this company specifically, the Trade Desk, needs something like this.
It's exactly that point. I think that's what the market's focusing on, that OpenAI has actually selectively chosen the Trade Desk to do business with. There are so many others, right? Let's talk about this. So after reports, the stock is up big after reports that OpenAI has held discussions with the company about selling ads within ChatGPT. This was first published in The Information, and it suggests OpenAI may look to leverage the Trade Desk's digital advertising platform. In case you don't know what they do, they specialize in programmatic advertising technology. They help companies buy and manage digital ad sales within their platform. Neither company confirmed the report, Brendo, and when contacted, Trade Desk basically declined to comment. We know OpenAI is recently announced plans to begin testing advertisements in ChatGPT within the United States, specifically targeting, though, the free and the Go subscription tier. So if you're paid, like us here on the floor, we won't see it initially, and we're not in the United States, obviously. Introducing ads, obviously, would be a major shift for ChatGPT. And let's be honest about it, a company that needs more revenue, Brendo, because they're burning through cash.
Yeah, I was reading, we were just talking about it. I was reading an article this morning that said they surpassed 25 billion in annual revenue. Yeah. But they're still burning hundreds of billions, in costs. We're in this gap. If you zoom out a little bit, we're in this gap right now. If you go back to February or just above that, I guess. But I mean, this thing still looks terrible, obviously, on a higher time frame, guys.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. I mean, come on. Like when you're down like 60, 70% from local highs, and I'm calling local because it gets worse. I'm just talking about like last year's high, but it's even worse if you zoom it out further here. These percentages, it'll be easier to attain. You can get 25% when you're down that much because it's not going to have to do as much. The bad news in this case would be like you're right at the 50 period on the daily, which has been resistance. So I'm inclined to think and put in the note that I'd rather be trying to dip buy into that resistance. Unfortunately, as the market was dipping, well, good if you own this thing. This has been holding VWAP and going. So instead of, hey, let's look at that support at the 29.5 to 30, it might have to be a VWAP type of play. But the opening, we're at 15 minutes to the open. A lot can happen in 15 minutes on a stock that's moved as much as the Trade Desk. So certainly there is a chance that we could still dip even further. If it starts filling in the gap, I don't want any part of that kind of nonsense. If you're not holding the established support, this is a good one to be patient with and maybe wait for that, like 10 o'clock every now and then. If even a bullish stock, if it's just chopping everybody up under VWAP, when it reestablishes, it can be really good. I'm trying to think of what was Bitcoin was. We'll talk about Bitcoin in a second, but that was like IBIT was an example of that. Like it's on the way back in initially off the open. It was right when it started to hold VWAP that it started to get good again. So if you see something like that on the Trade Desk, that's what I'll be looking for. TTD. Not going to look for the short. It's one of the few names that is actually sustaining its upward move so far today.
All right, like I was about to make the same call I made on Coinbase yesterday on Trade Desk, and it was just we broke the pre-market high already of 31 bucks. Like that was going to be the play there, breaking that high, because yesterday we saw Coinbase start to rally, and yesterday it was just the futures with the proxy of Bitcoin was going to the high side there, and we had seen Coinbase kind of just, at least I noticed, that it was kind of just hovering here in the pre-market, and it was like if Bitcoin was going to go, then we had that bump up there possibility, and we mentioned it, breaking that high from 197, and then it just took off. But missing that trade is one thing. It's tough to get it in the open, right? I mean, the spread is very spready off the open. Liquidity can be sparse, but it was the pullback into VWAP, into the 50, into the 200 that wound up giving us just as good of a trade. And for the Trade Desk, if you're looking at something like that, then yeah, I mean, I really like this 31 break. It's already happened. So what about a little bit of a pullback in? We need to go a little more. Like I like to see this thing get to 33 bucks or something like that, and then pull back in. And at that point, we'll try to use the 50 or the 25 period. So that's gonna be my play right now. I am looking long in the Trade Desk today, especially if we can get a move back into VWAP and then blast from there. So the Trade Desk for me will be a long today. We just got to make sure we watch it and get in at the right prices. So the Trade Desk, I like the stock today. And I was going to say a 31 break with momentum, but as you can see here, the market is also, unlike crypto yesterday in wow. It's just so crazy because today, like I told you I was a little uncertain of what was going on. And then we had said Intel short 45.50. Intel was at 45.30 when I wrote that down. Intel's now at 44.90. The TQs was at $50 when I wrote this down. That's why we did 50 to 50.25. It's now at 49.30. It's now down $1. The Amazon long is the one that could fill out for us. And then we had the silver. We'll talk about silver not on this rundown, but when we come back to us. I like that short as well, near 75.50. And I don't even know where silver is right now, but market's moving downside here in the pre and not giving me any entries right now. Yeah, so, you know, like we're writing this down, this break of silver. What do I have? 75, 50, 76. So, and that was before we went on air. So that was right here. We liked the short, you know, right before we came on air, and then it collapsed. So, yeah, still looking at these levels for silver. I don't know. People always dare me to short it. We'll see what winds up happening today. We had a good trade yesterday on it, and we'll be back on it today as well. So, all right, 9:20 or so. Let's go talk about crypto and what's been happening today. A little bit of a slide. I don't know.
A little bit, like everything.
Yeah, monster day yesterday. If you just bring up the ETF or any of the main cryptocurrencies, you'll see the chart holding up here, which is part of the story, I think, today, not immediately giving all of that back, as we've seen with a few other things, including oil.
Yeah, and this is the first time in months that Bitcoin and crypto in general has outperformed gold.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen that, as I mentioned, for months. Surging 12% since Friday. Guys, while gold has fallen about 2% in the same amount of time, and investors poured about $700 million in these crypto ETFs. Until this week, the trend has been the opposite. Gold repeatedly hit record prices, while Bitcoin tumbled more than 40%, as we know, from that $126,000 high we put back in October. The shift is signaling, though, a change in safe haven dynamics. Bitcoin appeared to be stable relative to the other assets during the initial Iran sell-off. So we'll have to see if this lasts or whether it has more to do with President Trump's tweet a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. Whether or not we can hold up here is a different question, though, Neil.
Yeah, it's a good question, but you know what? We always talk about when you want things trading in a new range sometimes to get a little bit more action, and that's what we're doing here. I mean, Bitcoin's at 72.4, so we're above the 70K mark. You look at IBIT here, there's your consolidation, there's your breakout. Yesterday was a good long. We showed it off of VWAP there on the first initial push down, but it's actually going back to like this day, if we're looking at the start of the week, right? You had that big rally, and then the following day, it was a gap down. It's not totally dissimilar, but it was a gap down where you filled the range into like the prior breakout levels. So if you're looking at that today, like that's in and around the 40.5. So like the first place is to look around that level for a dip buy to hold on to the structure here in IBIT. And then the other place that I've been trading is in BMNR. Now, notably, this is weaker when crypto's weak and stronger when it's strong. So if we go ham today, this would have been the one that would have been a setup for a breakout style play. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. I'm just going to throw that one out there. If the long ends up getting dip and rip, and then we get another strong day out there for crypto, then BMNR breaking its consolidation to the upside. It's such a long consolidation down here that this is set up pretty well through that 22. It's pretty unlikely. So dip buy on IBIT is the first place that I'm going to be looking. And then obviously if BMNR goes ham, I think there's that chance that it can break out. But that's how I want to look at crypto today. We talked a little bit about Robinhood. I just wanted to show how quiet this is right now on the imbalances. I know we have 8 minutes to go, and we'll get some bigger NASDAQ names coming through in like 4 minutes, but there's nothing over 300,000. I feel as if like we've been slowly sliding down in the futures here. There's not a heck of a lot in terms of the imbalances really popping up. So I feel like we could be in for a choppy open, and more patience than normal could be required at this open. That's just the feeling that I'm getting today. We'll see if that ends up bearing out, but all quiet on the locator, really indescript selling, even in almost everything, including almost everything that was strong. So yeah, patience off the open is going to be key.
As crypto is concerned, I am thinking short for IBIT again, just because of what the market's been doing. We've seen, the NASDAQ have some nice runs of late, and today it looks like it wants to give it back. I mean, the trend is definitely going this way as we have, higher lower highs being made as we speak. And, you know, same kind of thing looks like this for IBIT. So if the market's going to keep doing this, it's almost an identical looking pre-market chart between the two of them. So I'm looking short. We always use a 200 period as our level. So 41.30 to 41.50 would be the area to sort of get into this name. But I think it's best put, and I didn't even look at the locator, I'm glad that Neil just did, to maybe just wait. There's not that much action on here at all, so good point there. And then BMNR, I don't know if we looked at that or not, but this would be the same type of thing. I'm assuming, I haven't looked, yeah, so this trend is still going this way on BMNR. So until we get that all figured out, I would be short. And then yesterday's monster play, of course, with Coinbase. Again, like everything's falling back in. So I would look for 200 bid on Coinbase to come through again. So if crypto does fall down, if the market does make a move, you know, there's the 200 base where we fell back into and basically, you know, was supported down there yesterday. So there's the big move up that we talked about earlier. Then it gave back half of it, stopped at 200 and went. So I know 200's a little ways away, but we were just at 206 at close. So can this go down $5, $6 from here and find a base? I think so. So yeah, I mean, I like all these names, but I like them a little lower there today, as until that NASDAQ changes course, I'm going to be going short.
Yeah, we were just talking about the state of finance as a job, and not only that. I mean, like software engineers fall into this category. Everything. I think we're just talking about the cost of living. Anyway, let's talk about tech. Microsoft, a couple of good days here, back to the upside. I mean, any of these, you're going to see the same more or less on the chart. Google, Mitch was mentioning Google as one to watch today. Maybe we finally get through that 305, but I mean, maybe we start to see this shift back to, you know, some of these names we haven't talked about for a while.
Yeah, NVIDIA is one I'm looking at today, to Brendo, because of the headline that they have with China. Guys, NVIDIA is reportedly halting production of its H200 AI chips, which are destined for China. The company has shifted manufacturing capacity now at Taiwan Semiconductor's production facility away from the H200, and now they're focusing on the Vera Rubin, or what is it called? The Vera Rubin AI hardware, which is their next gen after Blackwell, of course. The move signals NVIDIA may not expect meaningful H200 sales into China in the near term. They recently said, though, that they had received licenses from the Department of Commerce to go ahead and ship these, and now all of a sudden now we're getting a production shift. So to me, I didn't think that the American regulator was the problem here. President Trump made it clear that they had the license from the U.S. Department of Commerce. I thought the problem was the Chinese, because they don't want them relying on American tech, and they're, you know, they've been floating around rumors that they're hacked and whatever. Now you're getting the Department of Commerce saying no H200 chips had been sold to Chinese customers out of the last month, not one. So when Jensen says my China revenue is zero, we need to take him at his word.
100%. AMD, guys, was a monster yesterday as well. Worth keeping an eye on that one. We're coming back into 2 days ago's high. Currently, just back under $200 here for AMD.
You know, just very randomly, we were just saying there was nothing on the locator there, the imbalance locator. Rivian decided to make an appearance for almost 2.5 million shares to the sell side. And that just happened on Rivian, so now it's down 2%. Looks like it might do that flat bottom break, but we will see. That's still 3 minutes to go. That could easily get paired off, and we could be right back where we started in a couple of minutes from now. Look, NVIDIA was a good long yesterday, but we got a different day in here. In theory, you're going to have that 180 support again. I don't know how many times you can go to that well. And interestingly enough, the stronger, at least between the two, I didn't really look at every single chip name yesterday, but the stronger between the two was AMD. That just lost the $200 level and has been trending down all pre-market, just like the overall market. I feel like this is a more key one at that 202. If it had held 200 after the Broadcom, I would have put in the note breakout trade here on AMD, but I feel like that can be a pop and fade. The name I settled on when I put my note out, is going to be gone as well, because it was a similar setup on Intel. I like this 46 level that it showed you an obvious top in yesterday, and I don't think we get a shot at that anymore. And if we're not getting a shot at that, then I got to look to support turning into resistance at 45.4, which will be the pre-market high and then these afternoon highs. So, yeah, I don't know that I'm going to be that eager to be sitting on the bid of AMD today, given it has so much bigger of a gap to fill in than NVIDIA. And Trade Desk just made a new high because, of course.
Yeah, look, good call there on Intel. I mean, I have it. We can just go over the note just real quickly here for myself. This is what I'm looking at today, and we've posted it up. You can go find it at Trader TV. Sean, I'll put go give this guy a follow as well if you can. There it is, going to be in the chat right here. But just looking at what we're talking about here today was Intel 4550 there on the short, TQQs 50 to 50 and a quarter. Amazon, that might fall in if we get this drip down that we're looking for, and then a pop into silver will short it. But these could all change. This is just what we're looking at here, and this is why we're talking Intel, the 3 times NASDAQ, Amazon, and silver with a little bit of a touch there. 330. 830 volatility started to go to the downside. I wrote this out before then. So that's what that is. We're going to watch the TQQs and we're going to watch Amazon. So a little couple strategies or ideas there for a look. But man, oh man, like this name is just getting lower. So I guess I got to change where my offer's right now at 45.30, but that's probably not going to happen. So 45.20 or so. Let's wait to see what happens with Intel rate off the open. We have drilling and whatnot happening right now. So that should be fun throughout the day. We want to just let everybody know if you do hear something, please do not adjust your sets. Everything is fine. But downside play in Intel, we'll look at that. If the market wants to bounce again, like we wrote down $50 on the Qs, and we wrote that down at 8 o'clock. That's where it was. Now it's at 49.30, so we would like to see a bounce back up here as well. That's where I'm going to go short. And then silver is the risky play for me of the day. Amazon we'll talk about if it gets down there, but silver, you never know what it's going to do, so I'd like to see it build a base, but we'll be looking short SLV around $76. So in and around here, we'll see if we can get the short there for silver. But yeah, those are some early look ideas, and we'll just wait to see what winds up happening, as you mentioned, Rivian with that sell imbalance.
Yeah, Rivian just paired off. Last I checked, it was still down. I'm also looking at Netflix today, continuation off the 97 level. The second I even said Rivian, Randy pops his face in there. The opening bell brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex for this Thursday. So let's get the party started by ringing it.
All righty then. Yeah, U.S. markets are now open. And what's been happening to the U.S. markets has been a rip off the open, most open. So we'll wait to see if that does happen. There goes silver, making a nice move into 75. So we could watch out for that. What did Amazon wind up doing, man? That was okay. Yeah, a shot upside. So we knew that we were not going to trade Amazon unless it gets a little lower. That does not appear to be happening at all. Intel back to 45, so we'll have to wait on that trade. And then Broadcom, we had mentioned that maybe down in here in the 322 or so. Could be a play. That's not happening. And then the Trade Desk, we wanted to make sure that we watched.
Bye-bye.
There it goes. So we had said the pre-market high break, 31. That happened a little early. It does come back into 31. We give you that trade. Now it's 32.50, blasting higher. Once again, we talk about it and don't do anything. There goes the Trade Desk higher right now, for now. Wow, Intel, like the market's actually bumping.
Yeah,
here.
we're actually seriously bumping. Well, the Trade Desk the more than anything else. If you're looking at the rest of the market, though, NVIDIA is actually headed lower. So yeah, NVIDIA continuing to the downside. AMD pumping.
Yeah.
AMD's pumping 201 now. That's intense. So it looks like it's just an NVIDIA story there. So AMD going ham to the upside. Intel kind of okay-ish, but Trade Desk now $33. Sheesh, that stock is ridiculous, man. That could be the one here. Yeah, I'm just going to jump into VWAP. I want to play this into the pre-market. We'll call it the pre-market resistance levels, because I understand like it goes back earlier than my 630 chart, but you guys can see here. So we're into one. Wish we had Trade Desk long, but that's kind of gone without us, man.
Yeah, exactly, and it was the same kind of a play yesterday as Coinbase was. So, all right, man, I'm into two stocks right now. I'm into the Intel and into the Qs. Both had moves higher there. We will just watch and see if there's any play on them from here. Looking to get a little shorter on the Qs if we can get up into that 50 area.
Netflix broke 100.
Okay, yeah, Netflix just broke 100. Yeah, like we said, this market is really starting to get on one right now. We do average into the short. We're still waiting for 45.50. If that breaks on Intel, we're out of that name. Short right now at Intel 45.25. Let's see what winds up happening there. And the Qs also starting to go upside here as we, we'll get run over early if that's what winds up happening, but we're just going to give this a little bit of more room here as we put on the cues 50 to 50 and a quarter. So we got to let this thing build just a little bit. There goes Intel blasting through 45.50. That was sort of the top that I was looking at. We didn't want to put on a crazy amount there, but we do stop out as it breaks through those levels. Thinking about putting a little bit more on though.
Yeah, it missed mine by 1 cent. But that's about it.
Oh, nice.
It's probably going to go at some point. Right now, I'm staring down at Netflix pulling back. So Netflix broke $100, but it's actually right back in under 99 here and coming to the downside. This is one I did want to the long side, but I'm not going to chase this move. I said it could get choppy off the open, so allowing this one to maybe make a bit of a base. What I don't want is a monster failed break at the 100 level and then be way too early to jump back in until starting to come back. I just took a little bit off, but that was absolutely flying. So even the trade desk, wow, the trade desk is pulling back as well.
Okay.
I got to show you the black chart here because that one wasn't switching. Trade desk back into the volume weighted average price. I'm not going to jump in too early. If I was thinking 30s before, let it find its own base instead of just trying to jump into this bad boy too early. So trade desk pulling back in here, Netflix pulling back in on strength. Bitcoin doing absolutely nothing. Now that I look at it. So kind of quiet for Bitcoin. We just got back to VWAP on Intel. We're going to take some out as it's trending back to the upside. NASDAQ holds 25,000 off the open. That's pretty strong. Now IBIT starts going. Now NVIDIA starts going. So you've seen the market come back in here nicely.
Up. I was going to say, 'cause I'm short, and I'm like,
up.
Not going in for me yet. Okay, so we'll wait. We got to be patient with it, man. And yeah, same thing there. We did get stopped out at our high. Therefore, Intel, we did get back in, and then we took a little bit more profit on that. So we are still going to be red on Intel, but we were able to get some out there near the high side, and here it goes. If this does break one more time, then we definitely got to get out. 45.56 or so was the past top. So here we go, starting to break off right now higher. Intel going. You mentioned that AMD was going. There it goes. You mentioned that AMD was also going before. So it looks like maybe this whole Broadcom idea has bubbled up for a lot of these stocks. So there it goes right there for Intel as well. Sorry, for NVIDIA upside. Intel blows me out. So we are out of that stock right now. And watching.
AMD's going green right now.
Yeah, let me just check out what Broadcom, because Broadcom must be, I mean, Broadcom's going down. Broadcom's going absolutely the other way right now. So yeah, not good, man. Maybe this is not good for our little Marvell play there tonight, as Broadcom was up 7%. Now it's only up 2%. So the fade game is tight on Broadcom these days. You know, Tesla's always a big mover every morning. We can have a quick check on this one to see what this is doing. Yeah, straight up, man, 400 to 4. There we go. I mean, it doesn't not rocket science to watch out for Tesla here every day, as there it goes, taking it off right to the upside as well. So it's 935 now. Yeah, and basically these are the prices that we were hoping for.
It's crazy. If you look at the VIX right now, nuts. It's just like the VIX is sliding higher. It's not like now it's starting to pull back a little bit. So the VIX starting to pull back a little bit, which would make a little bit more sense for this push up. I'm still looking at IBIT doing nothing here. Couldn't break the low, can't hold VWAP, very, very tight range. So this whole notion of choppiness and patience feels like it's going to play out. Netflix, which I do want to try to get involved in, still trying to base out. Very, very choppy mess. Like that pullback candle is like a full dollar on that $100 break. This could still head lower before it catches a bid. So I'm going to wait out Netflix. We mentioned how strong AMD was. AMD does not go green. So it failed yesterday's high and to try to hold this $200 level. So we're going to have eyeballs there as well. Oh, yeah, and the trade desk.
Happened. Oh.
That's the other one. That's starting to pull back. It hit 33. Now you're getting a bit of a dip buy. This is that moment where you get that initial break. And it's the first push back in, I feel like, is always the tricky one. Yesterday it was too early on IBIT when it did its first pull back in.
Oh, no.
And we got this, we got here instead of this. It's like allow it to make the base, allow it to start trending up, and then jump into the long after that initial dip buy. So that's what I want to see happen in Netflix and or the trade desk, both of them starting to come back.
Yeah, I need some news or something to happen here quickly because or downside news. Like we just had to move up there again in the TQs, and unfortunately, it's not going down. It's just going up right here. So we got to be careful. That 50 and a quarter is going to be our stop. We almost got stopped. It went to 50 and 50.20, something like that. And I was like, oh no, it's going to go. And it may just do that. It was a good out. Looks like. At least for Intel was a good out. I mean, we completely read that one wrong. I even asked Adara at pre-market. I was like, is there anything up with Intel? She gave me some stories from yesterday, and there wasn't really too much going on. I had really thought that Broadcom would fade out, and Intel...
It's filled the gap.
Yeah, and Intel would... Yeah, okay, has it? Yeah, and Broadcom would get down into this 320, 322 area, and I thought that would drag Intel with it. Well, that idea... squashed right there. Meta was making a move higher. That's why I was sort of saying under my breath when I was watching these TQs. I was like, a lot of these names are starting to go, and Meta's pulled back. So I don't really know exactly what is motivating this NASDAQ right now, other than it's not Google. We had talked to Mitch there. He was like in that 305 breakout. If anything,
man.
that faded. Is it just Amazon?
It's Amazon.
Like, yeah, that was my next look. Was gonna go right over to the next big guy. There is Apple, and that's. No, I mean, I don't. Okay, so it looks like we are going to get stopped out here of the TQs. I feel like I mean, I got to do it because it's too much pressure up here. But, you know, at the end of the day, this seems like it just needed to wait a couple minutes there. Okay, there. I mean, of course, we get stopped out right where we do. But watch out now. We should have been a little more patient with that stop out probably. But here it goes. We'll see if we can pull back just a little bit. All those stocks looked at weren't necessarily ripping. JP Morgan's upside, that shouldn't really be affecting the NASDAQ. But
Well, the other thing that happened is, remember there was that big sell imbalance on Rivian at the open? It actually ended up bottoming out. This might end up setting up
come on,
out of nowhere here. So it bottomed out at yesterday's low, but there might be a chance. It's relatively weak, Rivian. I'd have talked about my thoughts on Rivian before, but short back into this prior high. 2.5 million sell, and now it's trying to bounce back in. But I want to try and get this one to the south side. IBIT just lost a bid. Trade Desk is still not really, it's just not slowing down.
have to be.
That much on Trade Desk. Here's the pullback to retest the volume weighted average price. So if it's taking the stairs up, it needs to make that next leg sometime soon. So I'm trying to get myself into that Rivian short. If you're looking short, I think something that's relatively weak is going to make some sense here. And that's starting to turn the corner again and roll back under.
Yeah.
1470. Randy just asked me where Rivian is, and I'm like, it's at $14.70. Underneath
14,
15, man.
Yeah, well under at this point. Yeah,
That doesn't scare Randy.
No. Well, I don't think Randy's really in it yet. He's waiting to get in a little bit lower, so I think that's probably better for him. Yeah, so we got stopped out exactly at the price that we had written down at 25. That was exactly the high. And I just got to do better at my execution. And it's just like, holding on to something for that long. There it is, 50 and a quarter. We just need to wait. Like if we write that down, that should be the top. I got to give it a couple more pennies other than that. I just didn't want it to do the ripped. And then I just like, why did we even wait a few more pennies? So we'll take a little bit out there. We did get back into it. I only got into half though of what we had. So the lost, we'll be down on it. Hopefully it comes back in, it'll be fine. But that's the play right now. Looking to get a little bit more out there at 91s. So there it is. We got it. Okay, so there it is. So we do get that play. Man. Damn. Okay, that's too bad. All right, the trade desk, because we nailed that. We nailed that trade, man. It's just we don't have, we got the wrong exit. My bad. I'm the one that puts them out, right? So it is what it is. The trade desk coming back into 32. We said that we maybe had VWAP as well. So 31.50, a potential trade there for us on the trade desk. Looking good, does pull back. Volume's pretty good. Obviously, 20 million shares. We'll definitely have a look there. I still don't mind reloading that Q's short if it does come back up to the upside. Broadcom 324. I did notice JP Morgan as I was going on that little rant about the futures there, as that's broken through 3 bills as well. So straight fire to the upside on that one as well. 297 up to 301. Did Robinhood catch flames? No, not really. And if anything, they caught hands, I guess. Downside early. Upside.
These software names are going.
Yeah, maybe that's what's
CRM
helping.
is looking pretty
Does that
strong.
break 200 yet? Or?
By the way, SoFi is actually.
By the way, Intel just
200
tanked again.
Almost $200 here on CRM. Yeah, I just saw Intel coming back. I'm going to
way back.
I
You
know.
would be up in the money now.
It's annoying. Too early. Front end instead of the back end. The annoying thing is I said wait for the It doesn't really matter. It could be choppy this morning, kind of wait for like the first couple of candles to set up, and that 15-minute would have been nice, but Intel back under that 45 half. So yeah, it would be in the money, but it doesn't matter at this point. So if it holds VWAP, I'll try to jump into it again. You already mentioned the trade desk. I'm not going to go over that. It still looks like it's coming back in. And Netflix is retaking $100. Super strong day for Netflix. This is one of the, at least it's a little bit more clear what's happening in Netflix. It's stair-stepping to the upside. There just hasn't been a pullback on the 15. And once we can do that, this first one's going to close green, that $100 level. It's a secondary breakout at this point, which I'm not chasing. I should have been looking at this instead of the trade desk, because this was much better of an entry point. Look at your nice little bottoming tail and then reload. Just give me another one of those and we'll try to jump into Netflix instead of the trade desk going ham. But yeah, software names, as I was mentioning, looking like they could be the other piece of the pie that had the futures get to the upside.
I don't have execution. So just let you know that right now. So attention for that. I don't know if you do or not, but I do not. Okay, so do you have execution?
Yeah, I can cancel.
Okay, that doesn't mean, did you try to put out a new order?
Yeah, let me just do that.
Hopefully you have it.
Yeah, it worked.
Okay, good. So I'll just refresh and hopefully have execution for myself. Right now, Intel for some reason looks like, doesn't even look right to me. It's not even, something's wrong, I think.
You know what?
I mean, it's just a question. Do you have execution?
No, I had a stop that didn't trigger, though.
Okay, so that's what I was asking you. If we put out an order and let
No,
me
I could
know.
put an order out, but I had a stop that didn't trigger.
Okay, I can't even put an order out, so there definitely is something wrong right now with our system. But you can see right now the NASDAQ is falling back down in right now pretty good. I'm just going to go and see if I can find some help.
Yeah, I'll go into the chat in a quick little second. It might be a stop order that wasn't working as well.
Yeah, there is.
I can throw orders.
Okay.
I can throw orders out, and I can cancel them. But my stop didn't trigger.
I cannot.
So, anyways, we're gonna go back to the market for you guys. It doesn't really matter. I think it's probably just local to us, anyways, because no one was complaining.
Well, no, it's only me.
Online.
You're not. You have no problems.
Well, outside of a script.
Yeah. I can't even put out orders.
Just to go back to Palantir here for a second, just went to the market for a second. Palantir, I saw people say it's a breakout. Yes, but also coming back in like their names. Oh, that Intel is going to be so annoying. The trade desk, unfortunately, waiting for this to set up for a dip buy to the long will end up being a fail because it never really sets up. And on the other hand, I'm looking over at Netflix, which did. And that's still going higher. It failed 100 a second time, so we still can't break out that 100. But now it looks pretty good off of prior resistance levels. So that could be the place to go here, Netflix. Looking a little bit better than the overall market. And then, of course, Intel was a bit of a swing and a miss. That's disappointing, but you got to move on to the next. And AMD, which we said would have
Everything is Chinese.
would have a little bit of trouble. It's now underneath that volume-weighted average price. It feels like this was a little clearer than Intel. Rejected the prior high, and now it's under this low. So as long as you hold underneath VWAP, that could be a nice little play. Let us know what other symbols you guys are looking at. PayPal, I see in the chat. Remember $, everybody. Make sure you use that $, $PYPL. I saw BBAI in the chat. We didn't look at this. Day 2 after earnings. It was a nothing burger yesterday. Is this doing something? Not
2%.
This still needs to break 4. It's a pretty clean 4 break on BBAI. Look at the last couple of sessions. If it can do that, great. If it can't, pretty much nothing.
I logged out and back in, so
sometimes that works. Oh wow, what just happened to Netflix?
I just can't believe this market's tanking. And
2 seconds ago, I was like, okay, Netflix, see if it holds on to VWAP. Now you're all the way back through 98.5. Yikes. Maybe we can actually catch this. Oh, there we go. That's a little bit better. But I'm looking at AMD short, not Netflix short. So AMD just lost the volume-weighted average price. Looks like it's time to get in. There's your topping tail rejection candle. So give it to the prior high, which is about 21 change, and look for it to break down underneath that $200 level here on AMD. So lots moving. I know there's some small cappers moving around. That TPET apparently is going again. We'll keep our eyeballs on that. I haven't seen any halts or any crazy movements on OMOBEX is in play as well. Let's go to Adara for an update.
I want to let you guys know, President Trump did post in Truth Social. It's nothing market related, so I'm not even going to get into it. But that post comes out as we do get a little bit of a pullback in the market. So this could, and we've seen this happen before. The market reacts to completely unmarket related Truth Social posts. Like for what it's worth, I'll tell you, he just posted about the Save America Act. But again, nothing that would necessarily be moving the market. So he did post. I'm not seeing anything else here with regards to this market. And furthermore, I want to let you guys know we don't have any economic data coming through. I mean, obviously 9:45 already happened, but we don't have anything at 10 a.m. either. So no economic data from me. Back to you.
So this is part of the risk when your system goes down. Like the market, I was trying to get out when it was down into here, man. It just went to 80s and everything. And unfortunately, we just got back up. I just got back up and was able to get some out at 90. So that kind of sucks. We throw some money out, but that's what happens sometimes when you are, just dancing around and
didn't trigger again.
Don't have execution.
Yep.
But anyways, that's what that is. So, all right, we'll just get it figured out later. All right, so if that comes back up here, I still think I like the short. I mean, underneath, it basically came up right to the spot that I was liking before and gave us that trade. So, we'll try it again maybe right now against that $50.25 mark. That was the level that that I did like. I wrote it down. It's now worked against me twice. Well, once it was against me, the second time it was great. We'll try it again right here. Just shorting a little bit back in now. We'll see if we can get something out, in the O's, and then we'll see about a lower bid coming through, a lower offer, hitting lower bids coming soon on the TQ. So we'll just average that in right against that high, 50.25 right there. And again, it's kind of like, if we're looking at it, I'm not just throwing darts at this thing. Like I really thought this was gonna be a level here that we could hold to the downside. So far, so good. But, we started the trade a little early the first time. And if we get stopped out again, let's just do it at 50.30, which is coming up pretty darn close right now. So that will be the stop out there. If it does start to break higher, we have to be very careful with said trade. So here it comes right back into those levels one more time. And assume that Intel has made its way back upside as well.
Oh, everything is absolutely flat.
Yeah, Intel comes right back into the 200 period moving average there. So I don't know. Maybe I have to look at some silver and gold and all that kind of stuff. But for right now, this is what I'm doing.
I don't know about.
No, it's not.
I don't know about that because silver is in the same range as before. It's not really doing much. Gold will be doing the same thing. Crypto's actually other direction at this current moment. So look, it looks like it's an everything rally in the big cap tech. I just had a second stop not trigger, so thankfully I was able to punch out manually.
I still think there might be something going on, guys.
I'm just going to use it. No, I'm going to use a different stop. I'm going to use EJ. I'm going to start using EJ because it was the same one. So I just used 2 or 3.
There we go. Holy.
So now we're starting to come back in.
There we go, futures, because there it goes, man. Finally, just it's so, the money plane is coming in right there on that trade. But we do exit it out a bit because we are nervous. I mean, that this move may not result in a downside play. Let's get some more out 01s, and we just follow our plan, man. That's how you do it. Wait for your levels, and then even if you're wrong, get some out on the way down. I just got out of 75% of that trade on the way back down to put us back to where we need to be net-wise here today. But yeah, that was a very, very upsetting point there when it wasn't working on the platform. But okay, out a little bit. And sometimes we got great support here at Real Trading, so you just hop into our chat. That's where I got the advice and, was able to handle that problem. So thank you to Real Trading for that real time. Like I put it in the chat and I was answered within 5 seconds pretty much. Okay, so nice move. We're going to get out still if this breaks 30, so it's still in there for the stop, but I'm not going to reload it. No, I feel really lucky to be able to empty that clip when it just ticked down like that right there, right now. You're saying that everything was ripping. I assume that's, okay, well, not really Robinhood too much.
Not everything.
Everything.
Crypto is not.
Yeah, and okay, so that's, so Robinhood downside. Crypto, I thought crypto got to about 72, and now it's about 72.2.
We're at 72.2.
So horrible.
It's trying back to the upside and break through up. It's just not able to do it currently, so looking a little bit weak. I'm going back.
Here goes the futures.
Look, the trade desk here is trying. Trade desk under VWAP. This can't even get going anymore, so that looks like a big disappointing one. So trade desk might be a bit disappointing. It was over 20% to the upside. Could just be too far of a chase. Tesla's trying to go. That's looking okay. Jumping right back over to those tips. We have not looked at this name in quite some time. On chart. Micron now holding $400 and trying to settle on this double top. Okay, finally IBIT. All right, starting to see something happen in Bitcoin. If it can do that, yesterday it was, I bought the dip early and didn't wait for it to hold VWAP. So this was the moment. It was actually 10 o'clock. I didn't even get this thing good until it was 10 o'clock. So this could be the same kind of story. Let it get over VWAP, preach that patience and allow it to happen. It's not a long until I see that recovery back above the volume weighted average price. It's getting a little bit closer now, so this is starting to set up a little bit. Commodity King says the IGV is flying. Well, we saw what CRM was doing.
Yeah.
I'm going to make an assumption Microsoft probably doing if the IVG is going, then I'm sure it is as well. So yeah, the IVG, if that's what's leading the market, that leads credence to the everything bounce trade, I would think, in tech. But not everybody's participating. Trade Desk is a huge disappointment. There hasn't even been a green candle in 15 minutes in Trade Desk, so then I'll be sitting that one out for a while.
Yeah, I'm going to try to go long here on Netflix. It's back above 98.50 right there. Let's get above its most recent little level right here on the, we're just gapping down right now, so we'll see. Oh, what? Why am I not getting long? 90, oh, 95.50 I put down there, my bad. See, there it goes. Well, we just, oh man. Just the wrong prices today for me. We wanted 98.50 long there, and I put 95.50. Okay, maybe if it comes back in, we'll get that fill anyways, but here goes Netflix trying to go a little bit higher. We could take a small position here at 79, and then if it does come back in into that 98.50, which it looks like it might do, we'll average it back in just a little bit there and see if that can work. So we're gonna go Netflix on a pull back in. We know it's a strong name. There bounces off the 200. That's why we like the 98.50. Gave us a pretty good out with limited risk, right? So 98.27s or so was that most recent low. So we can double check that. But there it goes again, man. We'll ride that bull on Netflix and see where it goes from here. Get some out in the 90s. Good trade there, but we don't have a better price. My bad. What up, Dara?
Stock I know you like, BBAI, big hopping higher as U.S. Representative Lisa McClain filing for a stock purchase. BBAI, back to you.
Exactly. There you go, Lisa McClain, whoever
Oh, and it just broke that $4.
Yeah, I'm going to break $5 soon, too. But there goes Big Bear AI. We like that stock for sure. Just waiting out for that Netflix. Hopefully it goes higher. You know where my out is on that one. And, yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know, whenever you see that sort of buying like that, sure, it's a nice catalyst. Obviously, we'd rather see it be, you know, business related rather than just some rando buying it. But whenever you got someone in the government buying shares, we do know that that can rally the retail side as well. Yeah, it can't. I mean, it could be worse. You could be selling some shares. So that's a nice move higher. But I guess in order to sell, you got to buy it in the first place. So we'll see. Nice move up 5%. Considering what the market's doing down today, we'll take that Big Bear AI 5% move. And we had said we like these levels. So this is kind of where I'm long anyways. So hold out hope that eventually it works out for us. Netflix is pulling back a little bit. We don't have a big position for unit. We'll see if we get a little bit more down there near 50 where we like it. And then if that happens, good. Doesn't, then, you know, we've already got the long on it. We can wait for it. So, yeah, so far so good here on the day. Just waiting for Netflix to sort of mature up. We like that BBAI. Next stop, $7.
Well, hopefully 420 first.
Yeah.
That 420 is always a bit of a level. So we finally got to VWAP here on IBIT. So starting into it, once it can hold, we're going to add to this on the way to the upside. The other thing that I'm going to keep a monitor on is if BM&R starts to look better, this is a setup for a potential breakout on that chart. So if we start to get higher, I might like both of them here today. The other name, obviously, we can't think in the market for you guys, but NVIDIA is starting to look good. At the open, NVIDIA was actually weak, but it's double bottomed at 181 and starting to hold higher. Everything rally. NVIDIA could go. It was a bit of a swing. It was obviously a swing and miss on Intel, but as it comes back in, your chance to short 46 might have already come. It twice went into this high and pulled back into VWAP. So this is a sit it out. I know I wrote 646 down on the note. This is sit it out and let it press into here and try to break the trend. Like, I'll go for a trend break on this instead of trying to fight Intel as it goes higher and higher. And some other crypto names here. Robinhood can't seem to get the VWAP either. I think once these start to bust through, they'll look a heck of a lot better. It's a weird day. Yesterday, I was complaining about SoFi. And today, SoFi flies. Like, go figure. Yesterday, Robinhood was strong and SoFi was weak. Today, Robinhood's not doing anything and SoFi is 4%. If there's a story as to why SoFi seems to be so strong. I couldn't find it, but it's on an absolute chart. So shout out to everyone in the chats that's been posting about it, because I'm not sure why we're so strong. I'm happy about it, but what the story is with SoFi.
Yeah, the banks. I mean, there's a strong resurgence here with some of the banks. We saw Robinhood go to the upside as well. But yeah, I mean, JP Morgan pulled back. So you're right. I mean, I didn't even realize. Last time I was looking at JP Morgan, it was doing this. Yeah. Now it's doing that. So yeah, not maybe. It looks like there is definitely something to that. We do have more shares on Netflix, but it doesn't look like it really wants to do anything at these levels. So we got to let it percolate and get back up into that $99 level. And if that can happen, then okay. We'll take that to the upside and see if that wants to go there on Netflix. You know, a name that we always were looking at today, Robinhood, K83, not doing anything there either. Let's take a look at the earnings plays that we had looked at earlier. Broadcom, wow. Yep, it does exactly the move. I had actually said 322. It goes to 323, not quite there. It's not that I was going to take the long. It had to have basically come way back in. Like if that 321 or 320 had popped, then I think that would have been something. We'll look there for for Broadcom on the downside of that play. Netflix bouncing around, futures still going higher, so we're stopped out of that trade as that just kept on climbing. But it's Broadcom right now leading the way, and maybe it's Nvidia as well as some of these. You had mentioned AMD was strong early. Yeah, there goes Nvidia right now to the high side, breaking through. Micron's breaking through $400. We just need Netflix to go. Something's going on over there with it not happening. Micron 402 and breaking right now, a nice level on the day. Took that level out and needs to get back to 404, but a nice little recovery play there for MU as well. Just waiting for Netflix, man. Hopefully that one will go. Adara happening now. What's going on?
Sorry, guys, I just realized I'm a couple minutes early on this. My bad. But let's talk here about this market and what's happening now. I do have some comments as well I want to mention coming through from with regards to the Middle East. Fed's Bark has been speaking as well earlier today. Fed is going to be going meeting by meeting. There are some doubts being raised by this recent inflation data. Fed might not be done, quote, the inflation fight. So bag hawkishness coming from these Fed speakers as of this morning. I want to mention here, I'm seeing reports here, the ITF saying that seafarers are going to be given right to refuse passage through the Strait of Hormuz, and the Strait of Hormuz will be designated a warlike operation area. So oil will absolutely remain in focus. Furthermore, Pete Hegseth, who is, of course, U.S. Secretary of Defense, he's speaking right now. I'm seeing a lot of comments coming through, but it seems to be more about the U.S.-Mexico border than anything else, if there is anything Iran-related. Of course, I will keep you all informed. Let's talk about Broadcom, AVGO here. Solid earnings, nice growth, specifically AI revenue, and they're guiding better than expected for Q2 2026. That being said, AVGO not moving too positively, or at least giving up basically all up at the open. Speaking of giving up some of its gap, TTD doing the same thing here. The truck was on watch this morning. A couple different catalysts. For one, report from the information suggesting that OpenAI could be in talks here for some kind of advertising deal or collaboration with TTD, and then TTD CEO Jeff Green filing the purchase of 6.4 million shares over the Monday to Wednesday period. NVDA also going to be on watch here. Financial Times reporting that this company has switched some of its China H200 chip production to its Vera Rubin chip. Now, I also want to mention here some earnings after the bench. Sean's mentioned quite a few times already, but Marvell will absolutely be on watch. Costco, though, in focus. They're reporting after the bell as well. Not having too good of a morning today on COST, and it will act costing a little less heading into that report. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Go over to Sean and Neil.
I know. All right, thank you, Adara. Today we did have Mitch on, and basketball fans get ready for March Madness. But what do traders and investors get? This year, we get Market Madness. Trade the Pool is hosting Ultimate Market Bracket Tournament, and guess what? You're invited. Pick your stock coach, join them during the draft night as they pick their top 5 hot stocks and battle it out for massive prizes and bragging rights all throughout April the 6th. Not pumped yet? You can also enter your own Market Madness bracket or pick your 5 stocks and outperform the champion to win a $5,000 evaluation account. Get ready. The draft is on the 5th of March, which is today. Scan the QR code right now to EA Sports. Get in the game on that one. But you're going to have to beat Joe, who will win this contest, apparently. So shout out to Joe.
You don't even know how.
Don't worry, Joe knows how it works. He's going to enter that contest and just dummy it. But get in there. We're just playing around. Get in there. Join the fun with Trade the Pool. But please read all the contest rules and everything, so that you can, as Neil said, figure out exactly way to play it and get that evaluation account. We want to thank Mitch for stepping up and in here today for us. That was fun.
And to TPS reports, we usually do brackets.
Did you file your TPS report, by the way?
I always file my TPS reports.
Good. Yeah, you got to make sure you do that
every single time.
For
the actual March Madness, we usually do brackets. A couple of years ago, we did one for the. We actually had a spreadsheet for the viewers.
Yeah, that was fun.
Well.
By the way,
I do it every year myself, but.
Netflix is ripping. There goes Netflix. We have been shorting NVIDIA, which is real nice. But there goes Netflix, man. I hope that you guys have that face slapper on right now. It's NFX. I'm going to get a little bit more out here on NVIDIA. We did short the top. I almost got short again at the just missed us. So I was actually waiting at 85. I mean, I can't do this anymore. It went to 78, so we missed it by a couple pennies. We'll wait to see if it does come there and then re-short it. But yeah, here comes Netflix, and breaking through $99, so that was a good one. Just bouncing off VWAP. So let me take another piece out here at 06. I believe we just got it again. So now we go upside on Netflix and see if we can break through VWAP. And again, our stop was always going to be this 200 period, so that order is still in there if it does. And that's going to be my stop area. So well worth the risk to reward here, but we just got to get it to break through VWAP. Let's put another order at 99.20s, and then we'll get out of that. We're actually at 16s. There it goes. Give me it. Ooh, bounces off of us again there. Give me that 16. Bounces off again. But that's what we're looking for right there. Get it. And then, by the way, let's go, man. Netflix. NVIDIA side here. Let's see if we get a 25 fill. But so far, so good on some of these reloads. We just had to be more patient with our day. We started it off shorting that Intel, which was completely right, Neil. And then
not
Intel
anymore. Is absolutely flying.
Wow, a lot of these, why is NVIDIA
to
tanking? Okay, we got to...
Well, Intel's not NVIDIA.
That's for sure.
That's very different. So Bitcoin... IBIT got to that pre-market resistance spot, was able to take some out, just put it in front of the 41. So it's a similar setup to yesterday, but yesterday when it made that jaunt under the volume weighted average price, we held higher lows the whole way. So if it can't hold on to the prior bar, then that's an easy out, which is about 95 or so. So that's where the out's going to be. Intel is, like I was saying, Intel is not stopping, but it did finally fill in 15 minutes. Sheesh. It did finally start to fill in this gap. The last time we were here, we broke the 46 all the way to 46.5 before coming in. So if we're waiting for it to get to a key level, it looks like it just did and put a bit of a turn. I said I'd wait for a trend break to even think about shorting this again. So that's going to look something like this. Unless we... Yeah, no, I'm going to leave this trend break in. It has to do that kind of a trend break. And then Trade Desk, which I thought there'd be a heck of a lot going on with the Trade Desk. It's not doing anything but falling still. So Trade Desk ends up being a nothing burger. I thought this would be fun for the long, but if you didn't have it in the pre-market, there was nothing to be done with the Trade Desk. Frustrating. Yep. Because it just doesn't want to turn around. And this is a clean trend break if it does.
It's not.
Or there's your top. If it can just break this trend, then I can get into and it has an easy upside for about $1, but it's just not setting up.
Everybody may or may not be seeing Randy very soon because we've asked for a reload, so he'll be coming right back.
True.
All right, man. The cleanest trade for me today because it's just had one in, which we had multiple ins, but it's your face slapper of the day. And oh boy, man, this brought our net right back, make something more comfortable now. As NVIDIA coming right back in, we shorted that top take there as we had just noticed that it was running just a little bit into the levels of yesterday's closing prices. I like that short there. Sometimes you got to get lucky. I think we did right there with NVIDIA because the market's also pulling back just a little bit right now as well. Be a good take. And, not much better of one either. This is a pretty clean trade. The only thing is, too, we had to average in a little. We're out of half now. Actually, just a little. Wow, okay. Just a little bit more than half. I mean, what just happened there? I'm going to offer 87s now to take 23 pennies on it. But we did a good opportunity. Did we get those 80? Yes, we did. Okay. Oh, no, we didn't get 87s. Now we do. So yeah, good opportunity there. But this is why, like, it's not just a line on the chart, it's VWAP. And I like to, protect that and use that as a level of interest. And that's exactly where we came up to. So when we talked about emptying the clip, that was 10%. Then up here was another 40% out. And then we just got another 10% there as well. So now we're starting to, still looking for it to blow upside. We got out of half of our, I'm going to get another piece right now at 16. Got out of half of our NVIDIA down here as well. Then half upside, and then we have some down there. Bouncing now off the 5 and the 200 period moving average. I was getting greedy, man. I was waiting down here at 185 to get the fill at VWAP. So hopefully we can still get that. Looking to go a little more short side, and then the stop was always going to be 183 anyways. So, so far so good on board profile. And then I'll throw it back to Neil. I just want to see what's going on with Jay right here, which is the day contract on crude. Nice NVIDIA. Shorty got low, low, low. We may get up. And we do. Did we just get VWAP right there on NVIDIA? Yes, we do, man. That's exactly the trade that we are looking for right there. Top of the day, back to VWAP. We would have held them all, but we still got a good part on as it's starting to go back downside right now. We like that trade for us on NVIDIA. Right there, but short Intel, that is, I don't know if that's working out because
well, it's breaking trend.
Okay.
I slapped the all-day trend on it, the trend line, which I did the same thing for Trade Desk. So taking the all-day trend line, all morning trend line. It's only been 30 minutes, but you get the idea. Prior bar up in the 30s. This one hasn't gone yet, unfortunately. So those are the two things that we're working on. At least I'm working on. For now. This might not even happen on Trade Desk. Looks like we're just going to continue to break lower and lower. I'm going to leave it in there and see what can happen with it. IBIT did come out, so it could not hold on to that bid, but that's why you have that stop at the par. It's now through the lows. And if it goes if we fill further the gap, it's about 39.6 to 40 that's going to be your support range off the 70,000, but it looks like it's getting weak. So trend break is happening on Intel. Oh, now it's starting to go. All right, I had to go back to Trade Desk here. Trade Desk is finally starting to break that trend line. So here we go. Trade Desk could be the first trade. Well, it is the first time I'm going to get into this. Up 20%. The news on Trade Desk, I know the ad story, but the bigger deal was the CEO buying 148 mil worth of share. In my opinion, that's the bigger story. Good for OpenAI, but yeah, the big story is the share buy by the CEO.
Yeah, we like that story there. And we saw a similar thing with Greg A. Berkshire. We can have a quick little look back at that. We just got 99s.
That didn't excite me, actually.
Yeah, we just got some 99s there. That's $15 million. And
wasn't a lot.
That's why I asked Adair. I was like, huh? This BRK, a lot, right? BRK.B. I was, I wanted to get some more of this because, I don't mind the stock.
I don't know what they're doing.
Well, but there's no dividend associated with it. It has had a move up recently. I mean, wow. Damn it. Oh, man, it was just a couple days ago. And I was talking about that dividend, and I was talking about it at these levels. I didn't realize it's had that move back up right now for, I almost said bad on Berkshire there. But, yeah, 47.75, 475 was a great little level there for that downside. Okay, man. Obviously good takeouts there on the low side there, as we talked about how much of NVIDIA that we actually even have left. We have a quarter left now. More outs. We got the fact that we got that VWAP. That was like the saving grace right there. Nice trade. Now we'll wait to see what it wants to do now, moving higher. Looking to read this, as we said, around that 85 marker. We can go down to 75 now. Let's just put an offer there. 182.74s. We'll sit there and take a little bit of shares if it does come back up to that upside, because we had just missed it last time. So no point in waiting at 85. If it's going to give us 75, we'll take it. 10 cents, honestly, shouldn't matter that much to us. We're going to get stopped out anyways when it breaks through those levels. So, all right, let me take another piece here in the mid 40s. Then we'll go to the mid 30s and get some more out as we are getting a little. As the market may be rallying back, I don't know. Good couple outs on Netflix as well, but yeah, I need to throw them out right now and see what's going on with them.
Darth Loquitur.
Okay.
I think that's a character.
Oh, CRM.
CRM might hold above 200. How do you see it for long? Well, I wish I probably still have some CRM shares from like way back in the day, so full disclosure, and they'd be from years and years ago that I just was probably too dumb not to dump at this point. But you have the classic rounded bottom breakout, but you're right. Holding above 200 is key. If your time daily chart, then it has to do it on the daily chart. Breaking it intraday doesn't necessarily mean anything. You could close at 195 today for all we know. So yeah, I would agree with the whole has to hold up 200, and then you've got a rounded bottom relief rally. Just you saw the entire sector, the software sector is going. So I think that gives you a little bit of extra credence. Madison, okay, please tell me I'm not alone. Okta 75 calls. I'm not in them, so I've never been involved in Okta. But I know they're up a bit, but I haven't looked at the chart today, and because it's not usually a day trading stock. Oh, where's this one? Congratulations! I'm assuming you're winning. I can't imagine a way in which you are not winning on this with your 75 calls. Don't know what you paid for them. Not looking at the chain right now, and I don't know what your expiry is, so there's a heck of a lot of information that we don't know. But yeah, congratulations on that one. They're holding gains very, very nicely. Even with the futures at resistance and pulling back, the highs. That's always a good sign. So not much of a pullback there on Okta. But that's not, you can't really know how they're doing without knowing more details. Like, when do they expire?
Yeah, no. Yeah, but it looks great. I mean, I like the.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks great.
Especially, remember, you are getting a bounce now in software names. So Okta helping out with that. And what else is helping out with this? A software name, potentially. I mean, Netflix is an app, essentially, a service. And there it goes now, right back there, back through VWAP. We take bills up there at the high of this most recent move and at the last little support level. Just to let you guys know, on Netflix, man, 15% left. Could have reloaded it, didn't. Nice move higher. Let's see if we get to, basically, let's just roll now. No point in me doing anything else with
not
this
that thing again.
Anymore, okay? And let's just go over this and have a quick little look. It's already 10:13. I do want to look at the broader markets in a couple seconds as well. No, do not. 75.50. Man. Look at it a little bit earlier, my guy. I'm just looking at stocks that aren't working for me. There's silver, 75.50 as our short. There's silver, 75.50 twice in the open market. Now down $1 from those levels. So, oh boy, man, those were good ideas not executed on.
Randy.
Yeah, there it is, man. What a call on silver twice, like 75.50 right there. Okay, that's fine. Comes back up and gives us a little bit of a look there as well. May not, but that was a crazy there. Netflix seems to be pretty good too. It's almost $1 now. See if we can get breaking through 99.60. But yeah, that's too bad about that silver. Too bad. All right, man. We'll look at Battle and we get back from Madeira.
Let's talk here about some other headlines coming out of the Middle East. There have been a lot we've been kind of trying to do is wait a couple minutes, see how many we can really get. So UAE saying the defense currently are responding to a missile threat. So UAE's defense system is apparently responding to a missile threat. Abu Dhabi residents reporting sounds of a blast. And last but not least, IDF, so that's Israel's military, announcing that they have eliminated a Hamas commander in the Tripoli area. Back to you.
Okay. Okay.
You said we'd look at that MobX. Unfortunately, that might have been the kiss of death. It was coding a second ago. It was trying to hold VWAP. It was trying to hold $1. It's been fighting with $1 for warning, and it looks like it's about to lose the battle as we speak. So, it sucks. If anyone's watching this, the dollar level's been pretty big for it. Well, Intel's a fail again. TE's trying to go, but Intel, it just broke. We had our trend break. That didn't. We had our trend break. There's my bar exit. The second it ticks 1 cent above. Starting to get out when we caught that bid a second ago. But thankfully, the futures are starting to go. But our other trend break trade is starting to work its way back to the upside. I'm not adding to this. We get our one entry on that bar entry, and all we wait for is a volume weighted average price. I'll hold some for a push through if we can get it. But I still think the retracement swap is the way to go with this bad boy. Very unfortunate because I actually liked Netflix at 97, but it looks like it's still chopping around inside. So I'm going to stay away from that. And we actually have a poll up. Okay. Market today, dip and rip, pop and fade, short Qs, chop all day. I don't think we chop all day. I'd go pop and fade, which 37% chop all day, 20% say pop and fade, dip and rip 31%, short the Q, straight up 6. I'd be not definitive.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't listen to us too much today, man. We don't have too many winners on board, but I'm going to go with what I'm doing, pop, then fade. I'm shorting the Qs again right now, and yeah, it's been what's been a pretty, obviously, tough day but yeah, we're just going to wait. I mean, it's just nothing's really going. That's kind of what I mean by it. I mean, netting to maybe a little bit. Let's have a quick look at some other names. And we saw financials pull way back in as well. And just watching out for NVIDIA, we just took another piece on the low side of that just to see where it wants to go. But yeah, definitely, man, as I was saying, I'm going to be red today for sure. So we'll have to, because of the futures, hopefully it comes back in here. NVIDIA has been really great. NVIDIA has been great. Netflix has been great. It was short early. And the futures trade, we're net short now, and it's coming back. So we're at a reasonable level, as we always say, as Neil always says, you know, like you have to look to see like how much you made or lost yesterday, how much you're losing today, and try to keep it in the pocket. Yeah, exactly. Broadcom 5%, Walmart getting, so glad we're in Target, not Walmart, but I feel like Walmart's a better stock, better company, better stock right now. So I may rotate out, man. Like the fact that I can get Target at 120, right now, and then just rotate into a Walmart that's kind of getting crushed right back to the lows of their earnings when they bounced off 120. That's been a good support level. I might think about doing that because for a long-term trade, Walmart, I believe, will be better than Target, although I love the dividend that Target is throwing at me every day. A little bit more of a bid here coming on NVIDIA. I don't have... There it goes. Or I was going to say, we're at the 50-period moving average. Just put a bid out now. Take something out there. And here comes the TQs. As we said, no crying over spilt milk. We just get back into it. And, you know, not always right. Sometimes we get back into things too much. But right now, I like this futures trade. And we'll see if we want to go lower. Yeah, drill, baby, drill, as you can hear over on that. So we're supporting the oil trade around here. A couple more outs on the TQs at the 50 average. Let's see if we get just a little bit lower now. As everything's working out for us, man. 30 cents here, 30 in NVIDIA, and 70 in Netflix. But just need a little bit more action.
I'm back in. Those stops are not working again, by the way. Like this morning, everything, I haven't had a single green stop. Worse because 2 of them, my stops didn't trigger and I had to actually punch out manually, is what it is. And sometimes we have multiple stop orders we can use. Just shift to another one and you're good to go. One of those was actually on, but this just broke trend. So again, just wait for, don't revenge trade it. You know, that should have triggered here, and we end up punching out manually with a bad price. Wait, but we're going to get in when the trend breaks. We're going to put our stop at the prior bar high. We're going to look for the VWAP or trace, all of the normal things that I would do. Bids go in at support levels, so that'll be the 14 closed yesterday for the first look, and then down at about 1485 or so, then at about VWAP, the volume weighted average price. So we're going to get those orders in. And I'm still tracking trade desk. Like it wasn't terribly definitive in there. You might say, well, why such a tight stop? Because that's a setup. There's your long trend. There's your break. There's your out when it breaks bar, and then it resumes a downtrend. And if I can find another spot to jump in, it would make sense. Then we'll try to go again. And oh yeah, I forgot to mention the other small capper, just MobX. But thankfully, it's time to go to Adara, where she can do it for the small cap.
Well, we're going to talk about, guys, our couple caps here. One of them is, though, MOBX or MobX, as Neil just called it. Ecstatic new catalyst this morning, and that's basically the main reason I want to talk about it here. This name does have a 100 million cap. We know it's been trading with the last couple days. And MOBX today, the catalyst received new production orders for components used in a Gulfstream aircraft. So again, that kind of defense small cap type play coming into play. I didn't want to use the word play again, but here we are. CXI is going to be in watch. This one also does have a catalyst. CX app is the name of this company, launching the One Map experience, which they're calling a spatial intelligence layer, powering agentic works AI. So you've got more buzzwords here. Defense with that MOBX. This one going to be an AI play. $1 billion market cap. This name I know for a fact has run in the past. 25 million share float, 8.5% short float. Last but not least, Gaxos AI. This one is another repeater, as we like to call it. It's one that has certainly gapped up and rallied in the recent past and more than. GXAI here, $18.9 million market cap, float of 7.8 million. This is a sub 10 million share float, guys, for GXAI, securing a license from America First for counter UAS drone-to-drone hijacker systems. So another defense play. Defense and AI, the game for small caps today. Back to you.
Okay.
Static.
Every time you walk by.
Yeah, every time we see Fabian walking around, you want them.
My screen turns off.
PSX, what's up to golf franchise right there? I was going to say Pioneer, but it's Phillips 66. Yeah, we can. Okay, first of all, the futures are coming in. We've got a great trade. 50 cents now in the money on the TQQs. But yeah, great little look here for Pioneer. PSX up 2.5%. Wow, great chart as well, man. Going opposite right now, XOM and all that. So Phillips 66 right there, I guess on a nat gas. But, you know, again, thank you for the super chat right there and bringing that to everybody's attention. PSX really working out. I wonder what the dividend is looking like over there. I could get involved in that. That is... okay, there, yes, sir, man. We are one, and that's it, man. We are love trading these vehicles. Just a little too early today on the futures. Gave us headaches there. We got stopped out for a bigger hit than we would have. Well, no, not a bigger hit than we liked, but just a hit. And now we're back into the money as we watch this one come right back in. And then NVIDIA, let's go on the money train for NVIDIA as that's coming back in as well. We've been some mid-teens. Can't get a better trade here on NVIDIA to the downside. But definitely not letting these get too carried away with the profits, right? I mean, you don't necessarily want to always hold for the moon. Sometimes, or in this place, the basement. Take advantage when you're in levels. So right there, comes right back into the 50 period and the 200. We take it that one. And then, thank you so much, Rob. That's very kind of you to offer that. Thank you to Rob. He's the best. Rob's like MO are the awesome cups. Thanks, he always gives us the different cups.
Yeah,
so I got this polka dot one. You've got, that was from a viewer.
Yeah, we got these from our
Sent those
viewers
in with some coffee that one time.
Yeah, it's tasty coffee, and they actually sent us coffee beans and some mugs. There's a bunch of other ones.
Yeah.
No, there's just a bunch of mugs. Oddly enough, I have seen all of them in a while.
Yeah. Tons of mugs.
I feel like someone absconded with... What?
Which mug?
Weren't there like four of these things?
I think there were two, probably. One for you.
I thought there was four. Okay,
there may have been, but stop using those words, man. Upset, what the hell are you even doing? Okay, so here we go. 76-77 is another trade. I don't really have a word for it, but we'll just hit the sirens upside because there goes the TQs, man. We are now almost in that vaunted club right there. Pull back Netflix, fine by me, man. I'm not even really looking at it. Netflix now, we only have 10% left. We tied. Waiting for that dream, and I'm just going to stop out if it breaks. Let's fix that trade because it's now even lower. It was a break of 98.20. Now it looks like 98.39. 98.39. Right there. If we break back down below that 200 period moving average, then let's stop out of that, okay? So it would be that trade for me on that play. So let's see what winds up happening here with Netflix if it does break. Hey, man, I want this thing to absolutely crap because that means that all of them is going down too. NVIDIA, nice play to the downside for NVDA. Let's see if we get a little bit lower on that one. Rate touching VWAP, man, we've got it pretty good right there. There goes the Qs again. Another getting hit, another bid getting hit on NVIDIA. We're starting to break lower right now, man, and I hope that some of the shorts are printing for all of you guys out there now. So we'll get ready and we'll go after that. Hopefully some more downside coming through for my positions. I don't know if we want market right back at day's low again here on the NASDAQ.
The ES just broke low today.
Yeah, the NASDAQ just now.
Yeah, this is looking maybe like a hair weaker because the NASDAQ still got 25,000 on it, but the ES is definitely losing the bid. So yeah, we finally got the Rivian did a trend break. I'm going to pull back into VWAP. That's the standard. See if it can get lower. The other thing I didn't do was show you a daily chart on Rivian. It's also losing the 200 chop fest off that 200 period. I just like the lower highs that it's been putting into this flat bottom potential break. Actually almost broke that bottom. I do have nat gas storage apparently coming on through.
Okay,
We'll see how that goes, but watch out. All those high flyers from earlier, like if you look at was like CRM, I guess would be one of the best examples. It's catching a little bit of a top here. And the market's already at the lows, and these are starting to slow down rather precipitously. Intel's still
Nice MFD.
that says. But what else you got going on? MF Dangerous, what's he got?
No, he's bigging up over trade, and I want to say thank you so much for that, and thank you for you to take it at least. You still got half position left from 75.50. It's so crazy. And again, great work there, Dane. And obviously you guys are doing it yourself, but I'm glad that we had like-minded there on that silver. Unfortunately, don't have it, but really happy with what we do have. I don't even have NVIDIA on the list there today, and it's going to be my P&L number one by far there. And then the Qs are also trying to fall down. NVIDIA looks like it might be catching some here, so let's get offer again at 182. We'll get it just in case that does wind up turning itself around. I don't think we have to worry too much about a turnaround here. Doesn't look like anyways in the Qs. We just took another bid at that low. So far, so good there, and we'll just wait to see what we can do with the T-triple Qs coming through now to the down. Again, this is a triple levered NASDAQ ETF, and the price that we wrote down for this one was $50.50. Right there. So that was a good one. Just that's the price that we have. We were looking 50.25s up to 50.50s. There goes the downside play there. PSX ripping. Yeah, we did get that. So
thanks
for one. That was a good one, man. PSX is awesome. And yeah, appreciate
At the blue sky setup.
Yeah, exactly. We looked at that. I was like, how come I don't even know about that right there? We can look at crude oil. Thanks, MF Dane, generous there. We really appreciate all the love. Chad, of course. And I'm going to be back tomorrow. So, all right. Yeah, there it goes, man. Look at oil. Whoop. Down, upside. Downside for the market. Upside for oil. Now 5 and a bit percentage. But yeah, man, we're doing really well today, guys. NVIDIA dropping off. T's dropping off now. Can't be happier. I have it at 49.45 to get out of a third what we have left, and then we'll let it rock from there. Hopefully that low of the day does come through for us. So far, so good here today. Just really, the only mark on the account really is this Intel jump. So that part sucked because we did take shares there. I did like that 45.50. I feel like we got the market right, but for some reason I got the name wrong there. Only human. We don't have anything else wrong though. NASDAQ big time movements, and the market's fallen back in. Just should have gone long west at the end, at the beginning of the day. But how do you know that? We are going to get our Qs now as we break.
Oxy looks like manipulated.
You know what? Oxy looks manipulated. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first is manipulated. I'm going to bid 52s right here instead of 45s just to get this flow. I don't want to miss. So there it is right there. I was getting a little greedy, maybe waiting for the very bottom of the day. So let's just take that now, and we'll wave them in the air like we just don't care because we've got two stocks right now in the dollar clubs. We've got NVIDIA, which is now $1.20, and T, which is a clean dollar as well. So yeah, man, things going well.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Was starting to work. There goes the high on Rivian. You're breaking that trend, you're headed right back in. We went to our first support level, and then boom, it just broke out that high. So just no continue on this bad boy. Maybe Rivian Randy likes it, and it's going to be going. Now, we're actually going to get numbers, which is going to be, I thought it was Nat Gas today, but we're going to go to Adair first, but I'll explain what I meant on Oxy when we come back.
These oil numbers, next stocks change negative 1.32 billion compared to negative 1.24 billion forecast, negative 5.2 billion previous. So again, negative 132 billion for these oil future or nat gas changes. Back to you.
All I was getting at with Oxy is at the $54 level. Look at this; it's got the same heartbeat going on over and over again in the same 1% range, like. 54, half over and over and over again. And as the market's weak, we've seen energy be sent vice versa.
What? Is there news about NVIDIA or something? I guess it's just the whole. I have no idea, but now we're $2 in the money right now on NVIDIA. We're almost $1.50 in the money right now on the TQQs, and it's a dog kind of glizzy day right now if you've been trading to the short side. Wow, absolutely fell apart. There. I like NVIDIA right back into the lows of the day. We'll take it there. That's a bang up. That is for sure. Netflix, very, very green today, but could have been greener. We did lose it and got stopped out right there. So good out. We only had 10% left, so can't. If you're 10% out, is going to be the last that you have, and that's the only one that was put you red on the trade. That's going to be good. So 90% out of it for profit, 10% out of it for your. And then yeah, like, man, when you look at a chart, you realize how down the TQs is right now on the NASDAQ. So we just say thank you, NASDAQ, for that. And it's nice to see finally that strong, yes, 2 fills down, that stronger move to the downside. Man, 1030, and oh boy, are we on one right there with this market. Huge downside play. Like, is there anything out? Like, is Broadcom losing the bid here right now? Yes, it is. Back down into 326. So like I said, man, I know little bit of a rough day out there to try to find some big trades. You just had to kind of sit in them a little bit, and that can be uncomfortable, that is for sure. But sitting there watching this sort of count has been nice for the short. But yeah, maybe a good opportunity to pick some up if you're a little bullish on kids. Down 1% as we rocking early, and definitely not doing much here an hour in. But that's this is something that's really helped me. Don't have too much FOMO. Someone there in the chat's like,
I'd have all the FOMO on Intel if I was a FOMO guy.
FOMO as well. But yeah, man, I mean,
I'm almost top wick.
You just got what you got,
Well, that's part of the. Sorry, I'm just eating my.
Times it's tough.
Eating some cantaloupe there. No, sometimes it's just how it is.
Yep.
Like if what's been working for the last few months or so as this particular setup that's worked really well, part is, okay, well, I know where my out is be, and so you'll have stop outs like this where you get the entry, pretty much went to stop triggers, and then there's the follow through after the fact. So that happened on Intel, it could happen on Rivian, it could happen all over the place, but that's just par for the man. So I'll have my red day this week, and I guess it'll be a Thursday. But you know what, we're still early in the day. I want to go back to Mobix. MOBX. The annoying thing is which is MBOX as well. Don't get them confused. So this is still battling with, there's no negative direction yet off the $1 level for this stock, but it's worth noting it's battling back over $1 here. So it's one of the few small cappers. Well, it was good yesterday if you were playing it to the short side. Really, never really set up a long, but it's holding again. I like this wipeout bottom, hold the 90-cent higher low, and let's see if it can take out the top. There's a bit of room for this to run, and it's one of the better volume names out there. It's going to do it's done a couple hundred million shares here, but it needs to take out this 110. See that consolidation? You can take out 110. There's plenty of room to about 130 to 140, and then that's a level on the daily chart that we were talking about yesterday. So MobX on my radar. If I can find an entry, I don't want to FOMO it. If I can find an entry into Intel, I will. And it's through VWAP, so it could be like a VWAP hold underneath. It might end up having to be something along the lines of a consolidation, because 10:30. You have to, past 10 o'clock for me, it needs to look good on a 15-minute, which is a little bit more picky, unfortunately. So it's going to have to do something, maybe go a little bit sideways, consolidate. But this would be a nice spot for it to start holding. We're at yesterday's close price. Intel. It just had to take some time. And eventually it started to come back in. Intel's done this before. Just rallies on nothing, and then eventually you lose the bid.
Marissa just said this to me. This is why you got to have pets, man. The pets are so funny. Her cat, we have no idea how old she is.
Oh, that's the garden.
And so Marissa noticed that she's always looking out our back porch and seeing cats, or not cats, squirrels or birds or whatever. So this morning, put out some nuts or something out there, and gave a little bit of a pleasure to our friend there. That's Ali cat. That's her, Allison, or Ali, Alex, I guess what it is.
What you did.
And there it is right here, a squirrel. So there's actually a red squirrel running around our backyard right now. Pretty unique red squirrel. So that, that's something that I was hoping she would be able to see. But that friend, the red squirrel. Okay, that's that. We did take a little piece out there on the Qs as we made a move back upside. We'll take a little bit more out on that one. Let's check out what's going on with Robinhood. I mean, on this most recent market move down, there it is, man. Robinhood, wow, really getting clapped. Robinhood back to red. This name was at 84.50 not too long ago. Now Robinhood all the way back in. That's not good. and $80.50, $80.40 right there downside. Be careful with what's happening here on Robinhood. We've broken a lot lower. I was going to look at SPI and said, like, let me look at a stronger name, Robinhood, but it doesn't look like it's stronger at all. So let's move to the downside right now on Robinhood. Maybe pick some up on that gold card or whatever.
Oh, the gold card? Is that big of a catalyst? I think it's good. I don't know if it's a singular enough catalyst to make it do anything relative to the market, fortunately. You know, SoFi is better. Like, that's not weak. SoFi is actually looking a little bit better. Like, I might throw that one up somewhere. Because at this point, like, I'm looking for something to break a trend, and when you've got a long downward trend like this, then things start to have that type of a setup. So I want it to be something relatively strong if I can. SoFi does, at least for now, fit that bill, but it's under VWAP, which isn't always the best in the world. On the 15-minute, doesn't look like it's really setting up any kind of a bottom just yet. Yeah, but SoFi looks like it could be on the radar. Throw up that super chat from Adam here.
Okay.
There we go. Adam G still abroad.
Oh.
Let's analyze the market a second. Why are the market makers just propping it up? Let the damn thing crash and buy retail shares. This chop is ridiculous.
Burn.
There's also apparently another one.
Burn it to the ground.
So we'll get to the golf franchise again. FENY, Fidelity Energy ETF, ship. Energy's been looking good.
We just giving you guys, I know it's been tough, man. I only traded, like, I'm 2 for 4. We're going to go now 3 for 5 if Robinhood holds. So there's a quick little scalp. We went long at 60s there. We just got out at 95s. And we only got out right there of 10%. So we might be adding the losing stockpile today, but we'll watch out for Robinhood. I'm just playing against that low of the day. Just in case we do have a little bit of a retracement back, we'll average it. We get a little bit more there at 70. And it does break. That low of the day is 40. So if it breaks that, we can get out of Robinhood. But if there is a little bit of a play back, I mean, we still are short the market, short NVIDIA. So it's not like, you know, I'm super pumped about this market going higher. Wouldn't mind a little bit of a pullback, though, in the futures and let Robinhood settle itself out. I'm going to bid right now something on the TQs 59s. I think I just put a bid out there. So hopefully that will fill us. But here we go, man. We're going to start along on Robinhood. So it is a new position alert right there on Robinhood, giving it just to 80.40, the low of the day. So, you know, it could be a hit. If it is, it'd be for 30 cents or so with slippage. I think that there's an easy opportunity to get 30 cents if this market just ticks up a little bit from here. But momentum is downside on Robinhood. So we're trading lightly. I have like half of a unit. So not a big one because the slippage feel like could be big if we do break low side on Robinhood. All right, I think that was a call for Adara.
I'm about to start this sector watch by saying something I haven't said in a while, and that is technology is outperforming the rest of the market here. There's outsized strength within the tech sector. We did have Money Mitch this morning from Trade the Pool referring to this as well, but Palo Alto Networks, now CRM, AAPL, as Neil and Sean were mentioning earlier today with CRM, particularly Adobe, CrowdStrike, these are all going to be making at least 3% or high 2% moves to the upside. The other sector that's kind of strong here is the energy minerals sector, as we do have, again, more reports with regard to the happenings in Iran. Other than booking holdings with a nice push at the upside, consumer services really red. Consumer non-durables, red. Health technology, markedly weak. Producer manufacturing, utilities, process industry, transportation, though DoorDash is actually up 4% here. They're implicated in that Robinhood Platinum card. They're one of the non-energy minerals going to be weak here as well, along with health services. Now to get back to tech here, because we talked a little bit about tech services, electronic technology actually pretty weak with the notable exception of Broadcom, up 4% now off of earnings. Finance going to be right across the board for Berkshire Hathaway. That's because new CEO Greg Abel purchasing $15 million worth of the stock, and the company also announced going to be share buybacks or share repurchases. It's been a 2-year hiatus. I haven't done this since 2024. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. Thank you. All right, yeah, thank you very much, Adara. We did get out of some more cues there as we ripped up. I out of a little bit there as we took down the 200 period. That's generally speaking a trend changer. I'm here at 60s to see if there's a play there as well. But that's a look for me on that stock. And then Nvidia's made a move back up, and we just wait. I mean, Robinhood's not doing. I feel like there is a good opportunity for this to go back up, but also in this, look what the market's been there on Robinhood, on the market, and look what Robinhood's been doing. So definitely not appreciating the way the market has. So if we had gone long anything else 5 minutes ago, probably rocking Robinhood, no. So I'm really confident, not confident, but that stop that I'm going to have at the low is where I want to stop out, okay? Because definitely turning around. We thought there was some good news there. Apparently not overly. We're hearing about BATL right now as that's starting to go. We saw oil making a much higher move today. And there goes paddle up another cent. So congrats on that one. People seem to be making a little bit of cash on BATL.
Yeah, the one that stunk if it bounces has been Indo. Like if Indo goes on sympathy, it's not been following through. It's moving at all. Battle's been the strong one. Indo's been absolute trash. The last, wow, 24? Okay. That's even, I was expecting that maybe it was at 20 or 21. But this is the squeeze one for sure. I would love for that to drag Indo to the upside. If it does, I think that's going to fade. We didn't fade it yesterday. We faded 2 days ago or on Monday. It was on Monday or Tuesday, probably. But I'll go pay for locates on the off chance that Battle brings that one higher. They're just float energy names or oil names with either high short flow, just low floats in general. They get these squeezes when oil prices go up. And some just have a tendency to fall heavily as people take advantage of them. IBIT broke, so again, waiting for it to set up. It broke the trend line. There is the trend line. The prior bar will be about 40.40 on IBIT. SoFi was trying to do the same thing, but it hasn't yet. So very similar thing happening on side where it's trend down from the top and doesn't seem to want to break it yet. Still heading to the downside so far, but I am looking for this one to bounce.
Okay. Right there, man. Okay, NVIDIA, thank you. We sat there, talked about that price, that we wanted that price, and ball don't lie, it came right in. We sat there, we took that fill. We did get stopped out of Robinhood, you know. Oh, well, have to pay for my own coffee, I guess, today. But that was a very, very slight trade. We even talked about it having half of a unit there on Robinhood. So at least we got a little piece out there, but that was only 10%. So definitely not a good one there on Robinhood. It falls down. So we actually want having two green stocks with NVIDIA, Netflix, and then I don't really want to count this as a red stock, but it is. And then down on obviously, and waiting to see the end result here of our TQQ trade. But NVIDIA was a red reload there on the short, but I am starting to cover now in the 40s again. Just want to take advantage of this play. And hey, man, if the market reverses from here and goes lower, great. But good little out there. And remember, our stop, Randy, was always 20 cents. No, Mark hooked us up. Rob. Yeah, thanks, Randy. A very busy guy today. We've seen a lot of action around the office. So they be building, that is for sure. Bob the Builder, that was a pretty good show. All right, so now we go to the downside. And again, like just taking the risk off, right? So our stop was always 183. It's still in. So if that triggers, fine, we're out. I mean that on this trade, it's 25 cents or so. So we're well in the money, 25 cents on the last reload. So let me get out. We are now out of half of the reload. So now it's 1-to-1 with all the risk now back in the market. We can just play with house money and see where this goes now. But yeah, the market and NVIDIA has been stronger than the market today. For sure. They did have a little bit of a whoopsie moment there, and we took advantage of it big time. But right now, it looks like gaining some strength as it moves back up. So I'm actually talking myself out a little bit, staying in this. We just put another 55 out. Let's take 20 cents there and then watch that. So
we got another one here from Gulf France looking at EGY. General thoughts? Well, that's always easy to give general thoughts on another energy name.
The easiest.
I mean, most energy stocks are strong, so is this strong? Whoa, where's the volume? Okay, well, definitely not a day trade because it's done 250,000 shares. Yikes. Well, it's a strong, look, the data looks nice. I don't know what to tell you. 250,000 shares inside the range. It's got a nice trend on the daily. Maybe you could call it a good consolidation or bull flag. But what Yeah, I don't know what's going to get this going, unfortunately. So general thoughts are this is probably not much of a trade without a catalyst that I can think of. And I'm not sure what's that one, EGY. But it's in the right space, I suppose. And should.
Fantastic. We saw XOM today as well get going. XOM just made a huge move to 152 and then a pull back into 150. It actually got as low as 149 and change. They're short. Is this one? Did you just talk about this one? Short MSTR,
no,
short red squirrels. Yeah, man, red squirrels are awesome. I'll see if I find a picture of it, if we can get one, if it comes back. There is bad news?
They are.
Yeah. There are bad news. Yeah, I know what he's saying there.
What's wrong with red squirrels?
I don't know, that's what I was wondering. Like, they're just bad. Anyways.
We had a possum in our backyard for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
But they're good for
Our dog has said hi to a possum a couple times.
They get rid of pests, and they don't really. They use other animals' holes in your yard, and they're like nomads, so they're only there for a few days, and then they bugger off. So you actually want possums, even though they look like gigantic.
Yeah, they do, but they're much.
Well, my daughter wasn't a huge fan.
I like the possum look. But yeah, MSTR is bad to the short. No, I mean, yeah, look, I mean, Bitcoin's really falling on its head today, right? Again, like down to 71,000. We got up as high as 73.5 or so, and Bitcoin's really trending to the downside. So whenever you see that at play, yeah, man, MSTR as a proxy for Bitcoin, you know, the whole, don't know even now how many hundreds, trillions or billions of dollars, not trillions, of Bitcoin these guys own. So, you know, you kind of know what you're getting into when you do hold MSTR versus an IBIT or versus the cryptocurrency itself. Bitcoin has, you know, its ebbs and flows. The only thing about MSTR is that if you want to hold it, then you're going to get, you know, double, triple, sometimes the movement on MSTR. It's almost like a double or triple levered ETF.
Best way to think about it.
For it. Obviously, you know, again, don't add us for saying stuff like that, but that is what it's like. And here's Bitcoin right now. So this is a 1 minute chart. Obviously, you can see the downside put, but I don't mind the short in it. I just think the bulls might be out for Bitcoin right now because we did break above this level, right? I mean, we didn't break below, we broke above. So this is a little bit of a pullback day for it, but I don't know. I'm not going to agree with a short on MSTR, you know, for a long time. But I think Bitcoin can find a bit now. So I'm not happy. I don't think anybody is. But IBIT right now, downside. So I think it can find it. Just looking to buy some myself. I picked some up at 66. So if it comes back in, maybe that's another key level there. All right, NVIDIA does stop out, and we're completely fine with that, man. This was never, we didn't write this thing down. We found it early. We took it late again. Out of more than 50%. We actually started, remember I said even at 55, I was like, okay, we should take it a little bit more out. So we'll run it a little bit of money there. So pretty flat on the whole reload of that. But at least we sensed it out that there was a little suspect trading right there in NVIDIA. Futures want to kind of hold out lower. They are starting to fade back out a little bit. So this is making this move back in. I think it's wise to maybe just take another piece out. Feels like the market get on the back of NVIDIA now and go. So there we go. We'll take a 78. And now we can just let this thing settle down a little bit. Next fill in the 60s. And then we'll wait for a day's lower. So again, here into the 20s if that comes through. So just a little bit of a busy day here today, back and forth. Market had a nice run early, then a fade, and now we're trying to think about going lower, I feel like anyways. I'm going to short NVIDIA. That name is strong, strong, strong. Wow, it's 10:50 already. Oh my. No idea it was that late. What was Randy asking us for a coffee from?
Dollar time.
There. Yeah, dollar time. Let's go talk about money talks with Adara.
Talk here about that U.S. dollar DXY trying to take out yesterday's high. That's going to be around that 99.3 level. Currently right there. We are still a ways away, though, from Tuesday's, yeah, that would be Tuesday's high of 99.7. Then, of course, the next frontier would be that 100 level. But as of recently, the level of resistance has been less exactly 100 on the dot and more that 100.2 area. So quick technical analysis of the U.S. dollar for you guys. But before we get into, and before we go back on Neil, I want to get into some economic numbers and data. We know we had Fed's Barkin comment earlier today kind of saying, hey, fight on inflation isn't as over as we thought it was. given some of these recent prints. So that's a little bit concerning potentially if you're looking for those immediate rate cuts. We did get initial jobless claims slightly lower than expected. Export prices a bit higher expected, but import prices slightly below expectations. Later today, Fed's Bowman coming at 1:15 p.m. Now, in terms of like the hawkish to dovish scale, I would say she's been like mid to late 2025. Since then, she's been a bit more neutral. And again, if anybody ever wondering the dovishness or hawkishness, relatively speaking, of any of these Feds, I'll usually tell you guys the segment, but you could always tag me and I'll give you guys my sense based on recent comments they've made. But yeah, Fed's kind of a neutral presence as of late. More though, we are going to be getting NFP's non-farm payrolls forecast 55,000, previous print 130,000. So really, this number could go away. Retail sales month over month, negative 0.3% is the forecast. That would be a market from the previous print of 0%. Unemployment rate, 4.3% forecast, 4.3%. As far as the CME FedWatch tool goes, we're still seeing roughly 97% chances of no rate change, more or less unchanged, moving within a percent either way over the last week or so.
Dara, and we come back to, oh boy. New position alert. It's Palantir, man. 153.40. We're now in the money 50 cents. We just saw 2 minutes ago, just before, not even maybe, just before we threw it over to Adara. We just thought it was bouncing here. And I was looking for, I just actually perused through a few. I don't know if it's going to work or not. We're at 10. Actually, we're at 20%. You know, we got two fills there. So I was just looking for a name that potentially gave me an out if we were wrong, because I was thinking about the long now. As we saw NVIDIA blow to the high side, which is a great, like, check that out on NVIDIA. You know, there it goes, upside. And we did get some more outs on the TQs as we were going. So we're very, very light, and stupid eyelashes, on this trade. So I wanted to find something that, if we could, take advantage of a move higher there. Where maybe do we want to look? Palantir green on the day, gave us some trades. So I mean, the next fill for me is going to have to be around 153 flat. So I'm going to wait for that. We do appreciate the move higher there, but now it's faded right back in. So I just wanted to bring that to your position for Palantir. And if we take down this 200 period, that we can get out. These are the kind of trades, like I said, man, they're trying to look for. And 153.20 or so is where we're waiting. We'll see if we get a fill almost where we were, and then we'll bat off of 152. Basically 85 or so is going to be our stop. So yeah, just something that's working right now. Oh wow, a bunch of names. Oh boy.
That's a lot, Modern Gamer. SoFi came in. SoFi just broke the trend as well. So it held the $19 level and is breaking the trend to the up. We just jumped in. So Modern Game Development. I said gamer. Not that Reddit, Shop, VSR, Tear, PSX. We already talked about Shop. And then IBL, oh, short, you probably mean short. Okay, that makes way more sense. Short, and then IBLC buy. So how about we deal with the one that you like to the buy side? You like, that's like a ETF you like for the long. It doesn't really trade all that much.
Okay.
I bet you've been blocked here because it doesn't do any volume, but it's like a blockchain ETF. Yeah, nice little trend break, good bounce. Right at the 50 period in the meaning of life. Needs to break that, get through that, then I think you got a good one. I'll address the short in Shopify. We call it the death heel, being the one that everyone loves in Canada. But you know what? It's just to look a little bit better. I'm not happy with it. I probably have some I don't remember the last time I shares of Shopify, but I do own shares in the RSP somewhere. It's probably from a while ago, but it's been depressing. You're probably looking at this. Is it the correct guess to say you're looking at the 50 crossing that 100 and death crossing today? Maybe that's the reason to get in. Because the other side of it is it's break consolidation higher. So it's actually breaking a consolidation. So I'd have to imagine maybe you're looking at that technical entry point for the short in Shopify. Starting to look better, the chart, in some ways. Let's go to Adara. We have 4 minutes to go. And then we get to, we haven't even done what's for lunch. And then we'll throw it to the midday guys. Yeah.
About that segment.
Interesting story here. Iran mission telling the UN via an X post that the claim that Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz is, quote, absurd. Iran remains committed to international law and freedom of navigation. So it sounds like the Iran mission denying claims that Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, as far as I can tell, or the Strait of Hormuz, sorry. Back to you.
Okay. Well, what's closed, the Strait of Hormuz is, them saying it's closed doesn't matter. a bunch of banks in England were not going to insure you for reasonable prices or what closes things. Money talks, you know what walks. I don't want to say. I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to say it that way. So Sharif just said what it really meant. But yeah, you know walks.
Yeah.
No, but that's the truth. But that's the truth. That's why. Oh, and guess who's meeting president? Right? Like they're like. President is actually going to be meeting with some regarding, and we're actually getting a pushback into the downside regarding some insurance, regarding with that insurance and whether the U.S. is really going to be able to backstop some of those contracts, because that's what it's really all about. The second you're insured, they're going to risk or no risk. They're going to send them.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, so, hey, come to the party, Palantir. Like, it was just, I was just thinking to myself, okay, do we take a 70 fill? Do we not? Like, are we going to get this move lower? Are we not? Like, all this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden, like Adair goes breaking news. I'm like, oh, great, it's probably going to be something to do with Palantir. I don't know if it was or not, but here it comes right to the downside. PLTR really starting to go now back in. So we just got to be careful. We do have our stop at 152.75, but there's the fill down low. Maybe take a little bit more here. There's some size there at 01s. Not that that really does matter there on Palantir, but we're going to try to see if there is a little bit of a hold spot right around this 153 area. We're going to get out of a quarter low, so it'll be 50 cents worth of a hit for PLTR. As like it's almost like the market's frozen here. I don't know what's going on. Yet I see this name dropping through. So Palantir right now on the move down. We're long right now at 17. Pretty cool with that. And we've got a decent position. So, hey, man, if it goes up, we can enjoy it. It'll be a 50-cent hit on the way down. But, yeah, 10.57 right now. We don't want to forget it. I haven't even loaded it up right now. So look at this real quickly. Been too busy looking at all them trades.
Just don't be
right now. Yeah, yesterday was really good. Yesterday's meal there. We even get an approval from
could go for what it's
Professor Protein over there. Really liked it as well. Okay.
Captain Protein.
Yeah, that's not bad. I don't mind that one. I prefer the Professor Protein, the double P's over there. Okay, so that's Palantir. All right, today we've got a Mexican flag, and that generally has meant tacos or fajitas or something like that. So let's go see what it means. Sometimes you get that Mexican chili, which just kind of looks like ground beef.
I had chili last night for dinner.
Well, you are lucky because today it is not chili then, Neil. Okay. And I'm sure yours is much better. Today is a strange one. Last time this was as chicken, and I told her it was pork. Today it's pork fajitas. Let's not mislabel. Pork fajitas with seasoned veg. Toppings include sour cream, green nuts, tomatoes, cheese, rice, and apparently as a side, and then the infamous choice salad. So, yeah, we're excited.
You know who will even like?
Who?
There is no way that Joe can say no to rice and peas. Straight up. There's no chance. He's Jamaican, man. I'm just saying.
I was not overly that picky. I mean,
rice and peas, bro. Rice and peas, baby.
Yeah. I mean, everyone likes the rice and peas. So a
Yeah.
little bit of an out there on Palantir as to 153.30, but you know, definitely not reacting the way I'd hoped it would down here. It's now. I mean, look, if this breaks 15 more cents lower, we're out, or 25 cents more lower, we are out of Palantir. If it wants to hold this 200-period moving average, we've seen many stocks do that, and something that I've backed and want to believe in. So we'll see if that is the case. And generally speaking, I don't want to fight, you know, that, but I also don't want to fight the futures. And right now, they're trying to go upside. So Palantir, come on, guy, play the game. There it is. This needs to be like Triple H, man. It's time to play the game. I need Triple H's music, man. We got Austin's over there. We need some Triple H, or maybe the Undertaker for the bad trade.
Taker. Taker is like the legend.
I feel like our Nets got Undertaker today. I don't know how you've been.
Tombstone,
but,
not Taker.
Oh, I haven't been tombstoned. We're pretty comfortable. I mean, I would like to see this Palantir go, but other than that's it, man. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Good session today. Thanks, Adair. Thanks to
Best rookie in WWF history is the Undertaker.
Yeah,
he was the most dominant.
when he came out first.
The most dominant first year of any wrestler ever was the Undertaker.
We're gonna play the pork fajitas today. Where is Netflix? Because I got to make sure that Well, I give Joey back some time over here. $99 right now for Netflix. We did get stopped out there. I just wanted to double check to see what that looked like. So it does come right back into it. So Joe and everybody looking at Netflix, good little there if it ever comes back to 98. I think there for Netflix, as it's been bouncing off there a couple times. And we took it on the first. It looks like the second support was the good old gem. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you at Neil Lesson of the Day coming at noon. It's the Midday Madness with your boys Sharif and Joe at 2 p.m.
Yeah, make sure that John is ready.
Greetings and salutations.
Mitch Hope throwing hands this morning. Get that pinky to the sky, my boy.
Yeah, you definitely always. My buddy would always tell me to go like, greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. Guy, right there. It's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif. And who do we got in the chat, Joey? We got the OG.
Let's go.
We got Oliver Glenn. We got Ronaldo Rivian, millionaire, bro. He's drippy. Money's falling out of the sky. The G is back. Let's go Ichiro. Let's go Green Day Dean and Cat Wave. We got Rev Boost. We got Damien Tarza. Fluffy freaking Hippo Ahmed. Come to Egypt, Habib. I can do it because I'm from there. Adam James abroad. We got Benton. What a dub, Benton. Did you see City fumble at the end? It was a freaking beauty. Oh, they should have been up 3-2, but you're not, and now you're 7 points back. All right, we got Same Shirt Guy. We got Dexter Smith. We got Todd, Caroline, the tech. Shout out to Buffalo Soldier, Sit and Spin, A-Day Trading, Soria Lopez. We got Varun, Dexter Smith, and Buffalo Soldier. We got Big Red Bulldog and Mosquito Bite, Overthinking Bear, John Neal. We got Gabe, Poison Joe, SPX. Some things related to you, the SPX. Henry Puro. We got Chris Cut Fries and Dangerous. Good morning to everybody. Good morning to you, brother.
Good morning. I was going to ask you, the shirt guy made me think of this. How many times do you wear an article of clothing before you put it in the wash? Let's start with
pants get 2 runs before they get washed. Shirts immediately.
Shirts immediately.
Yeah. That's the way it is, bro.
That's the way we party around these.
You party that way too?
I party that way.
Party that way as well. Okay, I can go.
All right, man. Teacher, I wear a sweater twice, though. Sweater we wear. Yeah. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here today. Definitely a little bit tougher of a start here. Continuation in Bitcoin. The Qs as well. We're involved in that right now, but for some, I didn't catch up full fill on the probably one of the most liquid ETFs on the plate here. But anyways, aside from that, the Qs, TQQs, IBIT, RGTI, the trade desk. Not a good start, that's for sure. We take a long, we're looking for the continuation to the top side there, and then move $3 on the trade desk. Sure enough, that fails, and then we take a short as we had that descending triangle starting formed. But I just didn't put, I had literally about half the size on the short as on the long. So that was a little bit tougher of a look. Not happy with that one because that was an absolute monster. Let's go to Adair and let's get right back into things.
Oh, crap.
Going to be aware of here, NFLX. Keep an eye on this one. See, they've acquired a AI movie-making business founded by Ben Affleck. I don't have any more detail now, but looks like an acquisition. NFLX, back to you.
Affleck, one of my favorite actors. What's the Town? Great movie there with my boy Casey Affleck. I'm pretty sure he's in that one as well too. But all right, guys, IBIT 0 for 2. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be no long today. We were slightly in the money here, but then it came against us. You can see the momentum and the volume start to pick up there, and I'm like, all right, let's get out of Dodge. And then we have the continuous slide. We're down 2.5% here, IBIT. And in the notes, I'm like, you know what? It may be an inside day. Give back a little bit of a move. And then we'll wait for another rebound, maybe come Monday or Friday or something. There's plenty of opportunities to get involved with. Now, so we go 0 for 2 right there on IBIT, and then we go 0 for 2 on RGTI. Okay, yesterday we traded one name that was IBIT to the long side. We were fortunate enough to sit in that trade throughout the whole day. And you know what? RGTI didn't work for us. We did get out a little early here. It did get that move, but I just had a feeling that we were going to get this liquidity grab, which it did so. And I was like, okay, I'm happy to get out. You get that move necessarily to my target, looking for 1660s on this front, but we didn't get that either. Now we're starting to be a little bit here in the TQs, and then I talked about not getting a fill. I literally got a fill of half of my position. So I'm like, what the Gonzalez is going on over here? And then anyways, that's slowly starting to work. Going with the flow on this one, I mean, we're gonna try to diamond hit and hold the majority of this to $49 there.
Where did you?
I didn't know what to say, so that was, I don't know why that was the first thing that came.
You come up with some clever stuff.
Yeah, I'll give that credit to my great grandmother.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was always like, yeah.
Right. All right, Joey. There's a couple of movers right now. GXAI is moving. See it, Bubin. Thank you for that. So let's get right down to work, ladies and gents, and everybody else. Let's get right down to work. GXAI, the Bubin pointing this one out. GXAI is up bigly, 86.9% into the high here, or generally this area high into 233. High of day takes us to 239, but you take a gander at what we did at 8:40 a.m. Joseph Options when we cleared that 250 level. There it goes into 35. It is now 4 measly pennies below the high of the day. GXAI doing it live. I don't have a good read on GXAI. The only read we have here is the bull flag breakout. Top end of the range seems to be at some. Now, here's what I mean. 810 breakout. I guess that's when the news catalyst came out. I care. Okay? And then it gets up into that area high of 208. It has 2. You can see that. It doesn't close above 2 on 4 different 5-minute candles. And then it breaks loose at 8:30. We clear it. We clear bigly. This is the high of the day, 251. And then we come back down. Lo and behold, though, we do the dance with absolutely no underwear or dance at that $2 level. Look how no closing prints below 2. It does wick below, so you would have got out if you had a tight stop. And the official low of the day is 186. So that's my only read. I'm not going to use VWAP. I'm not going to use a 10 EMA. They don't look like they're being respected whatsoever on GXAI. Let me have a quick look at the multi-time frame here on JXC. Let's have a look here what the 15 looks like. The 15 looks a lot clearer in terms of, well, not even, man. VWAP looks like a line of best fit on the 50. Now we're into 236, 239 high, 37. The breakout's on right now, 38. Here comes 39. So, yeah, I got to tell you, and on the hourly time frame, you can kind of get the feeling the higher low wicks there. That supports, you know, the bullish view. So a prolonged bull flag here on the hour. It's a multi-time frame on GXAI. You need to go a little wider here to get a better view. Number 1. Number 2, I'm keeping an eye on stack because this one, you know, we'll see if it's stacked or not, but in fact, it's got some higher lows here and it's dancing with the volume weighted average price. It is, of course, suffering from the ones that a lot of these suffer from, which was resistance at 104 area high. That's the official high of the day and happened during regular trading hours on about 506,000 shares, 561,000 of volume on that one candle. Alas, stack has about 22.3 million shares in the day. It's got that upper twist to the lows, so that keeps me bullish on it, and it feels flat top-ish, with, of course, that flat top being the dollar area. I risk we've been above it, but we don't close above it very rarely. So stack in focus over here. So is T-Pet. T-Pet's a former convict. It's been locked up, and it just broke down into that 123. Gorev. Not Gorev. Who was that telling me? Buvin. I had a bias, Buvin. This 1.25 area was the area of support. I saw the 10 EMA in and around 128, 129, but I said to yeah, that doesn't look like it's going to hold up there. And then you have a further look over here, and then, yeah, that 1 1.25, that definitely looks to me like the support level. Now, it's still bleeding its own blood. Unbroken low trend, Joey. So what I'm going to wait for here is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. That has to take us above prior bar high, which is $1.34. We're showing $1.30. I'm not looking for a wick or two. I'm looking for a closing print. That necessitates me to wait. I got to wait for the candle to close. So keep a close look here on Tepit. Turbin's back. It broke out yesterday. I don't know why. I can look later. I kind of don't care, but if you guys want to know, I'll look. 6:20 p.m. for whatever reason, it caught a bid. On volume, mind you, these candles here have like a few 100,000 shares apiece. So light continues today. We're still not above that 4 a.m. high that we got into, which is 22. Official HOD 284. And that 4 a.m. candle had about 184,000 shares. Just to give you, a comparator, the candle that was at 1105, 106,000 shares. So very similar volume profiles, whether you're trading at 4 morning or you're trading now on Turbin.
Sure. I hear Katina
Iranian
man
news agency.
You hear Katina man going on over there.
What's going on over there, Katina man?
You know what's going on.
The Katina man is short Palantir Assassino if we can. Thank you very much. That's a great trade, man. He's covering up a storm on that. He was long and then he reversed. I mean, isn't that what a trader's supposed to do, Katina man? So you're kind of doing it live right now, aren't you? Some would say that's my guy. Reverse.
Remember what's that song there that goes like reverse? 2 steps one time.
You
never sang that song?
No. Sing it again.
2 steps one time. Reverse.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Yes.
Everybody knows that song, man.
We got to get the name of that. Adara just put a headline on there. Iranian news agency reports explosions heard in various parts of the Iranian capital, Tehran. We hope they're safe. Civilians have nothing to do with this. We hope they're okay. So we're keeping an eye here, Tepit, guys, because Tepit is trying to make a move above prior bar high after putting in that bottoming tail candle, and this looks good. I don't know how I feel quite about it. I've already set up my my risk analysis on Tepit, and we're gonna stop here at 123 if we get in. So let's go ahead. Oh crap! Where's my my calculator? I want to put an option to put this thing. Above all with. So let's give it this one the old college try. We're in at Tepit right now. We're going to give it Sis. And if it fails, it fails. We're going to give this one the old college try, though. 134 seller right now on Tepit, 141 high. It's still, putting in a bit of a downtrend. Prior bar is 122, okay? GXAI finding a bit of a topping tail candle. And I'll want to get to stack in a minute. So my trade on Tepit is as follows. 2R for me takes me to 153. 3R takes me to 163. I will be wetting the beak along the way, but it's going to be for very small share size. We're going to save all work of the shares for my 2R and 3R. We'll see if we get there. We don't stop out. Cost of doing business. So that's what I'm thinking. Bubba says, I think it's a buy at 130, dip buy into 125 on Tepit. I don't happen to disagree with you, Buvin. Let's see if this one holds up, though. It is still putting in, I don't want to say on a strict candle basis, lower high, but you put the downtrend. We still haven't cleared that 141 area, so it does concern me. 136 showing up now. Nothing really to report about, but stacked. Just made a new intraday high, so this one is going to go. It's back above that $1 area, the 107 high. So this flop could be giving way right now, not in the typical way that we see where, the flat top just gets blown through with a big move of like 12 pennies. That's not happening here. It looks like we're incrementally taking out that $1 resistance. We're going to pack the patience, Joey, and we're going to find out what we get. And you know what Neil says? We won't get upset.
We won't get upset. Have the host talked about the recent Dubai stock market crashes? No, we not.
No, and I don't know anything about it. Do you?
Fabian? Me, I personally don't know.
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, if rockets are...
I know that the Israeli market or the Tel Aviv market made all-time highs, like on the day that they flipped.
Oh, really?
Funny enough, huh?
True.
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting in on that insider buying.
Oh.
No, I mean, I know nothing about that, Fabian. I mean, technically, if you get hit with rockets, probably going to head a little bit lower. All right, there it is. You can see that we're short. I don't know why. I should have double the amount of shares up here. I don't know if that fills, so I'm just going to sit here and call me a ambulance or something along like that. I could have had another opportunity to add up there, but I should have just caught the fill initially. Let's see if we can hold the rest down there to 49 smackers and see what's going on. AT&D, the best feeling. My boy's killing it today, 4 for 5. That's exactly what we want to hear. past this market to rebound whatsoever. But what we got from the current sentiment, it doesn't necessarily like that right now. Now, does it? From that, guys, we went over our trade. A little bit tougher of a start on RGTI, tougher of a start on IBIT. We didn't get that ball rolling here today. Now we're down to $40.20. I mean, it was up around 8% yesterday, so a nice little breath in between if we're enough to catch an additional leg. We'll be keeping our eyes on IBIT for the next couple of days, just in case we do get that aggressive and that strong rebound, and which I am looking for, right? We kind of formed that bottoming consolidation zone. We broke through some key resistance. We opened top of those levels. So let's see if we can find a continuation. We do need some positive news behind it. Donald Trump and some one-off tweets here and there, but it's small win after the other. So that's all I got going on right now. TQQ getting built up, and there you go. I know you.
What did I even do, bro? I didn't even make a noise.
It's the acceleration of the key punching. It's the body language. I know when you're ready.
Guy, bro, killing me. I know you too, bro. When I walk in from the gym, it depends on his mood. I'll immediately, if he's up or down on the day based upon his mood.
Yeah, it's just like, could you tell how I was today?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know. You were hiding it.
I'm just a chill guy. Hit that.
You are a chill guy, bro.
Hit that thing for me, baby. You got the chill guy.
Shout out to Dan the man. It's like to see you back again. Brown lighting, my apologies. 15-minute time frame on IREN. Absolutely, brother. Let me just resolve this trade here on Tepit. There goes Tepit into the high of the 142. We're saving the bulwark of the shares for 2R is 153, but I got to be honest with you guys. Because 2R is right around that $0.50 area, I'm going to take it out. If it up there before the $0.50, I don't want to deal with the $0.50 resistance. Look at me here at 42. I don't know what the hell's going on. More shares coming in, and they're down 139. Let's see if it gets bought up now. TPET doing the dance here with that 40. 139 area, back into 40s we go. We're up 64%, but having trouble clearing the highs, so I'm going to patience over here. I don't know if I should be moving up my stop, right? It's a different trade, right? From the time that I'm in to the price action development subsequent, right? So I feel like prior bar low takes me to 129.5. That's where we're moving it up, and we're going to move it at levels. So let's go ahead and do that. Sometimes I lament doing this because, it ends up moving in my direction, and I've moved up my stop. But I'm going to give it to prior bar low, okay? Because this candle is forming into a topping tail candle, and we're going to cancel the pre. We're going to go to Adara in 1 second. And when we get back, Brown Lightning, I promise I will look at Ren for you on the 15-minute chart.
Yeah, more talks here about Iran. Analyst reporting that Trump has said that he wants to be he feels he needs to be personally involved in the selection of Iran's next leader. They know who the successor might be, but Trump finds it to be unacceptable. So just so you guys know, that conversation's happening. Also, this came out around 15 minutes ago. CNBC reporting that apparently a consortium of states that has actually sued to block the new tariffs from President Trump. The suit was apparently filed in the Court of International Trade as of today, being led by the state of New York. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Let's go into IREN now for Brown Lightning. Take a look at IREN, a favorite here and a viewer favorite on the show on the 15. So let's flip over here. Let's take a quick look. Okay, so immediately, what am I seeing here? I am seeing definitely an area of consolidation into the low to mid 40. Is going back as deep as mid-February, okay, with an area low 49. But Brown Lightning, what was your question? Let me just go back, have a look. My apologies, 15. Okay, the IREN chart. Is there room for more downside? It broke the 40 psychological level. I would agree, of course, it's at $40 as we speak right now. But I wouldn't say that 40 is the end-all and be-all. Right? Take a look at what we did here on the 23rd. We got into the low of around 39. We got into it again on the market, and we really lost it here on the 3rd, albeit it was a weak day. We got into about 137, 137 and a half low there. So we've been dancing with this level, certainly. I just have to digress. There goes Tepit into 144. We're going to put the bulwark of the shares into 148. We're going to look to de-risk 146, 147. Let's go. Into the $0.50. We're waiting here, Joey. I don't want to take it out. There's 48s. Can we get a little bit of higher? We're taking it out. Boom! There. In. Nice. All right. We're saving a piece here. We've got many pieces, actually. Let's go ahead and wait. Above 3, we're looking for the move here into the $0.50 on tepid, up 75%. Selling into the $0.50 to be expected. Look at the tape. Pick up now. Then you know there is exactly now the equilibrium between buyers and sellers, but I'm seeing more green and yellow, green and yellow, green and yellow, than I am seeing blue or red, which is obviously on my time and sale is not good. In any event, going back here to the tepid chart, sorry guys, digressing. I see some resistance here at 44. I love that resistance level at 44, the outlier between these 3 days. I would say more like 2 days, February the 24th and the 25th. So I do feel, brother, Brown Lightning, that you can easily lose 40. You've been losing a lot lately, mostly intraday, and then it does tend to recover. But if you're asking if the possibility is there, I would have to say absolutely yes. It looks like it is. Let me put in IREN right here so I can get the up. Yeah, man. 39.89. It looks like it's headed down more. If you want my opinion as to where we're going to stop out, it looks like that 39, I want to say 38.75, another local area level, especially this area gives up way, right? That's a pre-market action from yesterday morning, down 8.9%. IREN bleeding its own blood, Joey.
All right, man. Good look there, brother. Yeah, we're still sitting in this same position, 49.93. We're getting down to 40.20. Boy, Charlie Taff also hitting that short today, saying making up for yesterday's losses. That's exactly what we want to hear. I'm going to take my last. I will take an additional half out. We're fortunate enough to get 49. We're starting to form a bottom in these squeezes. They get frustrating. Like, look at this, boom, squeeze. What's up with this now? And then eventually you make a leg lower and you bounce off this. So almost forming a double bottom here in the overall. Once again, we got to see what the big lads are up to. And then Apple's now squeezing above the volume-weighted average price that's up here, so we just on the same screen. Apple, Microsoft, a strong bounce there and off the. This is a little bit delayed, so keep that in mind. There's NVDA. A lot of what happens in the NASDAQ today is going to determine around top 3 names. Amazon continuing to climb a little bit higher. What's GOG's been up to? Heading lower, so that could definitely add a little selling pressure. But you're talking about, like, see how we're going through this list, and we typically do this throughout the intraday session on multiple occasions. It's just that there's so many different so many of these names are doing different things, like moving to the downside. You have the other 4 above it that are moving a little bit higher. Tesla's consolidative zone. I like this a little bit here, maybe. If we can catch the lower end of it, also just be prepared for failed breakouts. You can draw basic trend lines. It's really important to do so. Sometimes I feel like, and it's like work wonders, as simplistic as they may be. You don't have to be a chartered market technician in order to do these things, essentially. So make sure you do that. Draw your resistance lines, draw those support levels, and just kind of base trades off of that, right? So there is Tesla. Meta, how are you doing today? Heading to the downside, so definitely selling pressure, right? What we're experiencing. What has Broadcom been up to? Strong report. Give back the majority of that move and finding somewhat of a bounce, but this is a clear resistance zone, if you ask me, 336.26, and it's helping drag the market down lower. Not Broadcom necessarily, but Meta. What does it look like on a daily?
Meta?
Yeah, because it's not looking too good. I mean, you're down almost $100 at earnings report high.
So many zigzags too, Joey.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think you're gonna get this. I think you're gonna get that in this name, right? And then we also have what's going on in California with these guys as well, too.
Oh yeah, bro, right? All around the country.
Yeah.
Dial is gonna be
they're catching hands everywhere,
exactly.
Right? So that could be an additional weight that's looming on this company. Wait for the next quarter once you realize that 97% of the revenue is coming from digital ads, and then sure enough, it's going to be an outstanding number. The street will probably fall back in love with it. And the MAUs are back up, and
the MAUs are been good, man.
Exactly.
Remember that invisible ceiling we spoke almost never about on Google with the breakup, possibly forcing them to divest Chrome, all that stuff. We almost said nothing about that. We were constantly harping on how bad Gemini was and that they were behind on AI. and then as soon as that Judge Meta guy, the possibility of divestiture of Chrome. Remember the rocket?
Yeah, the rocket. It's just like, okay.
I think this is kind of the same thing. It's not being reported every day.
Exactly, because it goes on for so long, right?
Exactly.
And I think, and that's what I mentioned about Netflix as well too. The
Absolutely right.
With the Warner Brothers and Paramount Skydance ordeal, I'm like, hey, watch out for them. Once this is over, I think that Netflix is still one of the second largest streaming giant next to YouTube. It's gonna eventually recover. A name that strong doesn't deserve to be down 40% or whatever at that time.
I'm just moving up my stop. So the candle on tepid, 11:15. The candle low there is 137. We're putting it there. I'm having trouble clearing 50. High a day, 50. Prior bar low, 44. $44. Current bar low, 140. The current bar literally just opened up on the 5. I'm always talking about the 5. Prior bar high is the high of the day at 150. So what I'm doing is I'm not going prior bar high low. That's too top. I don't want to, get wicked out. So I'm giving it to the 11:15 bar on the 5-minute chart, the low of which is 137. Okay, my entry 134. So by definition, it's going to be a profitable trade unless I get a lot of slippage at that level. TMDE. This is above in special. Scott, I like. What's it called? Indo as well. Very similar charts on TMDE and INDO. I'm just to INDO here quickly to show you exactly. Look at this. Flat top breakthrough 505. This is the chart Indo. And then when we look to TMDE, very similar stuff. They're both energy names. They're moving in tandem or similarly. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. I like the $3 levels, Bovin and Scott and everybody else. I don't think we're going to get it. Look at the breakout. It's happening now. We're above the pre-high, having printed that pre-market high at 4:05 a.m. on about a little more than 250,000 shares of volume. So decent. It was 327. Now the official high day, 333. 10 EMA on the 5, 303. Breakout to me is 295 to 3. We're putting in a topping tail candle, 10 pennies off the high now, and I wouldn't mind this. First thing I'm looking for, do we breach prior bar low? Sorry, incorrect. First thing I'm looking for, does this candle, is a topping tail candle, yes or no? We'll see. And if it does the subsequent candle reach this bar low? I'm talking about 1120, the low of which is 315. So I'm a trend continuation here, all right? So we'll see what we get on this one. I'm talking about TMD, good call out, Bovin. We're going to keep certainly an eye out on this one. I just don't think it's the appropriate time for me to execute on this one that it just broke out. That's one. Stack. Bless you, Fabian. This one is continuing to put in higher lows. Stack is suffering, though, and continues to suffer from a lack of closing prints above the dollar. You can clearly see the profit takers and short sellers are really using that dollar area as resistance, and that is no surprise. Who trades these dollar stocks, dollar-ish stocks, okay? That's the look there. But Battle Joey, this one is back in a big way. Look at BAT, a lot more expensive now than when it started, up 40% and looking clean as hell. You got a nice consolidation there with some lower highs. Alas, those lower highs led to the lows bouncing off the 10 EMA on the 5, and you were certainly, I would have been certainly comforted with these kind of green candles. Each of the candles, the 1105 and the 1110, closing at the high. Let's not leave out the 1115 candle. Closes out at the high. Continuing to go. 26, 24 area high, showing 26 now. I like the 2450 area because that is the breakout area from that longer consolidation. I want to say the consolidation from 1040 to about 1105. So that's the look right now on BTL. It's more expensive, right? Which is fine. Just, manage your risk the same way, and that comes through share sizing. I wouldn't say, manage your risk through more aggressive stop placement. I think that that's a recipe to get a good trade ended early, all right? I think that when you're looking at risk management perspective, your go-to move should not be a top but less shares. That's my opinion there. I think that gives you the freedom to allow the trade to develop without having that more aggressive stop and then and ending the trade a little early. Go ahead, Joey.
No, my boy. Okay, I see what you got going on there, Gorev. I'm looking at silver too, but I haven't been hitting it as much. That channel to the downside, I'm not in love with right now. But our boy Nick W putting in my path right now. It looks pretty good. Sorry to interrupt you, Sharif. A nice bull flag being formed. If we can catch the lower end of that range, really going to increase your risk to reward on that one. I just want to bring that up there.
Of course, brother. Guys, a couple of topping tail came out, both into 150 on Tepit. It still hasn't breached prior bar low. You can clearly see the selling at the $0.50 here is just readily apparent. Most of the selling at the $0.50 is hidden order. So looks like we're going to make a move down unless there's going to be a buyer here that pushes through $0.50. It is a 150 high and nothing but. We're pausing for a second. We're going to Adair crypto segment.
Really interesting level that we're at right here for Bitcoin, or rather the level we rejected yesterday is pretty interesting. Now, right now we're coming to that 71,000 level, proved to be a key area of resistance for roughly half a month here for Bitcoin, and then the level that we broke out of nicely yesterday. But if you zoom out, that 74,000 level we rejected, be pretty fascinating. This was clear support going back to April, this quote-unquote tariff tantrum at that time. That's where Bitcoin kind of bottomed out here around that 74,000 level. But furthermore, that was the higher all-time high of Bitcoin in the area we broke out of back in November of 2024 when we had the election. So this now the third time we've had some kind of interaction here with that 74,000 level. We'll have to see how it plays out. But either way, Bitcoin is at a fascinating level from a technical standpoint. Ethereum continues kind of its upward curl. It's back above 2,000. I think in terms of technically speaking, that Bitcoin level is going to be the most interesting. Now, in terms of fundamentals, not too much to add here. I have seen some commentary suggesting that, the ongoing back and forth in Iran could be what's moving Bitcoin lower today, but we sat yesterday and Bitcoin had that massive up. So we're going to have to wait and see if anything changes the story here for TC and its crypto peers. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. 2 New York cents says, take a look at BW. Let's take a look, man. I think you're the second person to mention it, New York. I think it's making a move, and TPET is clearly rejecting that $0.50. So it looks like the shorts are going to win this one for now. Underline that for now. Great move yesterday. Who can complain about this move, man? Clean move off the 10 EMA basically all day. Looks like the top came in at 415. Jeez Louise, look how unabated this uptrend was from 6:30 in the morning. It didn't break. It broke once here, that's at 11 o'clock. That's it. And then it basically held the 10 EMA all day into 415. What a move here for BW. Clearly not as good of a move today, but hey, it's trying to struggle back above the volume weighted average price. It looked like VWAP here was a clear area, and then till it wasn't. It's losing it right now. Yeah, VWAP, Joey, is at about a little bit less than 2 2/3. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. I'm definitely interested in this name, but it's got to set up in the right way. Here comes TPET. It's coming into the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA now is 138. I've given it to 136. So let's see if it holds up. If it comes into the 10 EMA and it holds, I'm going to add. Okay, now what does that mean? That means the candle has to close above the 10 EMA. That means I'm not going to get in just on a quick touch of the 10 EMA and then a move back up. It's got to close. What does that mean? That means I got to wait a little bit longer. So what does that mean? That means I really get a worse price. That's something I'm willing to stomach if I get the right setup. So that's my move there. Also, I want to mention ALTO is making a move as well. It was trying to break through 4. Look at this uptrend here. And a clean hold, by the way, guys, of that 20 EMA. So it looks like those are all higher lows. 20 EMA is the yellow line, kind of tilting upwards, but it is having trouble above 4. I would say at the extremities, it seems like the selling comes in quite aggressively in the mid 4 single digits, 404, 405, 403, in and around that level. But I am buoyed and I'm motivated to get into this name by the higher lows into 4. It feels like an ascending wedge, what we call a flat top break, so to speak, on Alto. It's up 54 freaking %. and it's done 18.5 million shares. So plenty of shareage has exchanged hands all day on Alto. So that is in focus for me. Stack remains in focus. And look at TMD go, bro. Unbroken in terms of greenery here on the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're in our 7th green candle in a row on TMDE. The energy name is continuing to go. What are you laughing at? What's going on? The door, eh? It's coming up. All right. If you guys don't know, Assassino, is there a possible angle where we can show Studio B or no? Hey, you ask, you get with Assassino. So look at that, guys. See the drywall there that's up? Randy was very reluctant putting in yesterday. He wasn't happy about it. Shout out to the man, Randy. But that is going to be Studio B. So that's inside this whole big thing that you and you and your boy Joey Opsh are in right now. And there's Russ in the back there getting the job done. And we're going to have an entirely different studio in there. We're going to be able to make content. Ram shows up. And right, I gotta take a shot. Well, I love her, man. She's sick. We wish her best. We love you, Ram. She's not watching, obviously.
You don't know that.
Well, I don't know that, actually. Sia was watching yesterday.
Sia was
right?
watching.
So we miss Ram. We hope she's doing real well. And we're just, we got to bug her.
Yeah, next thing you know, she's in the chat, right?
Oh, yeah, exactly. The reason I say Ram is because Ram does all the social media. That's why I say, guys. Scott, look at WT oil wants to hit 80. I don't even have futures anymore, Scott. I had to take it off because they were charging me too much money. TNGX says Grunfeld. We'll look at it in a second here. Let's have a look. Where's the chart, Joey? There it is. TNGX. Take a look at this bad boy. Oh my geez. This is another, what is this? Therapeutics. Therapeutics, biotech, clinical stage biotech company dedicated to discovering novel drugs targeting and delivering precision medicine for the treatment of cancer. Company's novel small molecules are designed to be selectively active in cancer cells with specific genetic alterations, killing those cells while sparing normal cells. You've got to love headlines like this. You only hope, of course, that it manifests into what they want. This is a fantastic looking chart. This is the 15 on TNGX, so don't let that fool you. This is 5, so there may be pullbacks. Flip to the 5. Have a quick look at TNGX. Yeah, really good name. Really flat, 15.25, flat top break, initial resistance at that level. Now we're all gas, no brakes, into 15.59. There's another high of the day. This has earned its way onto the side chart. It's just a matter of who gets taken off. And Turbine. Turbine is out. TNGX is in, because this is a great looking chart. Thank you very much for that, Grunfeld. Good call on your Joe Opsh.
Yeah.
What do you got there, my man?
Looking at Tesla here, my boy City Boy 305. This is really starting to form a wedge, guys. What we really want to see is the volume kick in. So if we get a breakout and a retest, maybe we can get the ball rolling here in TSLA. It's heading to the top end right now. I want to head over to the daily to see if we can correlate it with anything. I mean, we're not in a breakout zone. We're at the top end of this channel right now. It's just all these things that I'm taking into consideration. I have to take a look at because I know my boy Gore was about to engage in some SLV longs. So I want to see how we're performing over there. But you can see that the volume on the lower time frames isn't stepping in how I want it to for this potential breakout. And if we're going to punch through this 407 mark, you know exactly what I'm going to say. You need that volume supporting it, all right? That's when the effort and the result comes into everything. Heading back to the 5-minute time frame, and we got it cooking up. So we're coming back into the lower end. Did path breakout? Let's see what boy Nick W. Yeah, so Nick, I didn't think I was gonna get it, to be honest with you, but ideally for me, it would just be catching the lower end of the range. You can see there's somewhat of a trend line. We'll do the same basics right here with the resistance zone. If you catch the lower end or as close to the trend as you possibly can, drastically increases your risk reward, all right? What was I about SLV? Now, as for, oh, no, there it goes, Corey. You sly dog, you. Yeah, real nice double hammer candle. This is exactly what we want to see here at the lower end of that range. If you're going to get a break through that volume-weighted average price, I wouldn't put it past over at any given minute. Look at the daily, slightly red, right? So how big of a rebound are we going to get? All right. David Amzi. What's up?
Get it, David.
Second try. NVDA earns institutional stub was compute equals revenue. Epic flex by JH, Jensen Wong. Days of tried. One economic is over. DNS. C license is a dinosaur. No more provisioning costs. Mix your apps. I mean, that was a little bit tougher of a one, man. Sharif kind of.
NVIDIA earnings was an institutional stub. Was compute equals revenue. That's what Jensen said. That was Jensen's exact words. He was trying to make that case. Epic flex by J.A. Huang. Days of tied to one ecosystem is over. He's talking about CUDA, of course. Net, DNS. Seat license is a dinosaur. Okay, that I don't know. Or provisioning costs, mix your apps. So I'm assuming he's talking about the network, about the enclosure network there of CUDA. Okay, I do see that. You have to assume that there was going to be some point, the hyperscalers, with all the muscle that they have and the money that they have, they're not going to be locked in on Jensen's network.
No.
You know what I mean? And we already see that they're exploring that through ASICs for price, for efficiency. And let's cut the crap, bro. Let's cut the crap, man. Let's be honest about it. NVIDIA's chips were the best in the game, but are they still the best in the game when it comes to inference? And everything
I think
is
so. You don't think he's the best
in inference?
Yeah, that's essentially what you want to use it for more, no? The king of inference is what they call him.
Do they?
Yeah.
I personally don't think so. Okay. I'm just my opinion. I respect your opinion, but I think that, you know, and we saw, remember when Altman, he kind of leaked that information that NVIDIA's chips were not the best for inference anymore. Anyway, whether you believe that.
Who is the best?
I think the best ones are the ones that are custom designed to run specific applications, and that
so
takes me to ASICs.
The Broadcoms, okay, all right.
And that's what we're seeing a lot more, right? There goes Tepit through the high in 154. It's a 150 high. I wet the beak at 54s. We didn't get 155. An eye out on this one. Very interested. Joseph Birch, chill, bro. Very interested to see if we can get 2/3 of a dollar. I screwed up, Joey. I screwed up because I said I'd add at the May, and then I was starting to read, and then, you know, it doesn't give you much time. So unless you're right there right now, yeah, I see it. I see it. Bovin thinks Tepid is going to 186 at least easily. I love Bovin, bro. He's sickest hype man. But thank you very much, David, for the super chat and for your comment. I think what you were saying is quite sound. I don't know if it's as extreme as you're saying, but I agree with Jensen's comment that more compute will equate into more revenue. I don't think it's as simplistic as Jensen makes it out to be, but I think as a general statement, it is true. Does it mean that the compute has to be his? Nah. That's where I kind of digress a little bit with that. And we saw Broadcom's earnings, and Broadcom is saying that, you know, you guys will read the report, obviously, during the what's it called? The afternoon session. So I'm involved in a new trade, guys. I weaseled a stack. I'm in at $1, and it's at 99. I'm giving it to 9.5. I'm taking half a risk unit on this one, okay? I like higher lows. I didn't take the same risk unit as I took on Tepit. We're taking exactly half the risk unit that we took on Tepit. And here it comes into 101 showing up. I'd like a 105 print. My move on this one is as follows. 2R on stack is $1.15. 3R, 122. I'm gonna save the majority of the shares for that 110.15 area. I'm gonna give it a zone, okay? I don't wanna be kind of restricted to 15 because my 2R is exactly $1.15. To me, it's gonna be a zone. So we stop it below 92.5 and we wet the beak. We wet the beak multiple times, but for very little shares. But we'll save work of the shares for that 110 to 115 zone on stack, keeping an eye on that. And just before we send it to your boy Joey Opsh, I also want to mention TMDE. Here's the deal. This one dropped big red candle, but this red candle is engulfed by the price action of the prior green candle, which has substantially more volume. This candle here, 468,000 shares. I'm talking about the green candle at 11. This, the red candle, the 1135, holds a higher low, and the current green candle also holding the red candle's higher low. So TMDE holding around 330, 3 1/3. Let's see if it breaches. If it does, I'm looking at that 320 area. That is where the 10 EMA on 5 is, and that's where I'd get involved unless this one takes out prior bar high, in which case it changes a trade from a dip trade to a breakout trade and a possible move into 4. That's what I'm thinking here on TMDE. Let's see if it manifests, Joey.
All right, no, yeah, you know who it is, Mr. Worldwide. Anyways, aside from that, guys, the T-triple, let me sit up straight here, man. Sit up straight.
Get it.
All right, so essentially what we got going on a year ago, I mean, I think you get a pullback. If it comes back into the volume-weighted average price, then I'm going to get out of the trade, right? We're starting to form these higher lows, and there's a little bit of a resistance right there. And I never put it past the market to have a full recovery. I mean, we couldn't breach this low of the day. And at that point, if that wasn't the case, I just don't think the sentiment is that weak, right? Back to test, my boy City Boy over here. You can see that trend line still holding up. But what we don't have, friend, and it can come in, this is what we're looking for, right? You want to see that volume step in as we punch through that resistance zone, all right? So we'll just keep that in mind, guys. I took half off, right? Maybe we should have took a little bit more off at the failed break of the low of the day, and then leave like 33% of a runner. But that's not going to be. We're not going to allow this to come against us. We'll get out. And if it tells us to re-engage, then maybe we'll look for other opportunities to do so. But I want to go with the flow. NVDA is continuing to climb a little bit higher. This is going to drive the market with it. Amazon doing the exact same thing. Apple's starting to turn the corner. So there's a lot of positive going on right now. So with that being said, let's get out of this trade before it drops to sell break even, because I believe that's the sector we were currently on. Broadcom recovering as well. I shouldn't say it's recovering, it's positive, but off of those lows, it's finding a nice bounce. And at this pace, you can see on the lower frames, volume really starting to kick in. It's unfortunate we get that $49 mark that we were looking. That's what we really wanted. We'll eliminate some of our losses here from earlier in the morning, and we'll wait for some other quality opportunities, all right? But I wish I had double the amount of shares that I had on this big trade, though. That's the case in which but that's necessarily what happened, okay? Palantir, not doing too much. I know that's a Katina Man favorite. I don't true often up to 152. Adobe, that thing's been continuously getting hammered. Let's pull this down and go through a little of what we got here on the watch list. As for Dell, how have you been forming? Not Rich Tech Rolex. Did you recover, Rigetti? Not really. I mean, boom. You started to form this base and starting at somewhat of a move higher. I just heard someone to the Bills.
DJ Moore to the Bills.
Oh, I don't know.
From the Bears.
Oh, okay.
Neil is pumped. Neil's pumped, as you can see. Oh, man, I love it.
All right, DJ, I don't know, is he good?
Pretty good.
All right. Is he a needle, like a big-time needle mover, or what?
Neil will be on in 13 minutes.
What is he, a receiver?
Neil will be on in 13 minutes.
Is he a wide receiver?
I have no idea.
You have no idea? That's crazy. All right, coin. What have you been doing? Obviously, going to kind of trace what Bitcoin's up to, but then here's MSTR getting slacked once again to 144. I mean, poor. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to stop giving this guy some light. You know what I mean? Even though we'll talk about it here and there, I just want to be like poor old Saber because I don't feel any type of way.
What's going on?
All right, 424. We're headed to the top end of the range here on CrowdStrike, Sharif. What a monstrous recovery. But I know Broadcom has been performing relatively. With that being said, we got to see how the folks over here at Trader TV have been performing. I know you got a massive bump up, so we're going to go over to our stock tracker portfolio.
I was looking at it, though, dude. In a crappy range, though.
Yeah,
like, the range is...
Fabian doing some updates over here, as you can tell. Well, was
that Fabian that did that?
Yeah, of course, man. It's still sharp.
Oh, boy.
BBA got a massive bump up.
Did it?
Yeah, I think today did, right? There was some news, and it was climbing a little bit higher there on BBAI.
Up 1.17, yeah.
Seventh place. CrowdStrike, you're gonna be good. I know we're down 25% at one point on this name.
Damn.
We were up 10% on Walmart. That started to come back in down to a measly 4%. Thanks, Walmart. But anyways, aside from that, Sharif, your picks over here are pretty good. 16% in Thermo Fisher.
I'm clipped on Thermo Fisher, aren't
But you're
I?
up 17 on Northrop, and then you're cutting a lot off of that Broadcom. That was at
I'm still
11%.
down on Broadcom?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That thing was down 11% at one point. So watch out. I'm sitting in the money spot right now, 7th, exactly where you want to be, just to essentially take this thing home at the end of the day.
All right, man. Tepit is losing the $0.50. It's still above the 10 on the 5. In fact, it respected it last time around, and I lamented not having 10 EMA on the 5, showing me 144 to 145. Also, I want to digress for a second and talk about a name I haven't traded today, but one that has very respectful, as you can see here, of the 10 EMA on the 5. That is the green line for the newer traders. AAPL battle. Oh, it is losing it and losing it in our lead. Just lost $25, and now it's at 24. Holy cow. That was ugly drop from 26.83. In a matter of moments, you're down into 24 battle. Holding up at $24, finding support here at the 20 exponential moving average. Moreover, this is the longer area of the consolidation. Look at that. We consolidated at this $24 area from 1040 to the breakout to at 1110. So there are buyers here. We know that, right? Because that's how this stayed afloat. We're selling at 24.50. We know that for a fact, but the buyers were buying at 23.50. And there it goes. What a move, man. BATL is volatile. 23.66 low, now almost back into 25. So BATL is making a move. Watch out for 25 to 25.50 resistance, right? Look at that long area of consolidation at support in the mid 25 in the third. So be on the lookout there. That could be resistance for BATL. I don't know if I'm going to execute on battle today. I'd rather something a little bit more down my wheelhouse, like TMDE. TMDE is coming in, guys. It's an unbroken lower high, lower low pattern, and it's coming into that predictable area of support. Of course, I'm talking about the green line on my chart, which is a 10 EMA. So we're going to keep a close eye here on TMDE. I'd like to execute on this one, but we're going to have to pause for a second. Run up to the big desk for news with Adara.
Yeah, I'll start here just with another update with Hormuz, because the Israeli UN envoy, the UN envoy from Israel saying, quote, give us a few more days and it will be much harder for Iran to disrupt vessels coming through the Strait of Hormuz. So they're basically saying that soon any disruptions at the Strait of Hormuz will likely be minimized. That came in a couple of minutes ago. This coming in just now. Target on watch, TGT saying, I guess, having that Josh Brown has named this one a long idea. CNBC reporting Josh Brown, long idea here, Target. Back to you.
Like, they're absolutely delirious.
Oh, it's crazy.
Joey sent me a documentary, thank you, Assassino, yesterday. I was telling Brent this morning as well. It's about, sadly, the war in Ukraine and everything that's being heard there. I see a lot of it on TikTok, more than I want to see, but this is like a hour and 45-minute documentary of soldiers fighting for their life in the trenches, being hunted by shelling and drones.
Crazy.
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
Dude, the first 3 minutes is insane.
It's ugly.
It's insane.
It's ugly as hell, man.
Dude, as soon as they open that APC, remember that it's like about like 18 minutes or like a couple minutes, and they open the APC, boom, right into it.
It's like, you know what they're doing? Like, you know what the video shows? Like, the shelling is consistent, and then they stop the shelling. So then the soldiers come out the trenches, and what's waiting for them are the FPV drones, just waiting for their position coming out of the trenches. And then the hunting starts. And like, it's so ugly.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Like, I've watched a lot of war documentaries. I watched a lot in the war in Syria and Libya too. But this is some of the most, like, the documentaries, the most documented, I guess, maybe of all time. Like, the soldiers are wearing GoPros and everything. It's called 2,000 meters to Andreevka. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's not COD, definitely Rainmaker. It's not a video game.
No, it's legit not a video game.
No, I mean, I think he means general sense, like we play war games because you can desensitized and stuff. Yeah, exactly. This ain't no game.
It's no game, absolutely. All right, guys, right back into this market. This is what I was talking about here. City Boy, we needed that volume in. So maybe we can bounce off of this trend line here and then get that ball rolling. The market's slowly curling back. I mean, we were top ticked right there on our way out, and then now it's starting to head a little bit or so. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Silver, how have you been performing? All right, it's still holding up, Gaurav. I think this will be a little bit more of a choppy run here, but if we slowly start to curl over, I wouldn't put it past it to recover. Let's record with the daily and see what we got going on. I mean, hammer here, it's still red, but a nice bounce. You're gonna have to sit through some chop on this, I think, at this point, and then maybe you can find some recovery. What's gold been doing here? I mean, it didn't get too far. GLD up to 508. It was only 3% off its highs, a little bit more down to 466, but this trend is still fully intact until that breaks. And then I think you might see a little bit more downside, but I just don't think that's the narrative right now in these precious metals, all right? So we'll keep on that. I have nothing on the go. We were in that short earlier. We did get stopped out, a little bit of a trade off right there, took off half right there, took 2 losses on IBIT, took 2 losses on RGTI, and 1 for 2 on TTD. So I'm going to be patient, Sharif. Not much going on. Some choppy. Our boy Adam James was saying I think we're starting to fall into that neck of the woods. 11:55 lunchtime. The Wall Street boys and the larger participants going to go and get some grub.
Do we call that one? Thank you. Get it right. 929. I love the name. Morning, guys. Thoughts on video options volume? That's your boy Joey
let's
Option
get right into that because I actually want to talk about that here. Sorry, just fixing my stock. AT&D, well, I'll read what you have to say there momentarily, but let's get right into the options activity here on NVDA. And we continuously talk about supply zones, and I think it's really important to document these. You have to wait until the open, or you can do it the night before. All right, so we're gonna head over to tomorrow's expiration cycle, and we talked about this. You have a mass concentration of supply, and where are we trading? South of that right now. So 174,900, 187. We have 107,000, and that 190 mark. 155K. I mean, you're not collecting anything on that right now, but the chances are extremely high. And we do typically like to use our delta metric as a probability factor in which it will expire out of the money. And you can see that there's a 65% chance that this contract is going to expire out of the money. There it is. So I was reading the wrong strike price. You have a 4% that this contract is going to expire in the money, or a 96% chance that this thing going to expire out of the money. Sorry, a 94% chance that it's going to expire out of the money. All right, there's 0 chance that this is going to close by tomorrow, unless some massive catalyst in that we are going to close above 1D tomorrow.
2,000 meters to and Drivka. I'm writing it in the chat for everybody who wants it. And RIIVKA. There it is. I put it in the chat for FX options 007. So anybody who wants that, it's in the chat, guys. You know, obviously the documentary starts off with a graphic warning. So yeah, heed that if you don't want to watch it.
There's another one too. I'll tell everybody. It's called Enemy in the Trees.
Enemy in the Trees.
That one's more graphic, to be honest with you.
All right, bro.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that one has a lot of drone activity. It's crazy. And like the quality of the footage is exactly like that.
Really?
Yeah, it's insane.
It's high quality. This is like 4K video.
Bro, it's insane. It's actually insane.
Guys, I am waiting here on TMDE. Somebody was asking me, like, Sharif, what's the situation? You gonna execute? Okay, so this candle did breach prior bar high. So the 1150 candle, high 332. This current candle, the one we're in, the 1155 candle, high 333. Higher low, higher high. I'm not liking what I see quite yet. I'm fine with waiting. This is a nice pullback to allow you to get in, right? But I don't know if it's gonna hold. I need proof. So I'm gonna wait. I'm thinking execution price of 334 or 335. Based on my risk analysis and on my calculator, I've entered 335 as an entry and 323 as an out. 323 would break this doji candle low. So I'm going to put 322. Typically, you know, I'm not going to give it right into the price, so I go and get stopped out. But my next move, I believe, I'm looking for TMDE as a long. I also want to mention that SOC is made as well. I don't want to say this one, has decidedly broken, downtrend, but I think it has. It's got a couple of higher lows under its belt, area low, double bottom there, and then a triple bottom right there, area low, higher low, and breaching, mind you, that doji candle area high, which was 282. Current bar high takes us to 289. With a couple of good green candles breaking that area low. So I'm very interested in this one for a break of 13, SOC. I don't exactly have the strategy ironed out yet as to where I would get in and get out and what my risk would be, but I will keep you guys apprised of that. So I'm keeping an eye on SOC. I'm definitely interested on executing on TMDE and STK. This one ain't holding up. If it is this prior bar, not prior, pardon me, 30 bar low, the low of which is 93, I'm out. Currently, it's putting in generally higher lows. You can kind of see that when you zoom out with this uptrend line. I'm not going to change my line in the sand, and I clearly see the trouble it's having at $1. My bias here is that these are good, the dollar break. Now, if I could do it all over again, I'd wait a little bit to this area here at 95. Now, I'm not going to change my risk profile or entry because I got in at $1. I want to do that, but I realize that obviously I can dollar cost average here with a tighter stops area. I'm going to think about that, but I don't want to do that. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're looking at stack. We're looking at TMD. We're still holding Tepit. Tepit barely holding on. 10 EMA on the 5. And then we're going to pause. We're going to go to a tariff route now, and then Neil has his lesson of the day.
Let's talk about what's happening today. NASDAQ kind of tricky here. I mean, certainly these lower highs, bit of a area of support here at 606. Let's see if we can kind of make some kind of directional move here in the S&P or NASDAQ. S&P 500 looking pretty similar to the NASDAQ right now. Politico, I guess, reporting that in a Trump interview, Trump said to Politico, quote, "I fired Anthropic," and that Anthropic is now in trouble because he fired them. So this President Trump and his administration versus Anthropic does appear to continue. Into other updates from this morning, specifically for into 12, we did have more back and forth on the Strait of Hormuz. We had the the Israeli envoy to the UN basically coming out and saying, yeah, give us time, we're going to get the Strait of Hormuz disruptions dealt with. We also had, of course, news that a court filing with regards to tariffs, New York leading their states in trying to file a suit against the new tariffs from President Trump and his administration. Let's talk about Broadcom, AVGO. Nice year-over-year earnings growth across its segments for revenue. And, I mean, yeah, semiconductor solutions growing on a sequential basis. Infrastructure software revenue slightly actually declining on a sequential basis, but overall, great report for AVGO and Broadcom. Earnings on watch today included JD.com, BILI or Billy. We also had AEO, Rigetti, the system. So tons of earnings day one's plays in the mix. I want to talk as well here of Costco. Costco's going to be reporting after the bell tonight. So is MRVL, a name that I know Sean has mentioned a couple times here as well, if I could type it correctly. We'll also get IoT coming through after the bell and Gap. So tons of post-market earnings names. Lots to talk about throughout this session. And yeah, as I mentioned, lots of news coming out throughout the day. So don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be here giving you all the news and all the information right from the desk. In the meantime, we don't have news about news. We've got Neil and a lesson. So tune in, guys. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to take out your notebooks for Neil's lesson.
Lesson of the day incoming, everybody. And first off, first lesson I want to say is don't do what I'm literally doing right now. Okay, so if you're not a football fan, you're not going to understand this. I'm a gigantic Buffalo Bills homer, and so I just heard that we actually got ourselves a wide receiver with a pulse. And being a homer, the very first reaction is to make an offer to a dude in my dynasty. I'm probably just going to rip myself off to get a dude just because he wears a certain jersey. Now that's not necessarily a great decision. But I'm a homer. The equivalent in trading would be to, not revenge trade, but FOMO trade. Like chase a move, over trade because you missed something that's early. Or try to get back that early money that you felt like should have been there. and then fight, and then just start fighting market. Sometimes that's going to work out for you, and I think like when you overtrade or revenge trade or like chase move or try to get back that quick money, a lot of times what will happen is stares down my. Okay, fine. He doesn't like. All right. So, anyways, go back to my thought. What a lot of times what'll end up happening is you win sometimes, and that can get dangerous because if you FOMO trade, if you chase a move, shouldn't break a rule, revenge trade, and it works, then you're gonna add that to your live. Ooh, this is a good idea. That was a good strategy, and then you'll start doing it more, and that's actually dangerous because you'll be putting yourself in a bad situation with extra confidence. So I'm going to give you an example today. Like, this is, what are we, like the first week of March, right? So you've had 2 full months and a week of trading. It's been a good start to the year. Like, this will be my first day where pretty much nothing went right. I didn't really step outside of the plan anywhere. I didn't make any revenge trades. I didn't FOMO anything. I had a couple of stops, didn't trade, so I had to punch out some things manually that are a little worse than they could have been. But overall, it's the first day where pretty much nothing went awry. But you have to have the ability to stick to the plan. This is what's happening, if we can just come to my chart for a second, where every shot, I'm looking for like the trend reversals. So whether it's holding through VWAP, kind of like it was yesterday, IBIT, or then waiting for it to break a downtrend with the bottom tail at a support level and working that long into VWAP, or allowing it to press into 40 and then break this little, there's your open range bottom. There's the trend from here, and then now it's making another trend break. Like, I'm just sticking to the plan of action. Like, you're not seeing me freak out. Like, as much as I'll do something stupid, like overreact to EJ Moore going to the Buffalo Bills by sending an offer, or like drafting EJ Manuel in the front of my league because he happens to be wearing a Bills jersey, even though I know he's not a good prospect, that's fantasy football. When you're trading, it's real life and real money, and you can't do those things. So when I'm having a bad day, you probably are not going to see my voice or how I'm acting or the manner in which I'm trading. I'm still going to stick to the plan, which is look for the entries that work for me. Like, what led me to have positive months before and positive trades. I'm just going to continue to do that until in a longer time frame it proves that it doesn't work. The FOMO can get you into a lot of trouble. The chasing past P can get you a lot of trouble. The revenge trading can get you into a lot of trouble. It's fun. Like, trust me, like, I'm excited to be getting this guy on the Bills. And I'm probably going to make a bad deal. But I'll be happy, and maybe I'll still like go out and run and buy a jersey for him because I'm a fan. But like I said, that's fantasy. And in reality, you do things like that. You've got to be a little bit more disciplined in your trading. Stick to your structure, whatever it might be. And that's an important thing for sure. I think ultimately everyone's going to be different. And this applies to any style. If you have an overly aggressive style of trading, you want to know what works for you. If you have a more disciplined style of trading, you've got to try to stick to that. Don't drop anything there, Fabian. So do whatever works for you, but ensure that you don't get caught up in the FOMO or the emotion of the moment in a particular trade, or just try to chase things when you know you've missed it. Let it come back to you. There's always another opportunity. The great thing about the stock market is it's open every single day. Well, I mean, it's open 5 days a week when there's not a holiday, and there's always opportunities. You just have for the next one to come around. I always promise to give you guys a bit of a look on the lunch. Like, it wasn't a fajita. It's like the insides of what you get for a fajita. Like, there's like the vegetables and the chicken, and then there was like rice peas, which is pretty solid. So overall, like, I think the meatballs was bad. I gave it that 5.2 this week, but I got to give this one a solid 7.8. Get higher if there was a little more flavor to the chicken. But the rice, well, I'm probably eat all the rice. There's too much of it. I'm not a big carbs guy, but the rice and peas is good. Like, there's peas in there, so that's solid. And the vegetables are really solid. So it would get, but the chicken is dry a little bit. So, but everything else is pretty top notch. I'm a fan. So we're happy with it. Oh, before I throw back, I just saw in the chat here, maybe this KC just gifted 10 memberships. Shout out to you, KC. I've seen you a lot. You ask great questions and a great contributor to our community. Appreciate you. So everyone scoop those up, as I see they already have, like who's getting all those memberships in there. Appreciate you. Like I said, we have a fantastic community. Trading is hard enough if you have to do your own, and nobody here has to, because that's what TV Live is all about. We'll throw you the midday, and I'll see if I get this trade done and get fleeced in my fantasy FOMO.
AC 520 frickin' 6. She does it again, guys. Dropping 10 membies in the chat. Thank you very much, Case. Always doing the most, and absolutely great. And I would be remiss if I didn't remind everyone who got memberships. I don't know what to put there. Got one. Mr. Stabby 2, you got one. Don't stab people, though. Oh. Jimbo. Grant, no. Grant is already a member. Reborn. We got Prashan, you got one. Raleen, you got one. Michael Punzalen, you got one as well. Michael Jones got one. Shout out everybody who got one. Mike Jones. And those who did get one, I have to remind you guys that you guys can get the morning note now. Go on over to the YouTube homepage for Trader T. You'll see the tabs at the top. And just click that posts tab right there. Mosey on down. You'll see, if you're a member, you'll see the members only little header there. And Huck Tan and Jensen gracing this morning's thumbnail for the morning note. Hit read more, and then hit that Google Drives, and it sends you to the morning note, of course, for members. Now coming, by the way, with a table of contents. And guys, now, in addition to getting 3 of support and resistance for the particular name, you're going to get a bias here. Include the bias so you kind of know, this is never financial advice, but it gives you direction of where to look. So shout out to Casey. Thank you very much.
Yeah, nice. We love the morning note there. We'll hit the bang on that one. All right, guys, I want to talk about this here because this was a massive liquidity grab here. My boy, City Boy, to FLA and Flow Rider. What happened on that breakout, right? We had the volume step in. Volume on the lower time frame stepped in as you punch through the resistance zones. But what happens immediately after? It's met with a strong defense, and you go right back into the middle of that range. For me, if we breach that on this current trajectory, I'm going to be classifying that liquidity grab. I don't think we continue to climb higher, and I could be totally wrong. We are bouncing off the lower end of but just with that fake out, I'm like, it's so unnecessary. But it's the nature of the beast, and it can get frustrating. I understand that. Nice work on silver, Gorab. This is a big-time liquidity grab in the NASDAQ, also probably being fueled by the move in Tesla, but then you give the majority of that all back, okay? So if you were thinking going VWAP, squeezes you out and then works out, but now you see from the tape standpoint, to pick up a little bit of momentum back to the top side. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Google bouncing off of its lows. We're getting right back towards the volume-weighted average price. So not a horrible look right there. I don't want to attempt a long here on Bitcoin. There could be a good opportunity, but it's just lagging the overall market right now. So what's Amazon's up to? And here's NVDA. This is going to be a big time teller where we're going to head to next, right? Like you have that move down, you breach through some support levels. Are we going to punch back through and kind of chop around what we've been doing essentially from 1120? Maybe, but it's tougher to navigate. So once again, if it's going to be a range bound set, be prepared to sell at the highs and then buy at the lows, okay? And I think that's kind of been the narrative so far in a couple of the names. We'll go back to one more time, bouncing off the trend. What we want to see is price compress a little bit more and then just have that pent-up kind of demand in a specific direction. And I think it can lead us into a good a trend potentially here with Tesla.
All right, I want to speak about my stack trade because there's something that it's hard to count for. So I got in at the dollar, and I had a very specific risk parameter that I was insisting on following. And that risk parameter took 92.5 pennies. I had to stop there. And I had to stop with a 2 penny spread on a 95 penny name. And it was so illiquid. Look where I ended up getting stopped out. 86.5 pennies. From 92.5 to 86.5. That is almost an entire risk unit. So it is super frustrating on these type of names. Now, the way that I could have accounted for it was to have a bigger spread between the triggering price and the limit price. So the triggering price tells the computer sell, and the limit price tells the computer sell up to this amount. So, for example, you could tell the computer, for example, I want to get out at 92, but pay all the way down to 90. So that would be a 2 penny spread. I had that 2 penny spread. Irrelevant. There was an area of illiquidity where there was just no shares for me to get out. And that is super frustrating. Now, there's other ways that you can account for that. You can, the first way I just mentioned, having a bigger spread between the trigger and the limit. That's one. Two, you could put market orders. I don't tend to like to use market orders. And then three is, to just watch it. So that if their area of liquidity comes, you can hit the flatten key. That's obviously not always an option on the show. So I'm quite annoyed by that. So Stack almost wipes out my entire gain from TPET, despite the fact that my risk unit on Stack was half of that of TPET. So a little frustrated there. In any event, focusing on the next trade. And I was asking Bovin, SOC looks fantastic. So you had that downtrend break and now clearing that area high. I want to say that doji candle at 1120, the high of which was 1282. And now you're at 13 and you're pretty close to 1311, which is the day high. We printed at 1225. That's a nice V-shaped recovery. So good look here for SOC. I've been also watching TMDE. I'm waiting for this pesky downtrend to break, but I'm also very alive that these are the A to A plus setups, at least in my submission, where you a nice, very big move, a very clean move here on TMDE, and then a prolonged downtrend. Let's see if Fibs can offer any insight into this. So right around 50. Now, I'm not going to base anything on Fibs, what the percentage retracement was from the breakout area. That's what I'm using that for. What I'm looking for, decisive, and I really do mean decisive break of that downtrend line, closing basis. Obviously, the candle has to close green, right? So I'm waiting for there on TMD. I'm very biased that this one does hold and breaks out. If it does, I'm going to be super involved. I've already gamed out a couple of different price scenarios and what my risk would be on them and where my stop would be. Obviously, those could evolve, which will necessitate me to analyze that again. But TMDE, definitely watching. Got out of Tepit. Okay, I'm not liking what I see on Tepit anymore, where I feel like we're getting that rounding top, right? Get into that, a key area of either technical or psychological resistance. In this case, it's a bit of both. The 150 is also the psychological, and then you're getting a technical resistance vis-a-vis these topping tail candles. And then you're kind of putting that rounding shape. So if it ends up doing that, obviously, I'm not going to trade it at a low, but if it ends up holding like it looking right now, look at that. It's disproving me immediately here, which I kind of don't mind. 153 highs, 157. Definitely interested in getting back into this one if I like what I see. So those are the two that I'm biased on at the moment, Tepit and TMDE, which I don't mind also SOC. SOC is coming into the 10 EMA with a big rendle here. It's just lost prior bar. If I was to get in here at 12 3/4, I would give it to this candle low, the 1150 candle low, the low of which is 1260. So it would be about 15 pennies worth of risk, but it looks pretty deep here as a retracement above it. So I think you had something that where he said it had to take out 13 decisively for him to get in. It looks like he's right. So that is my look there. And then GXAI, guys, this one is going to lose its spot side chart momentarily here. But for the range traders who don't mind trading these small cap gappers below VWAP as a long, there is an area of support here. Take a look at what we did between 9:30 until about 9:50-10. We held this 190 high 180, and here we are again. So if you like trading ranges, this one looks like a good. Obviously, I would put my stop below the 9:30 candle, which is 186. So that's another look for those who are interested in tepid, Joey.
All right, good look there, brother. There goes the market all the way down. Again, right to where we had previous out. Liquidity grab, Gorev hit that one on the head. That's all this was, I think, in my opinion. Sure enough, you get that move lower. It's unfortunate we didn't re-engage on this one. So aggressive, we have the big boys selling pretty strong. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, I shouldn't say that. I just don't know if I'm locked in enough in order to kind of, lock in, Joe. To kind of engage into this market. So, I mean, we can find something, but we don't really want to force it, right? Like, we're red on the day. It's a small red day, and I have no issues. I mean, yesterday was a pretty good one for us, the day before as well. We did a loss on Monday, but, I mean, if 2 red days, we'll see what we can come back tomorrow and see if we can rock and roll and find some high-quality opportunities. They were there, right? I mean, TTD to the short side, we should have took advantage of. We didn't take enough on that one. So, I mean, don't force it if you don't see it, right? Just enjoy this Pfizer. I mean, absolutely, man. I don't know what the temperatures are in sunny Toronto, but we'll find that out later. Yeah, let's keep an eye out on some things, guys. 4 degrees has Assassino giving us that, so a staggering degrees. You will see people slowly start to come out in the short if they haven't already. I was on okay, so listen to, that's insane. It needs to be wearing shorts, it needs to be 25 plus. Anyways, so yeah, 25 plus, right? Yeah, all day, 25 plus is shorts weather. I'm walking, over the weekend, I'm walking Milo, Danny Boy, around the peninsula, a different one though, just by the lake here in the city. And was running with shorts and no shirt. It was like -13. I'm like, I really hope that he was going to be doing the polar bear dip or something along those lines. Why you would dig Ontario, I don't know, but to each their own, right? But yeah, no tarp, -13 or whatever it was over the weekend. So there it is, guys. The market EQ's down 2%, and we're really starting to pick up momentum here. Microsoft is still holding up, but I think leading the way right now is Apple. Apple is aggressively, and so is NVDA. So that's most definitely going to drag. There we go. We got breach, and now at this point, I think we're going to head into that $49 mark on the TQQs. Okay, so we got stopped out right here. Liquidity grab at 50.20, engaged on that opportunity, and then now I think we might start to pick up a little momentum. Selling the bottom of the range is a little more difficult, so we go smaller size on this trade to see if we get that aggressive selling price action. I mean, this is a triple bottom. If this floor breaks, watch out to 49. So that could be 20 cents or something along those lines. But I just don't love Ward. Why? Because you can get that squeeze back into the middle of the range. And it's like, where am I if I'm actually wrong and just not hopping in and out of trades, taking paper center, right? So we'll keep an eye out on that one. I wouldn't be surprised if we head into that level. But I think it was Miss Yes asked us about this. The 185 calls expire. You had that little bit of a pop, but we talk about these supply zones through. We're now at 181. The options market was already telling us there's a 94% or 96% chance that these contracts are going to expire out of the money. Okay, so take that into consideration. It's very important stuff. Use your delta metric is also as a percentage gauge in which the contracts will expire in and out of the money. A long time. Shortly after I was like really writing and getting to the depths of the options language, because that's all it is essentially, is that as a metric helps. And then what I learned even along the road and talking with you guys, within these supply zones and even above them, especially earlier in the cycle, can really work wonders for you.
All right, guys, tepid is going into the high. It's at 157 right now, up 84 in a third. I'm keeping an eye on that, but I'm more executing on TMDE. It's broken trend. I'm waiting for a little bit more. This is going to require me to pack the patience. I'm waiting for about 333 or 334 all the way up to 335 on TMDE. It's now broken above the trend line. I have about 2 minutes for this candle to close. So let me a completely different price than the one I'm looking at here. Showing me 323. Wow. Look at this, Joey.
What's that?
What does that price say right there? What is that right there?
It's hella delayed, bro. Look at that one.
You see that?
Yeah, I told you,
see
bro,
that?
the market, I tell you, every day it'll print. You'll see over here, it'll print 8 cents, higher or
mad.
lower than there. That's why I'm saying that you can't use US as an intraday platform.
No,
It
man.
It just doesn't.
Well, it
work.
doesn't typically do. Like
For
I've
me,
been
it does.
using this like
But
since
probably
2000.
Based off the level 2.
Yeah.
But you using it at 2000, but you also didn't have
Oh,
something that
hold on. I canceled some gateways.
right?
I canceled some
You know what
gateways. I
mean?
think that's
so
what
it's like the delay.
Yeah.
And you can't, it's not. I don't know if it's direct.
I think it might have to do with the fact that I can't waste. There goes Tepit, guys, into new intraday high. It's $1.60. It's really going here. Very good strength on Tepit. Looking to take out that zero. I've got a bias now that this goes into 175. If no, Tepit's really going. Look at picking it up. If it does drop off, stay at that 155 area, because 155, if it continues, right? Like we haven't cleared 155 much yet. But there is a flat top that really kind of gave way there for 155. Good look for Tepit, up 88% and looking to do more. Good look. Yeah, I see it, Bub, and shout out to you, my man. TWS is slow as hangry wife. Yeah, I completely agree with you. People hate this platform like they I don't know, like they hate things that they don't like. I've just gotten accustomed to using it, even though it is so bad. Right?
Shout out my boy Martin. He knows what Martin.
Yeah, he says the same thing. Das for the win. Okay, all right.
I hit it too many
You can
times.
tell Joey options like
All
das,
day,
man.
At home,
It's expensive though, Joey.
but like again, you're.
How much are you paying for that a month now? I know, but when you were,
But it's
how much?
CAD. Yeah, I was like 2 something.
Jeez Louise. Yeah, well, if you're taking it in like
Bro,
4
it
figures
came
a
with
week.
so many sick features like market
course.
replay. I remember doing my earlier days, I would literally get to put in 2 sessions and work on multiple executions. Because I would replay the whole day, and you get the time and sales of everything.
It's amazing. I think
Right?
a lot of people love
So
that.
like you can replay the previous day, and that's what I did.
Martin says
for a
it's
long time.
150. Of course, we get rinsed every
Yeah,
time.
well,
here,
he's
right?
American. He's
I know.
on 50
I know,
American. And
yeah.
did you get the make sure? I don't know. Do you have the replay feature on that one? Right. So
I don't make the rules. All right. EH Long says no. Let's have a look at Enphase. I'm still waiting for TMDE to set us a false break, by the way. Happy I didn't get into that. I want to mention this as well. I said very little. I'm going to get to Enphase in 1 second, but QURE looks fantastic over here. I don't know who called this out earlier. I do apologize for forgetting, but RE looking fantastic on the 5, and it is now replacing DI, which has lost the bid in a hurry. QURE. Very clean to be an entry point here. I'm going to wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, because this candle, the 10 EMA on the 5, pretty aggressively right there, that 1125 candle. So this same thing. So I'm going to wait for a break above prior bar to get into QURE, but this looks really good. I want to look at Enphase in a second, but I need to set up my possible trade here on QURE. So I'm going to just put that out. So if we're going to risk this amount, so let's say, for example, we get in at around 4. Let's go 1094 with a stop below prior area low at 77, right? So that would be, okay, great. So now I know exactly what I'm in on QURE. Let's look at Enphase, though, for PH. What's Enphase up to? Not looking like much on the day, brother. It looks weak. What the hell are all these topping till candles over here? Let's take a look if a news catalyst came in for Enphase. What do we got? Vistra expands, okay. Oh, 1212. I'm just making sure that this didn't come in earlier, okay? It didn't. Okay, so there's something here with 1212, so about, 16 minutes ago, give or take, did this candle, that candle was 1212. Okay, so here's the headline, guys, on Enphase. It retraced right away, but this is the head. Bring it in so you guys can see it. Vistra announced an expansion of its battery aggregation program to include Energy's IQ batteries, further scaling its residential virtual power plant, strengthen grid reliability across Texas. We know they need it. Remember the ICE program. Battery Rewards is offered through Vistra's flagship region, TXU Energy, and it allows eligible Enphase customers to earn exporting stored battery power to the grid during periods of high demand. As Texas continues to expand rapid load growth, demand-side solutions are becoming increasingly important, said Sam Sen, Vice President of Energy Transition Solutions. By bringing additional flexible resources like batteries online during critical periods, we can strengthen grid and serve more load using the infrastructure already in place.
Go ahead, Joey. There's something going on here. It's really subtle, but I'm at the volume, and it's really increasing. There's a bunch of sell pressure aggressively, and then we bounce off of this support level once again. So I got to keep my eye on it. Sorry to interrupt you, but there might be a little something coming in and potentially stepping into the market.
All right, no, I was done, Joey. I just wanted to read that out for. No, go ahead.
Look at this. Let's focus on the tape because this is where we're going to see the volume stepping in, and you can see this is going to be the low print since 10:30 this morning. Okay, so let's focus on this. The momentum to the downside is really picking up, and that's why I wanted to get involved. Thank you for just see. I told you guys, you gotta read the tape. Always big. I said it to Joey.
There's a U.S. drafts rule you require for AI chips.
Just going through the tape, I'm like, there's something gonna happen, and look at that volume spike there. I have for us.
So I'm seeing reports here, U.S. drafting a rule requiring licenses for chip exports across the globe. That would require NVIDIA and AMD, which are named specifically in the story, to have U.S. approval before they can ship anything. So again, U.S. reportedly rule that would require licenses for AI chip exports worldwide. Again, the story does specifically NVIDIA and AMD. Back to you.
Right on. I mean, that was great, man. That's just pretty good tape reading. I mean, I just noticed something just weird going on. I'm like, hold on, something's going to happen here a moment. And sure enough, bang, Adair to bring us that news as well, too. And there goes the market flushing to the side. So a nice little break of that support level, and that's what I'm talking about. Let's see if we can hold on to this trade to 49s.
Attaboy, Joey. Good job there. Still waiting here on TPET. TPET just got into the high day, 164. If you guys are looking for an entry on TPET, might be that 155er. Here comes 156. We're showing 156. I'm still waiting on TMDE. I'm now waiting on QURE. I don't have any other trades that I'm interested in other than TMDE, QURE, and TPET. Coming into this area here, I want to see if it holds up at 1 or comes down into the 10 EMA at 153. So that's what we're looking at. I don't have anything else. So that is kind of the look there. Continuing to watch into 155, continuing to drop, QURE continuing to drop. What else do you have? Any other names? Maybe south of $1, guys, if there are, egg me with them, because the trades I'm waiting for right now are not coming in. Anything else that I like, quite frankly. So PDYN was one, my side chart, I took it off because it was not setting up. I think I'm going to take off SOC and put PDYN back on. Yeah, shout out to Moon got it there. He understood. NVIDIA crashing. Yes, I know, brother. Yeah. That news. It is basically, as Dan put in the chat there. Thank you, Dan, the man, frickin' Emmons. Where is it? He had it there. I don't know. I think I lost it. Oh. Give me a sec. There it is. U.S. drafts rule requiring licenses for AI chips export worldwide, of course, affecting NVIDIA, AMD. They're both dropping pretty aggressively right now. So be on the look. Continuing to watch TEPIT, though, as this one's coming into 155. This is the buy area here. Now I want to watch. So number of things, right? The area low, that's a doji candle at 12.10. The low of that is 1. Also give it to the $0.50, which should be a psychological area of support if you get in at 1.5, right? So that's my look there. I'm also seeing a doji candle here forming on key at the 10 EMA on the 5. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. Shout out of money on GXAI, says Leanne. IML, but that military cock going away. Shout out to Leanne. I hope you print up multiple storms. We have to go to Adara.
Of course, yeah, we do have that AMD and NVIDIA story with regards to the U.S. reportedly drafting a deal with regards to AI shipments. And this is coming out around the same time. I reported this probably like an hour now, but I'm seeing this circulate again with new context, so I do want to mention again. I mentioned earlier, CNBC, U.S. states are suing to stop Trump's latest worldwide tariffs. Now, the Oregon Attorney General weighing in as well, saying specifically 12 U.S. states are involved in this suit. So, decent proportion here of these U.S. states are reportedly involved in that suit about Trump's new tariffs in the U.S. These new tariffs after, of course, the former AAPL tariffs were ruled against Supreme Court a couple of weeks ago now. Back to you.
Matthew McConaughey would like to say, I mean, thanks, Indy, for that. Essentially, that's all volume and tape, really. I'm just like, hey, there's something really weird going on right now. And then there's like moments later, we got some news, and the tape was there. It displayed itself. So yeah, fortunate enough to be able to participate in that support level break and a catalyst coming in time as well. So yeah, I mean, it worked out. I got in the amount of size that I wanted to. The short side. Even though we did get stopped out break even over there, we were fortunate enough to just catch the breath and then the retest of the break at that low, and then now it's really starting to work there, Sharif.
No, I'm just, you got to hang on a minute.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. So there it is, another clean flush to the downside. Maybe a little partial heavy, but that's okay. I'm approximately 20% remaining of this initial position. So let's ride. Surprise if we can make an additional leg lower. I know some individuals were asking us to take a look at the options chain, but first I want to take a look at the charting here on the triple T, where that next potential level can be. So let's go to a higher time frame. Breach through that support level. We're kind of just in no man's land right now. We couldn't here. I think this would be a stronger structure around 48.52, where we could level, obviously, depending on what NVIDIA, AMD, and the other Mag 7 names are up to. I think this can be a potential target here, 48.57, and there you go. You put in a low on T-trips. All right, so moving forward, let's take a look at what they're doing right now. I don't even know if I'm red or green at this point, to be honest with you. I'm not going to be looking until NVDA, but if not, we've eliminated a lot of the loss. A support level break there, 181. Now we're closing south of that 190 mark. We're way south of that 11 points. Now down to 179.85. Is Apple continuing to sell here as well? Kind of. So a support level there. Let's see if that is the case, then we're most definitely going to see a little bit of a deeper slide here. Oh, Meta getting absolutely slacked right now, punching through that support, and then now down to C3 with a high of around 670. Okay, so the big boys not really performing. Now we have to keep an eye out on them. If there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, then by all means, just feel free to tag me in the chat and we'll do so. With that being said, let's take a look at NAS and see what the options chain is telling us. Any outstanding size that's going to be like, hey, okay, we are going to continue this. So we'll go to tomorrow's expiration cycle. Nothing substantial here, guys. 615. We're not even. That's an extremely out of the money strike price. You're still collecting 57 on that sucker. That's pretty good. I mean, considering the options market also has an 80% chance, a little bit more, 88% chance that this thing is going to be firing out of the money. Now, as for the 4-hour chart, this contract was once worth $30, now worth 55.
All right, man. All right. I was building to T-Pet again. I'm watching it kind of hold 155, so this is currently right. It's holding 155. I think I should be able to miss one if I get in here. So let me just scroll back up. So 158, I said, and I would give it to, okay, so let's do this again. So I'm going to get in at 159, and I'll give it, 159. And then we want to give it to about we want to give it to 13. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, good. So we're going to get long here. We're going to risk a little bit. And we're going to go 1.5 out and for that many shares. Good. So let's see what we get on this. See if T-Pet still has the juice. So if it loses 1.5 out, I'm going to keep an eye out on that separately. I got into QRE. I need to keep these trades at each other. QURE. Let's go NASDAQ, and we'll take off QRE from here, and we'll put in, let's see, who else? DYN. There we go. So That's kind of what I'm looking at there. Let's see if TPET loses that 155. You know, it's got a couple of red. Let's see if it wicks below it. Also, QURE, it broke above the 10 on the 5, broke trend, but it's not exactly rocketing up. So my bias one is that we get into 11. My 2R, though, on QRE is 1128 is 1147. High days 1133. So I probably would take it $1/4 if it does come into there. So that's what I'm looking at there for QURE. I'm still souped in executing on TMDE, but it still hasn't set up in the right way. It's still in a prolonged downtrend. It's holding at the 20 on TMDE. It's not really putting in a whole lot of higher lows. So I think I've got this one to, you know, to do its thing. I think that one's going to be quite violent and quite good, but you never really know exactly what the situation is. So we're keeping an eye here on TMDE, TPET, and QURE, Joe.
Good stuff. So we had a strong squeeze right here, guys, and now we're starting to give that. That's a positive sign for the short. That is, if you're looking that way. But the volume was. Notice that the Nasdaq does this quite often. Is that they'll make these legs down, and then they'll have this squeeze price action, getting all the Devin Haney hands out of there, and then sure enough, they move. But I wouldn't be surprised if it finds a recovery. It's really hard to sustain those dumps, especially larger names, because we had, what was Buddy's name yesterday? He was buying 1 million shares, and then you just have so many large participants who's like, oh, okay, it's down a couple bucks. Let's start to gobble it up and just kind of churn shares throughout the intraday session and close book come the end of the day. So that being said, keep an eye on the tape. We can put our quote highlight on. Oh, that didn't feel good. We can put our quote highlight on. You can see there's no definitive ladder really on this. So for me, the level 2, I like to focus on the tape, right? But the level 2 with that quote highlight not really giving us a definitive direction. Got to sustain those dumps, bro. I know drop system. You're telling me. GXJ, Jets fan, I'm sorry, man. Trendline break, 4-hour on SoFi. Yeah, let's take a look at SoFi there for you. Me and the group chat, I give them the most amount of heat in our group chat. I said, I don't know what's worse, East fan or an Edmonton Oilers fan. Because the Edmonton Oilers, four first overall picks in a row, and then make the playoffs and yet to win the cup. So
but they've gone a couple times to the Stanley Cup final.
Back
they keep
to back,
missing,
right?
Yeah.
So shout out to Connor McDavid.
Oh.
I mean, it's tough. So I don't know what's worse, a Leafs fan or an Oilers fan. You tell me if anybody in the chat is from Edmonton. Dead will call it down. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean that. Okay, SoFi, trendline break. Looking at, I don't really see anything right now. If I were to draw something, it would definitely, that's a nice inverted hammer candle on the way up. But what I'm looking at from a potential trend, a little bit more depth of this chart, is that we still have those consistent highs. So we're just in Chopsville, USA right now. Until we break through this, that's when I'd be looking to participate, and I would also want to see a kick up in volume as well.
It is definitely fighting with that 155. It's unbroken lower ever since that 164 area high. 1230 bar low high, 1235 bar lower high. It comes 155 again. We're here at 155, but for how long? I don't know. I did a tiny amount of shares at that one, I think 161, but it's not really juicing up back into that level. It's still holding up the EMA, so I'm packing the patience, but I'm unsure how I feel about this one. Shout out to Tisha back. Battle is the only ticker I've touched today, but done and get it, Tisha. I kept my eye on Battle, but I didn't like what I saw. Down, looks like you were in it, obviously, in the good times here on the uptrend. But when I sat down, it started doing this long area of consolidation. In fact, guys, now it feels like a flat bottom break coming through 24. So good on you for that. I don't have anything on Battle, holding on Tepit, got stopped at a Q. Not really sure how I got stopped out of that. I put my stop below this bar low at 1072. Somehow I got stopped out at 1074. So I'm either typed that in there on Tepit, or on QURE. So I might re-execute on that one. If it takes out 1090, I'm probably going to get back in given the amount of bottoming tilt that are coming in at this level. So if we start curling up on QURE, taking out 1090, I'm going to give that one the old college try again. We'll go back up to Adara.
Seeing some more details here in this NVIDIA AMD story. So in case you guys earlier that the Trump administration are reportedly considering a rule that would restrict a globally without U.S. approval. So you would need U.S. approval to ship shipments across. More details here from this Bloomberg report. This regulation would require companies to seek U.S. for basically any AI chip export, specifically with regards to AI. Of course, heavily impact NVIDIA and AMD, which is also outlined within, basically make the U.S. government a gatekeeper within the AI industry, and the specific approval based on how much computing power a company wants. Again, this is all according to this Bloomberg. NVIDIA and AMD got hit particularly hard. We'll take a look at some of these other chip companies. I mean, this is already earnings day one play. Not too much of a move here. You could potentially look at maybe memory plays. Yeah, Micron did drop here. SNDK is still dropping. So memory and chip plays on watch with this Bloomberg's Trump admin considering a rule that would restrict AI chip shipments across the globe unless there is approval from the U.S. in virtually all cases. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
So how do you look at that straight? Like, hey, you can have compute, but not as much compute as us. You guys?
Yeah. Well, basically, I think what they're responding is the umpteen amount of stories that you and I are reporting, and everybody here about things end up in Mongolia and in Singapore and Vietnam. And so I think that, you know, the regulators have kind of had it with these stories, making them look a little, so they're gonna want to put their foot down a little bit. We'll see if it works out, but interesting. I see PDYN, Bovin. It's making a nice move here. It seems to have a flat up at $10. Bovin talking about PDYN. Not a bad look for the name on the up 31 2/3. Sorry, let me throw in the ticker. Below the pre-market high on PDYN. And by the way, there was ample in that pre-market. In fact, substantially higher than we're doing now. So you need to be at these levels because there could be large bag holders here. It's not just a light amount of shares. Candles here all had between 500,000 and 300,000 shares a pop, substantially higher than we're doing. We're doing about 50, 30, 40, 60, something like that right now. So a lot lower volume they had been doing. Keeping an eye here on TPEX, right back in to that 160 area, still holding up at the time. Just gonna wet the beak here. That's small share size, obviously, and I'm waiting for the bulk of the shares to come into my 2R. It's 169, or it's actually 171, but I'm taking it out at 1. It comes in, of course. I'm seeing a move here on TMDE. It is breaking again, but there it is. I've been bamboozled on this one before. I haven't executed on TMDE, but I'm really interested. So let's see if on this candle or not, what the situation is. Current bar low, 3 bar high, 330. Let's give this one a bit of a look here. So if I want to execute on this one, let's go ahead with that. And let's just say we'll get in at 333s. I'll have to give this to current bar low, which takes us to 314. So let's say that. Okay, so is the share size. Good. All right, perfect. So we'll see what we get. We won't get. There goes TPET into the day high again at 6. We're still holding substantial amount here, looking for a move into 69, waiting for that 69er to show up. Seller at 64, not surprised. 6 now, Joey. That is the high of the day. Let's see if TPET's got the juice to let profit loose. No, we're not going to get it quite yet. 166 still showing up. 165 now on the PET. Let's see if this one can work in. 175. Look, typically when we get into this 2/3 of a dollar, we could get into 2. We could get into 175. We're going to pack the what we get. Very alive as well to the TMDE move. I'm very, very much waiting for a move above 30 pennies. Takes me back to the 1220 candle where we rejected 30. We have above 30 since that 1220 candle, and here we are again in the 45 candle, and we can't clear 30. So I'm looking for 33s, saying that I just don't get in on a wick. Back to TPET in the 66-week high a day, 67. Looking for a move into 69. Not getting it. There's a whole selling here at 66. And TPET is not one of those ones, Joey, where you get aggressive price spikes that takes out all the buyers like at 5 or different penny levels. You're typically, stair-stepping up. And, it's good and bad in the sense that you don't get caught on the downtrend and, stopped out or not stopped out like me on the other one. And, but you also don't get those big price spikes up that take out a bunch of levels and take your orders. And so we're exposed. Seller, huge seller at 166. We can't shake them. I can't shake them. You ever watch Independence Day?
Years
with
ago.
Will Smith. Remember that first fighter scene when the alien aircraft are chasing the...
No, I can't recall.
Well, I'll just tell you.
Okay.
All right, so there's F-18s, there's Super Hornets, they're flying away from the alien aircraft, so it's Will's wingman, right? And so Will Smith is like, yo, he's closing on you. He's closing on you.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't shake him. I can't shake him. Because the guy's plane was just too strong. There it goes into 67 again, Joey. Let's see. We couldn't get into 69. So keep an eye on this.
You know
Go
what's
ahead,
good?
Joey.
What's that Bruce Willis movie where it goes and destroys the asteroid there?
Oh,
my God,
so good.
What is that?
So
what is the
good.
song, man. That song is iconic. Oh, guys.
Don't want to close my eyes. I don't fall asleep because I miss you, babe.
Yeah.
And I don't want to miss a thing. Dara's getting it. You're getting it. There we go, bro. Let's go. Bro, I'll go to Mars for free, bro. What kind of a question is that, man?
Would you go on to the asteroid and then do that for? So say you have a daughter and her man's there. Would you sacrifice yourself and stay on the asteroid so it resonates and he can go back to his wife?
If I say no here, I beg. So I'm saying yes. Yes, Dara.
Well, it's very timely that Joe's bringing up Armageddon the same day that you mentioned your friend Ben Affleck and his Netflix acquisition. Things over here on the Twitter TV Live Midday Show.
There you go. There you go.
All right, man. Let's go here. I wanted to pull something up, but it's irrelevant right now. Excuse me. A little bit more off here.
These guys are crapping on me in the chat.
49-31.
I'm sorry, guys.
That's how much I like them. If I didn't like them, then I'd be like, sorry, man.
I'm letting them all talk, bro. They can talk all they want.
But a nice move there to the downside. This is what I wanted to bring up. Miss Yes, I'm glad that, I don't know if you pulled the trigger on this. This is a really waterfall type price action. Consecutive selling, 35 minutes now, and it doesn't seem like we're going to find any form of a bottom. That's why I wanted to wait. I should have held it a little bit longer before crazy on this specific trade, but that's okay because what I realized from one point at this level at 48.65, I seen the weakness in NVDA continuously going with no signs of a bottom. That's why I decided to hold that to 49.30 before that next half out. Okay, so we took some more off right there. We're satisfied with that little trade to the downside in the overall market, and that's exactly what we want. One more movie here. It's totally off topic, but how about Ghost with our boy Patrick Swayze?
Of course, bro. That's a classic, bro. With Demi Moore.
All right. Yeah,
is it Demi or Demi?
I don't even know. I didn't even know it was Demi Moore or Demi in there. Is it Megan or Megan?
Oh, well, I'm gonna say Megan.
Okay,
go ahead and say Megan.
All right.
But she was a heavyweight in the '80s, Demi Moore, bro. She went out with Ashton Kutcher. She was like twice his age.
Who's Ashton Mila?
Come on, bro.
It's my boy Ashton.
You want to take a quick look there, Joey?
Yeah, pull it.
Let's bring it in.
I think Sydney.
Demi Moore. Yeah, she's gonna be right away. Yeah, well, people age if she's 63 years old, right?
She's in Friends, right?
No, you're thinking of Courtney Cox. Yeah, they look alike.
Never was a friend.
Demi Moore Ghost, so you can kind of see what she looked. Yeah, look, she had the boy's haircut. Remember that?
I like the.
Yeah.
What is it called? The bob cut or whatever.
I have no idea. But that was a style in the 80s,
I didn't know that was Demi.
Demi Moore, my guy.
Pull up my.
Remember? You never saw G.I. Jane?
Of course.
That's her, bro.
Yeah,
G.I. There it is. First one you type in G.I. There she is. She shaved her head for that, man.
I like that.
Demi Moore, my guy.
My girl, Cindy Crawford.
Cindy Crawford. Sydney?
Yes.
No, it's Cindy. It's Cindy Crawford. Yeah, this is my boyhood crush here. She had a workout. She had a workout tape, Joey. And my sister used to. It's like there was like the case. Anyway, I love Cindy Crawford, man. That's 90s right there, my guy. That's 90s.
That's crazy. Yeah. I know.
All right, guys, we're still holding pieces in the pet, and we're looking for a move into 69, showing up. Eddie's back. That usually means I said something good, because either something good or something bad. He'll attack me if I say something good. Or bad. He'll compliment me. It is something good. There is the pet in 9. It's got to cross though, Joey. We're waiting for the bulwark of the shares to print 69, and we are not getting the crossing, as everybody and their mother is looking at, because they wanted to put a damper on my long party, but that's okay. We're going to pack the patience, and we're going to see and we will not get upset. Shut it to the man. Let's go ahead. More now's a lot of Latin. What is that? Now's a lot of Latin. Like, does she speak a lot of Latin?
You can spin.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, okay.
Is she who's who's in the screen?
That's corny cop. Bro, they're not the same person, bro. They're not the same person, Joseph Options.
I'm getting them mixed
up.
up.
All right, let's put a side by Courtney Cox and Demi Moore, because your boy. All right, so Courtney Cox and then Demi Moore. There we go. Can we get a side by side?
You see where I'm getting at?
Yeah. You're not wrong, Joey. Hold on. You're absolutely not wrong. Yeah.
You can't really blame me for kind of
certainly a lot of. Well, that's them together now. This is not that.
So, I mean, I'd be like, hey, are you guys sisters?
Yeah, it's in there, Joey. I can't hate on you too much for that. There's a lot of similarities there. If Landman? Oh, with Billy Bob? Yes. I heard it's amazing. What is it, Prime?
Stand Billy
Prime?
Bob, man.
Okay, Randy, we go to Derek because she's got breaking news.
Big drop for ORCL. Oracle, thousands of job cuts as data center costs rise. ORCL, your full disclosure, you guys know I'm not personally bearish on this, but I am bearish for our picks of the year. ORCL planning thousands of job cuts as data center costs rise. Talking back to you.
There goes T-Pet into the eye, my boy. We take out 69. We're back positive on the day. We're holding pieces. Here comes 74. There's coming 75. The print is there. We're spending the freaking money on this one. We're betting the pet. We're doing it live. We're not going to get dissuaded. You piece of crap.
Are you back from the dead?
We're back from the dead, my guy. We're back in the positive. It goes the pet, man.
I'm going off track here, but I'm going to be honest. Man sucks and so does Yellowstone.
You're the first person I've ever heard say that. Hey, in the house.
What's up? See ya.
Bro, everybody talks positively about Landman. Like you're the person that I've heard say that.
Yeah.
Guys, one's if you like Landman, two don't like Landman. Throw it in right now. I've never watched it though. I'm just hearing everybody. Brendo said it's good. Who else? I think.
Two. We got two.
Everybody's saying ones, bro. There's bare ones there, man.
99%.
There goes T-Pet again into 79. We're holding here, Joey. This is really going, man. His daughter. It's trading, bro. You're a joker. We like you, brother. We like you. But the is on a breakout now, and now how the bias that this one is headed to dollars. 179 high on TPET. Watch out, guys. Really rocketing up. What a clean hold, man, of the 10 exponential move on the dang 5. I'm happy I had the compunction to get back into this one. And, you know, despite the smacking that I took there on stock, not of my doing, of course, but I'll do better next time. As a result of the spread, we're going to do it live. And I'm looking. I have not forgotten about TMDE. TM showing me what I want to see, guys, which is this. The downtrend has now on TMDE. We're in a bit of a consolidative state with 30 pence as resistance. That's shown up multiple times. Move above 30, and I'm going to wait. That means I get a worse price. I'm biased on this one to the long side. I'm looking for about 350, if not, to see if this one wakes up here, Joey.
All right,
Packing the pace.
Good stuff. Farm trader, I didn't even do your boy dirty like that, man. That's crazy.
You said it was good?
No, he said something else, man. I'm like, how are you gonna?
The most well-dressed
Yes,
gentleman is now in the house. You all know him as Rahim Ali, baby.
What's going on? Look at
Look at that. Look, he's got the watch on. He's got the shirt. Oh, you got the rock music as well. There it is. There it is.
There you go.
Appreciate you, Rahim. I always get to brother. Rahim Alani, everybody, we know who he is. Always talking about minerals. Assassino?
Go with Dara.
We're going to Adara.
More context on the Oracle, guys. So as we reported a couple minutes ago, Oracle reportedly planning on cutting thousands of jobs in the company due to data center costs rising. Apparently their cloud unit pausing hiring. So the things related to the guidance that Oracle, multi-hundreds of billions of dollars heading into 2030, that's what they're cutting. That is really significant, guys. I cannot overstate it. As we know, they have that cloud structure guidance through the roof. That is the unit where they'll be pausing hiring.
This is so jokes.
Yeah,
Oracle.
it's not Oracle here. Yeah.
In any event, Oracle still bleeding its own blood into the lows. Let's take a look. Larry Ellison's little baby there. Let's have a look, Jeff. Sorry, Assassino. All right, let's pull up the chart on Oracle. I'm going to have to scroll down. Otherwise, this fantastic platform will not update. FinTech, where is my Oracle? Let's just find out where it is, Joey. Cut the crap.
On the daily.
All right, there it is. Down 1-2. It is coming into 1/5 fast and freaking furious. Oh, embarrassing. All right, sorry, I have to pack the patience as Oracle is in a lot of trouble right now, as evidenced by not being able to show up on the chart. Guys, I've got to digress here because I'm looking for TM. It's coming into that 30 penny area. I'm waiting for this one. That this one goes. Joey, I got to send it to you because I got to set up orders, and here we go.
Yeah, guys, so we'll just take a look at Oracle one more time. I mean, we're down 50% plus from this 345 high. That earnings report, the forward guidance, 56% to be exact. So on job cuts, we typically looked at it as a bullish sign, and it's not how it's reacting. This is really, really bad news. And I was just thinking, essentially, that just popped up into my head. Are we going to be able to compare the debt that's going to be required in order for them to meet their obligations, kind of like the antitrust that what we experienced here in Paramount, Skydance, and what we may be experiencing in Meta? So if that comes sorted out, we know that they're going to be involved with the TikTok as well too. So if it is lifted off their shoulders, what can we see in Oracle? Because I think aspect of this specific name and the trade can have a factor into how we're going to react in the future. So there is very, very on Oracle, and I think it's going to continue until otherwise. They're going to have to meet those performance obligations. It's going to be extremely difficult. All right, $10 super chat, job credit and credit card debt, the pin. I thought you were going somewhere completely different with that. Exactly. I mean, hey, man, if that's how you feel, I was just a spark to light the fire. I don't know if Oracle in itself is going to be it's going to pop the bottle. It seemed like that at the beginning. It's like, hey, is this the bubble that we were thinking of amidst the Oracle
on Oracle
slide,
or
right? AI trade altogether.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was necessarily, right? Yeah. We've seen NVIDIA's and we've seen Broadcom's numbers come out, so I don't think that Oracle is going to be the...
We'll see if Oracle can recover, but right now I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole. Clearly, that kind of goes with let's say. But Joey.
Goes T-Pad.
Hey, my man. The only thing there was my hand gestures, Fabian. I was doing for the people. This one is just rocketing up, guys. This is the second trade at 58. It's showing me 88s. We're on our way to 2 over here, and well, that's what it feels like. Shout out to my man Bovin, who's also in this. There's a 88.
A teep.
No.
It's a kick in Muay Thai.
What kind of kick? Because there's a bunch of... Oh, so like the one where you extend the kick forward?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that, Joey. All right, guys, I have got a couple of trades executed. Cue QURE. I've got an order to go long at 92, okay? I've got an order to go long at 92. That means it has to take out the topping tail candle that manifested on the 5-minute chart at 35, the high of which is 89. So I'm waiting for this one. It found support at the 20. It's recovering now, but into that area top. 1090 is that area top. I'm waiting for a breach of that before I get lured in. Separately on TMDE, look, best looking candle setup right now, and I gotta tell you, the spread off for my liking. It's a $3 name. It's got a 6 to 7 penny spread. Now tightening up to 3. I think that I'm gonna steer clear of this one. Did have an order that I was setting up for a 333 go. It topping till candles into that, and now it's dropping down. That ain't the move. That ain't the move. The spread is not manageable trading under my system. I think I'm gonna steer clear.
Are you ready for this?
Go.
Uh-oh.
No. There he is.
I'll let you read it. This guy, listen.
I love
I'm
it.
okay with
I
this.
love
You're
it,
lucky,
man.
Big Smile. You're lucky that I have you, all right, my friend?
Not to like him.
Oh, no, it's very easy to not like him.
Really?
Yeah, well...
Because he's not being serious, so why would you not like him?
Every super at me. Literally
As long as he stays away from me, that's kind of...
do that. Continuous jabs at me. So I'm going to have to let...
look at that. Look at that back double bicep right there, my boys and girls. There we go. There, we're freaking live right there. All right, I got to read this, Joey.
This one.
LJN not liking Yellowstone and Landman. Color me soft tan. Change the channel when it comes on. Fuck, man, what is happening, man?
Crazy, man.
I'm loving this, man. Kyle.
You're loving that.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Joe.
Yeah.
Bro, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, he is funny.
I love Big Smile, man.
Don't hit that without...
Hold on. Joey, T-Pet is bleeding its own blood right now. It's coming down aggressively. Here comes the 10 EMA. We're in at 58. The 10 EMA now, boys and girls, and every other creature showing 165. Do we hold up at 5? I think we did. Drop down into 165, and it looks like it's making a move now. So watch out here. Nick Diaz. I love you guys, man. I'm just doing it for those gun show, Department of War caliber. Yeah, I don't know about that. Anyway, T-Pet coming down into the 10 EMA, 1072, high 8, 1088. We'll look for the hold here at the 10 EMA. This would be a great entry. Current bar low. Current bar low is 166. We're showing 7. It's turning into a green hammer candle, and here it comes at 78. It was just at 65. Rocketing right back up. So at the highs to be expected, right? This is not where people are actually buying and holding. This is an intraday trade. There will be aggressive profit taking at the highs, which make it look like it's turning. Remember, I always say this, the topping tail candles are not the end all and in the world of small cap gappers because of the nature of the names, right? It's the same thing as seeing it again on an Apple, on an Amazon. It takes a lot more and more conviction to put those ones topping tail than it does on this one. So anyway, I'm talking about that. T-Pet looking for a move. QURE, just absolutely, you know what the bed. Okay, look at that bottoming tail candle that actually ended up holding a great area there at 1033, which is the breakout area. And here it comes again, though. It is putting in a downtrend. So now I have a bit of a negative bias now on QURE. And here's kind of what I'm looking at on the side chart. So this is these are not dark pool wicks. They're showing up on my platform and on PA. So look at that. It's moseying back up, right? It's about to take out 1090, hence why I had my resting trade above 1090. I wanted a disclearing of the level. We didn't get it. And then all hell broke loose. Ooh. This candle high of 1086 and a low of 1033. And here it comes at 1088. That could have been a specialist breakdown to take your money as look to go back up. I'm going to leave my order active because I wasn't caught in that. So I don't have the, the fear of this one. So if it clears, 22, I'm going long. That's a hell of a monster green candle right there. We're going to pack.
I want to pull something up here.
Oh, how did I get long QURE right here? Again, okay. I can't ramble on first. Got into a trade, and I have to be careful with this one.
Be careful
so I just got in on QURE, a platform not updating, and this one does. We got in there. Now I'm going to look for a move in 11. So that's what my look is there on QU. I stop in place. I have to check on that. No, it is not in place. Okay, so I have to go back and I have to see exactly what my risk profile was on that. Joe, you're gonna have to take over, brother.
I got it. Okay, here we go. I'm just doing something here, just because sometimes you got to remind the people. You know what I mean, Sharif? Okay. Something here. I probably shouldn't be doing this while we're here, but anyways, guys, momentarily, just a quick reminder for the folks back home. All right, we'll pull that up here momentarily. Bang. Okay. We got that. We're good. We're ready to rock and roll. All right, guys. So there it is, right? Like we get that move down from 49.31. We have our quote highlights on as well. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's see if that's going to see clearly. So specifically, I mean, we're starting to, the bleeding is really starting to cool down, and it still does seem relatively weak. On the grand scheme of things, it's nothing. It's a nice, strong rebound. We'll head over to the 5-minute. A waterfall type price action, you just want to go with the flow. Now, will you head back and squeeze into these into this prior support level that can act as since? There's always a chance, especially considering this name. But you can see an increase in the volume by time. Well, that momentum in the volume is really starting to up. All right. So we'll just and I think that's going to be the narrative on this TQ's trade, right? So at this point, that level in NVDA, I think it's going to be around 49.20. So we're about 50 at this point. Let's see what Joe Mayer says. Hey, Joe, looking to buy some 016 Amazon 220 calls. What are your thoughts on this right now? Let's take a look at Amazon. When do they expire? That's going to be next week's expiration cycle. I think that's a little bit too needed. 220, we're trading at those 218. Let's take a look to see what they're going on. Like, it's such a tough environment right now, in my opinion. Worth $1.19, so they are currently, they're close to at the money. What happens here is how much of a rebound are you expecting to get in a contract that I can tell you has been decimated without even having to specifically look at it. So $3,100, $6. You might find somewhat of a base, but also what is the daily price action are we experiencing from the higher time frame? Oh, I don't want to get on this call. Let's get back to there. What is this telling us? Are we being breakout? I mean, that's not horrible, right? So we fill up this gap. Where's that next level? Within this gap, and that will put you north of that, but also on a 1, 2, 3, 5-day green streak. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And also, by the time consecutively, and I sound like a broken record, give yourself more time, more on the contract, but it's gonna also help you determine if that specific thesis. Okay. So you keep that in mind. So yeah, so 6:15. Oh, okay. So a couple months from now, 3 months from now, that's a little bit better. I don't think that's horrible whatsoever. Plenty of times, that's around 90 days, roughly 90 days in a week. You can get it way before you lose too much data in your contract there.
All right, guys. In QURE, it got into 11. We're just 11. Any spread, but it moves like it's a very wide spread. And here it comes, man. I have a bad feeling about this one. We'll see. So prior bars, I cannot give it to that. So my plan was based on a 70 out. Below that, current bar low is 86. Current bar high is 11. I'm always talking about the 5. I wet the beak lightly there at 11. Wet the beak again at 11. It does make it up there. And then the bulwark of this, my 2R is 11.25. That will necessitate, I believe, reach, because the high of the day, okay, it's not showing me. I have over here. The high of the day is 11.20. So that will have to be a 5-day breach on QURE. We'll see what we get. We're not going to get upset. We're going to pack them in, so we'll see how this one ends up resolving. TPET coming back up into 79. We got 58s on this one. It's not taking out the 88 seller. It's also putting in higher lows and defending the 10 EMA on the 5. So probably packing the patience here. Now, I didn't add anything. My plan to add on to the 10 EMA. That's something that I got to do, eh? I got up a risk calculator somehow, an ex post fact, like after get in my initial position to adjust my plan areas where I can add. That's one thing I want to add to the calculator. Oh, okay. Because it can't say that I'm going to be holding the same position.
Do you free roll ad? Like when you're adding
at key levels. At key levels.
Okay, so you don't care if you're in the money or out the money. On that.
Yeah. It just because, well, that's a point. That's right? Actually a good point. Yes. That's actually a good point.
I sent you one where you're in the money that you can use.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I don't know if you can implement that script into your thing.
We'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna have to look because I want to be able to add into these. Adding into the positions, especially at technical levels, like on TPET, for example, here when it comes into the 10 on the 5, and it clearly shows support, it's a detriment to my trading that I'm not adding at these levels. It's getting such a move back up. Like, for example, that comes into 67, then it moves back up in a substantial amount that could have made there. So I want to be able to figure out that, me, obviously, to worry about, but definitely keeping an eye on these. But I see something cute, something I've seen before, and I certainly do not mind seeing again.
Getting at here, yesterday we got to watch your breakdance video, right? So sometimes remind people of who you are.
Yeah, I do.
All right?
You need to tell them, too.
You need to tell them.
And they need to believe you.
And they need to believe it. How do you believe? Because you know what they typically say?
They need to see,
if there's
Joey.
no vision, it never happened.
Well, that's what I say all the time.
So sometimes, cue the screen at the casino, you have to remind people who the screen.
Hey, he's
there
good.
We go. He's got it ready.
Hey.
You have to remind the people of the individual that you choose.
Hold on, play it again, man. I wasn't looking there, man. No.
You have
jab. They're both wearing headgear, might I add.
Remind them. Oh!
You stepped into that nice, though, eh? Look at him way too. He's like.
You have to remind them. So
what words did you look at him? Where am I? Where am I?
He's done.
Bro, he's still hurt.
He can't even walk.
He's still hurt.
You have to remind people who you truly are.
I love that video.
Do not mistake for any form of weakness.
I love it, man. Shout out to the boy, Joey Fopsh. All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch QURE over here dance at $11.97, showing up 96s. I'm looking for a move above 11. We haven't had a move above 11 since the candle at 12:10. So I'm in the patience that we get on this one. Still holding a piece on TPET, but nothing like we're holding here on QRE. So I really want to focus on this trade. My name, leaning in, that fist to the chin. Yeah, man, he paid the price there in a number of ways. His ass dropped to the deck, but it was also filmed. So everybody gets to see it.
His name was Joe, too?
Was it? Did people call him Joseph or Joe?
I don't know.
Well, there you go. All right, guys, so that's what I'm looking at now. And what are you looking at, Joey?
Triple Q's here once again. Also, how much I have in my espresso. It's not very much. We looked drunk the other not too long ago there.
Exactly. Bro, like, yeah.
So you got to relax on that one. From that, guys, I mean, the bleeding on NVDA has drastically slowed down. We're getting to somewhat of a recovery here. I haven't even pulled up AMD today to see, but again, just kind of moving in tandem with what we experienced there in NVDA. We got to keep an eye out on this one. Could this just be a breath and we take an additional? I mean, it's really tough to say that we're going to have that aggressive, continuous waterfall type price action. I'm just not getting that feel here in the overall market, even though we have taken additional legs lower. I think that's really important to note. So with that being said, we had a good position. I have my P&L to see if we turned our red into a green session. A bit more, of course, that's hindsight 2020, which it typically is. And we took some off at, I was only risking a couple pennies here as well. So, I mean, 20 cents, we take some off at 30 cents. So it was about a 1.3 to 1, and then we slowly piece it out. And I wanted to wait for that momentum to cool down because 48.30 I felt was going to be all targeted, and you can see that zone pretty aggressively, 50 cents the opposite way over, all right? So we'll continuously look at that. If there's anything specific that you want to, Darren, we're focused, brother. We're highly focused. I mean, Sharif's got DPEC going on. He's got Quag going on there as well. And the TQQs were 49.31, 8.61. I mean, we focus all day, man. So just a little bit of, we're rambling on. Yeah, HyperQ. That's funny. HyperQ. Did he say that before? That's funny. He would, and that made me laugh. So big smile. He's not a little dude, man. What does he say? 6'3" or 6'4" or something along those lines. I already told you my game plan with Big Smile is I'd have to run circles around him for a little, kind of get him tired, and then move. They can move, I think, would be the narrative. But obviously being extremely sarcastic. But aside, a nice additional leg. Who's Katina Man?
What?
Yeah,
Sean
Daniel,
Katina.
how are you just asking that right now?
That's okay.
But aside from that, we're starting back over. That could have been just a small breath in some of these chip names as the momentum is down, and we may breach that 48.30 level, and then after that point, 48.20. See if we can take it. Speaking of the man,
you're walking in as you're talking about him.
Could you believe someone asked who's Katina Man? We're like, are you kidding me?
I'd be offended too.
He is offended. He is offended. Roast something.
All right. Yeah. Neil.
That was comical.
Neil was dancing.
Katina Man's gonna be dancing momentarily and throwing anything once he realized where the Nasdaq is at. I seen he was long 50s. We're now trading at 48.34. Katina Man. We'll hit the stone cold on that one. So 920 is going to be that next target. A good look there.
All right, see ya. Let's start the news.
That's like saying it's Jesus.
Yeah, let's begin. Apple has unveiled book Neo. You can see on my screen right here. New entry-level lap price at $599 only, which is marking the company's cheapest Mac ever till date. And this launch is coming during week of rollout period that 17E, iPad Air, and the MacBook Pro lineup. And Neo has a lot of features here. This features a 13-inch and is lightweight, 2.7 pound aluminum body, and it also includes 2 USB-C ports along with a head-based configuration, as we talked about last week, will be starting at 256 GB of storage with a $100 upgrade offering 500 and a Touch ID support. And Apple claims up to 16 hours on the laptop. Unlike Apple's MacBook Air and Pro models, the series processors, this one will be running on A18.
So I love this. I think it gives Apple a good entry with people who are budget conscious. I'm not just speaking about which this is obviously looking to target. They're looking to target obviously the Chromebook marketplace and education. Katina Man was speaking about that this morning. Kids both have Chromebooks at school. The better part, though, about a Chromebook is that this is going to be upgradable, not in the hardware sense, but it's also going to receive software updates. The Chromebooks, my understanding is, once they are dated, they can't really be updated. So that doesn't make for, obviously, reusability and what's the word looking for, essentially, the reusability, but sustainability, longevity. So that I like. I also like the fact that it's $499 for students, a needle even more. Now, you're probably wondering, well, what's this going to do to Apple's margin? This is pretty cheap product. Are they really making the money on this? And my view is it's probably not as good as some of their other products in terms of gross margins, but what it does do is it allows them to use ulcers. In this specific case, they're using the A18, which is in Joseph's iPhone. And it's a great processor. I don't think anybody really complains about the speed. 16. The only thing is If you're looking at doing like video editing and really graphic intensive stuff, you probably don't want this. If you're looking at, surfing the web, doing homework, reading, watching YouTube videos, probably more than you need. I like this, like the fact that it comes in multiple. The colors are actually tinted, the keyboard colors are tinted to the color of the laptop itself. And it's a premium, it's made of aluminum. There's really nothing cheap about it. So I do like this. The move by Apple here, we'll have to wait and see if the market likes it and whether this gets, but you gotta assume with this this price point at $600 US, there's gotta be a lot.
It adds so much more of an addressable market for them. I think that's really important. As competitors are raising price as well too because of the cost of RAM Street. I think it's a really smart play. I agree with Adara and Brando. I mean, I don't feel like even though you mentioned it's really important for obviously that sustainable revenue. Apple releasing the 17E and just kind of those every 6-month increments. Right. I think bigger because of the pricing point. Absolutely. And what it does against its competitors. And as well. It's
a small amount, Joseph. The cheapest other product that they had is of a laptop was the Air, and the Air, I believe, was. So this is substantially cheaper.
Aren't not AirPods, but the headphones of Apple?
The iPod.
The Maxes, thank you, $500. Are they not?
More.
There's $700.
Yeah.
So what, a MacBook or some headphones?
Yeah, well, there. I'd get a Mac. Need, obviously. Guys, before we go to Adara, TMDE is taken off. So the downtrend, the consolidation was there. I didn't put the order in. That's on me. But TMD is going high of 67, and it could see 4. What's going on, Adara?
Yeah, wow, that AirPod pricing is gobsmacking. But I want to talk here about Fed's Bowman. Bowman currently speaks. She hopes to see more hiring and growth in 2026, and also saying that it's 2 acts of the war on the U.S. economy. So we know a lot of these Feds have been weighing on how the Iran situation is going to be impacting the U.S. economy. Fed's Bowman feels like it's too early to tell. So just so you guys know, she is currently speaking.
This Neo, that's what they're calling it, it runs circles, these Chromebooks. It's 3 times faster than ones that are direct comparable in terms of price. I think Apple has something here. What I don't know is what the gross margins are on this product. Let's just be honest. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
I don't know.
They're probably going to be on the lower end.
Yeah, I'm assuming like 30, low 40s. Yeah. Typically, Apple is high 50s.
See, I know you have a MacBook, correct? Yeah. How long have you had that for?
That's the MacBook Pro with the M2 chip. I've had since 2020.
3 years.
That makes sense. And Dan the man Emmons was saying he was using this from 20. Dara gave an anecdotal story that she used her old one for a number of years as well. I used mine for a long time as well.
I've had mine since 21.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see, Katina Man wants to chime in. If we're available. Okay, so Assassino's going to get that ready.
Hey,
here he is.
So what I was thinking about this as I guys talk, you know what? I think it's like a gateway into the Apple, right? So I think that's like the one thing that you might start as a student and then you really like, and then you pay the $499, $599, whatever it is, right? And then as you get your first full-time job or whatever, you're familiar with the OS, you're familiar with products, and then you're in that ecosystem, right? So I think it just it takes kids away from book and all that and puts them right into Apple. Like I was saying before, like now that my kids are Apple kids, they're probably never going to do anything else. And so that's to Apple for doing that. I actually think they don't even need to make any money on them. Success. So.
And Katina, man, I wanna add to the point you're making there, which is a great one.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that they would prefer that their school computer jives with their iPhone? Like, isn't it more compatible than using the Chromebook?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying. Once you're in the ecosystem, I think that, hooking up your Air, like they have hooking up your iPad. And not only that, I mean, I know it all plays, and Google's done a great job of being able to simply switch from one phone to another, all your pictures, all your apps. Like, so that part's been handled, but it's just more the mentality. Like the kids are using the Apple product because it's a little different, as you guys know, with MacBooks, right? A little bit different, and all of that kind of stuff than a PC. So I do think there is some value in getting them in. It's like a drug dealer, like get them in early. You know, first one's free, Apple.
I love it. Ichiro coming with a great point. You're always banged on with some of these comments. He's like, he doesn't care. Or sorry, Apple does margins on the Neo. What they want is to lock you in to their services revenue, Joe. The gross margins are mid to high 80s. Absolutely. And that's one of their segments. Let's be honest about it.
And then that's why they collect, what is that, $20 billion check from Google.
Billy. All right, see ya.
Ecosystem, right? It's the ecosystem that they want to suck you in. But I mean, it's programs to kind of adapt the iOS opinion, right? But now
you were saying that though. Yeah. Most I get DAS that doesn't have it. Let's find out if DAS has. I hope DAS. They do. What is it called? DAS Trader?
Yeah.
Mac. Let's find out. I need to know immediately. Can I run on Mac computer? Yes. Where is the downloads? How do I go downloads? Sorry, Sia, 1 second. Okay, our Trader Pro, show me. Where do I download it from? I can't download it, Joey. There we go. Android mobility desktop solution cross-platform. Is it?
Probably something around those lines.
Okay, well, these are pictures.
Needed to download Parallels.
That's stupid, bro. That should not be the case. Anyway,
exactly.
We beat this.
That's what I had to
You can't, eh? People can't?
No, you can't. You need Parallels.
All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Its China AI chip strategy, but to a little bit more to the story. Last week during the earnings call, CFO company has yet to generate any revenue from China despite having U.S. approval for some shipments, but she also added that she wasn't sure if any imports would be allowed into China by China. Now, NVIDIA is reportedly halting production of its 100 AI chips that were designed and tested for China. The company has capacity at its Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing TSM, the next generation of Rubin AI hardware. And this move to me signals that NVIDIA may not expect into China in the near term, which is why this move has been made. What do you think about this?
So I'm concerned that they missed the right. These ByteDance, Alibaba, AD, who else? Baidu. All of them have very clearly signaled their intentions as their desire to buy these H200s. Every time that they come to buy them, and every time that NVIDIA shareholders and NVIDIA management, there's either the Chinese regulator saying don't buy them because they're, or got the U.S. regulator giving us mixed signals. I read that NVIDIA had from the U.S. Department of Commerce, which is the department that is responsible for issuing export license. What the hell happened to that report? Where is this coming from all of a sudden that they can't sell? Who's in charge over there, man? Yeah. Like, what are these reports? I can go back to my notes and pull out the SPCE that the Department of Commerce had given the nod. In fact, we pointed out that the 200 was allowed to be exported while the MR50 wasn't. And we come NVIDIA's getting the nod, and how come AMD's not getting the nod?
It's Lutnick, isn't it? It's Howard Lutnick.
It's lunatic. It's his department.
Should we, so reading here, they're not saying that they can't. They just need the approval. So,
dude,
right?
we got the approval. What the hell is this?
But we said this on multiple times, is that they're just playing ping pong at this point, and we said that, right? And I'm really glad that the gun and guide with these H200s.
Imagine if they built them.
Imagine
H200.
We know the institutions have filed for the license licensing in China as well too. So I'm glad that they put that into the report. It would be even more detrimental.
No, and he gave us his word.
Yeah.
He said, "My China Rev zero."
It's zero.
And people thought he was he has a propensity to believe. No, he doesn't.
Didn't Lisa Su kind of take the opposite path of that as well too, and is kind of China sales?
She did, but she
Exactly.
also said there was no
There's
China
nothing yet.
revenue
There's
on the
nothing
and they didn't guide anything.
I think she's playing just as much as.
But she thought she was going to get a Department of Commerce not to anyway, man. This is a bunch of crap. Derek, give us your take on NVIDIA.
Okay, so I do have my thoughts on the China thing, and it's going to transition into the NVIDIA AMD story from today because I want to discuss that as well. Start here with the situation that was reported from the Financial Times that we're talking about right now. Here's the thing. I was just saying this to Sia off camera. I actually think it's kind of fiscal of NVIDIA to do this. Now, I'm not saying I don't think they should be sending chips to China. I fully believe they should be able to. But here's the thing. If you don't know, like, you're allowed to send them. The U.S., they're not answering your phone. You've got China, whatever, weird on the other end. You're part of like a game of tug of war that has international proportions. You're partly a proxy war, like between these two countries. And you can't send your chips. Are you going to waste money making them still? I don't know. I don't think it makes sense. I think one of a clear kind of response. I think maybe they can strategize and hopefully try to redo this. They should be sending them to China. But I think given the culture of uncertainty, I think it's a really good move for them to pause it. That brings us to the story from today, which I have some thoughts on. Story from today, Bloomberg reporting that these chip companies and AMD, but I guess in general, chip companies will not be able to send AI anyway internationally in virtually any circumstance without a license. Now, if they don't have that license, you can't export your chips. So, I mean, obviously you still can. There's still going to be more regulatory hurdles. I don't really like the regulatory hurdles here. And for the NVIDIA should be able to ship to China. I know the argument here from the House would likely be America first, and I understand that. I also think it's good companies are able to get as much revenue as possible. But chips they can't send. So that brings us back full circle here. Long story short, I do think NVIDIA and AMD and chip companies should hopefully be able to export within reason and with the appropriate guardrails to whatever they need the revenue. They deserve the revenue. See what goes here, but I actually think this is a decent. I don't think it's a call for NVIDIA at this point. Just now, we're going to hold back and see what happens.
Definitely. Of course. They built all those. I think they had orders for 2 million. They could only actually 700,000. Imagine if they actually built those with the limited supply that Taiwan sent. More on the headline today. Let's get to it. As a snowflake. Those rules would require companies to seek U.S. government approval for exports of AI accelerators from NVIDIA and AMD, and that's going to countries. This being reported by Bloomberg. Under the draft regulation of 1,000 or more NVIDIA GB300s, which are the dual units would undergo a review process, and certain exemption opportunities. Larger deployments would require clearance. For those being 200,000 GB300s owned by or in one country, the host government would need to participate in. So it's not just good for the U.S. commerce too, but the receiving country would have to be good with it. As U.S. would only approve such exports to allies that make security commitments and matching investments in American AI. You want to buy the best chips? You're going to have to throw money. That's what this is saying. Though the draft rules do not specify ratio, the regulation is not intended, according to this article by this to function as an export ban, but would establish a U.S. gatekeeper for the AI industry's companies, and their governments would need department approval to purchase their chips, which is used by firms OpenAI, Alphabet, blah, blah, blah. So the details of this new thing, and I got to tell you, this is the end-all and be-all. I don't think this is too bad, to be honest. Obviously, it does create another hurdle, so let's just not lie about that.
Absolutely, I agree.
Beat this one to death. What do we got next, Sia?
Talking about Meta, Meta is ramping development of its in-house AI chips. At a Morgan Stanley that ended yesterday in San Francisco, CEO Susan Lee said that the chips are already widely deployed in recommendation systems, and the company plans to expand these custom processors to support AI workloads. The company, Meta, is also broadening its AI ecosystem, infrastructure upgrades, and partnerships with testing AI-powered search features within its chatbot. Also actively pursuing content licensing agreements with AI models on high-quality data sets. And one potential under discussion involves the NWSA News Corp of $50 million annually.
Okay, so I know for a fact reported that Meta was abandoning chip making, and I'm just using my Google search. Meta manufacturing. Let's see what comes up. I don't remember exactly that was from. It says 27th. Let's see. It's the 27th. That's Meta scrap most of its advanced internal AI training chips under development, shifting to a less complex version. That's probably what it was. The company got a next-gen chip called Olympus. This is, by the way, in the morning note on February 27th, not that long ago. Today is March 5th. The decision challenges, engineering hurdles, power consumption risk, and long made internal efforts difficult to scale. Flip to March 5th today, Meta's up development of in-house AI chips designed to power its recommendation system. The only thing that I can see there is where it says that they are ones and they're shifting to a less complex version. This, let's see if this article calculates which complex version they're going. Internal chips effort, no, reiterate investment. So they don't really say in this article go back, but that's kind of contradictory a little bit. I'm not surprised.
They also just signed a deal with AMD as well.
And they buy NVIDIA. Exactly.
I'm not overly.
I'm not worried about it too much. Susan Lee at the Morgan Stanley conference, I think she's talking about this, says, you know, their internal chips are already widely in systems, and if anybody's used Reels, they can probably get an idea of how good these chips are or not, because I don't like Reels, to be honest with you. But yeah, a little contradictory there, but I can see where,
bit, right? But
yeah.
like, what is Zuck? How much is he going to add into his full year 27 capex? Are you going to add another $1 billion just to build your own chips?
Well, I'm assuming this would probably reduce it a little bit, because if they were advanced chip, Joey, right, and then maybe
like the R&D and everything,
well, it's still going to be there.
It's there for sure. I want to add this as well with Meta. So you know what we don't, but quite often here with Meta is we always talking about Instagram, WhatsApp, and how big of a platform what WhatsApp actually is. So they now agreed with the EU to allow outside chatbots to start into WhatsApp. So
they're going to be able to. Yeah, it was that right, like the digital market.
So now they're going to allow that there within WhatsApp.
All right, there goes. What's it called? TPET through 2 into 2. We're flattening out here. We're going to take it out at 2. All right, what do we got next to you?
Talking about AVGO, Broadcom reported better than expected first fiscal quarter results. Adjusted EPS is $2.05 versus the $2.03 that was expected. Revenue at $19.31 billion versus $19.18 billion. And it grew
who also want to get into the AI game. So if you're able to custom design some of these chips and help Broadcom put it into production, basically into silicon for you, there's a lot of money that you can save. So I've always felt that Broadcom, as well as Marvell, to mention the Katina, would they report tonight? Marvell reports tonight, another name that's in the custom ASICs game, obviously. This is really good, especially for saving money. So I feel that there is a clear path in that way. Moreover, if you believe some of the reports, and I'm not saying this is accurate, nor do I have enough information to verify, but if you believe the reports that NVIDIA's chips are not as good for inference as some others, then that creates another moat here, where you can design these chips specifically to be ready and to operate for inference as opposed to training, which is kind of like the older GPUs. So I do like that, and I also like the fact that they have a lot of customers who have a lot of money. Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, all these are clients of Broadcom's. I like it, but the chart is not that great. So I feel maybe we're still, it's in a consolidation range. So I feel like maybe we're still working our way into the valuation, which typically what happens when you have a big move up. AVGO, let's flip to the daily. Yeah, you can't say it's tanking. It doesn't look great, but it's consolidative, I would say. This is a long, prolonged area of consolidation. If I had to really weapon in my head, it does look like a downtrend. It looks like it's using the 50 exponential moving average as resistance, and it has, ever since it lost it, I want to say since it put the all-time high on December 11th, I think that was. What's your take?
Yeah, this is interesting, Sharif, because I think it kind of combines what we're going on right now about Broadcom and then what we were just talking about not too long ago with Meta. So, I mean, this is just an analyst, but Broadcom's management directly addressed investors' concern that have been weighing on the stock in recent months. D.A. Davidson analyst Gil Laura says investors have been worried about the custom ASICs, right? But typically don't have too much success with that stuff in-house. Right, so just going on with what Meta is doing, not too much success there. And apparently what we got here on Broadcom, that they've secured capacity through 2028 and should be able to deploy their 10 gigawatts of planned deployments for full year 26 and 27. So, I mean, the pipeline is there, so the investment should be relatively good as well.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. The chart's got to reflect that. Adara, give us your take on Broadcom.
My take on Broadcom, like I said, what I've been trying to do lately is just diving more deeply into this earnings report. So I'm going to give like less an opinion and more just kind of take you through things that I noticed comparing this report to last quarters. So for one, I think the semi solutions growth is incredible. This grew sequentially. It also grew by 65% year over year. Now, I mean, infrastructure software revenue growth 35% year over year. That's not bad. What I do think, though, is interesting here is that infrastructure software revenue did decline slightly on a sequential basis. So interesting look there. Again, I think 29% year-over-year revenue growth is more than fine. That's in terms of like expansion or compression from last quarter, roughly in line. I think we had roughly 29 to 30% year-over-year revenue growth last quarter. So not a bad look. Just so you guys know, this is not going to really be market moving, but so you guys are aware, I'm just seeing now it looks like we're going to have a new Department of Homeland Security Secretary nominee. Back to you.
They kicked out Christine Ohm, eh? Oh, snap. She's out. She was on the Hill yesterday testifying up a storm. You saw that? Remember the woman that was on TV and I told you that this Christine Ohm? All right.
Is that where the Marine broke his hand? The Marine was all up in there yelling and everything along those
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see that part?
You at Congress? While she was
I don't know
testifying?
where it was. Yeah, I don't know if that was
I didn't even see
the same.
Are we talking about Okta next year?
You're right. We're talking about Okta next. They reported better than expected fourth quarter results and adjusted EPS 90 cents versus 85 that was expected. Revenue at 761 million versus the 749 million expected, and it has increased 11% year over year. Net income has risen to 63 million, which is 35 cents per share. And Okta has said that the rapid growth of AI agents and automated software systems is increasing the need for secure identity verification and access management. CEO of the company, Todd McKinnon, also highlighted the opportunity for Okta to become a core infrastructure layer for identity and trust in AI ecosystems. And talking about Q1 revenue forecast, it's between 749 million to 753 million, which is below the analyst expectations of $755 million, but the adjusted EPS forecast standing between 84 cents to 86 cents compared with the 87-cent consensus.
Yeah, and that was below the guide there. The management tried to say, look, our outlook is prudent given market conditions. I'm assuming he's talking about SaaS-mageddon and, well, other ones as well, software-mageddon, and in our case here, a cybersecurity-mageddon, because they got all clipped. Now, they're bouncing back now. I see PanDub around 160 and that kind of thing. But what really catches my attention is they're going to use AI basically to combat AI, which I think is a natural move for this. So they're basically saying, they said the rapid growth of AI agents and automated software systems is increasing the need for secure identity verification and access management. Companies deploying agentic AI tools must ensure that software agents and applications have secure identities and controlled access to systems. Feels like, this is kind of where we're going with OpenClaw, right? Because a lot of people didn't want to run OpenClaw locally on a computer, even though they would buy an entirely new computer for it and create new accounts, just because that you can get what they call prompt injections. But if you're running on a secure server, it's a lot harder to do, hence why Wainers is running his on AWS, and he gets all the benefits of the security that you do on AWS. So I feel like this is like the first of many different AI cybersecurity overlaps that we're going to see going forward.
Yeah, for sure. And we talked about kind of just one. For a while, we're talking about, hey, ChatGPT was the best. Comes out with 5, not so good. Gemini was leading the race now, and then everything is OpenClaw now. Claude-bot, and everything along those lines. But as you mentioned, Sharif, gross bookings made up 30% of, new product bookings was 30% of total Q4 bookings, up from around 20% in the first half of 2026. And it seems that investors are willing to digest a little bit of margin compression here as well too, just for that future outlook, even though it did come in a little bit lower than expected. So Okta, did we look at it from a daily?
Have a look.
Yeah,
I've seen better charts.
Yeah, I mean, but you mentioned SaaS-mageddon, right? So I mean, this name is definitely, yeah, it's not too good over here. 127 all the way down to $78. That's a 38% haircut right here in OKTA.
Rigetti, mom's spaghetti.
We're talking about Rigetti. That's right. Reported a revenue of $1.87 million, short of expectations of $2.31 million. The company also posted a net loss of $22.6 million, which totals to 18 cents per share, compared with a $20.5 million loss a year earlier. But the gross profit has improved significantly to $652K, up from $1 million loss the year prior. And Rigetti also disclosed a purchase order for its Novera quantum processor from Japan's Riken Research Organization. This is signaling the increasing interest in the company and international interest. And CEO of the company, Subodh Kulkarni, has highlighted a growing demand for on-premise quantum systems. It also continues developing hybrid quantum classical systems. And the company recently introduced Anka 3, which is a next-generation superconducting quantum processor designed to improve performance.
Yeah, so I don't like this, at least not yet, only because government agencies and research institutions remain the key early customers. So I get, obviously the market is forward looking for this, for you to make the real money on this. When this booms, you got to get in now or strategic opportunities. So maybe I was a little too aggressive with that. There's things I like and things I don't like. I don't like how it's concentrated just with governments and research institutions. I feel that limits their TAM. On the other side of the coin, government revenue and government contracts are a lot stickier and last for a lot longer than commercial ones, which could be more transient. The commercial institutions, they can kind of adapt and freestyle a little bit more than government. So in one sense, I like it. In the other sense, I don't. I'd like to see some commercial applications for something like this. I think that's where the majority of the TAM will be. But hey, we can't put the cart before the horse, right? Like we got to get quantum computing commercially viable before they can do that.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the moment, I'm still skeptical.
I think we've seen the same narrative here in D-Wave as well too, Sharif, when we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago after his report. it is really starting to expand internationally. That's something that's positive. So the space is gaining more popularity. And as you mentioned before, before you get into, you need those government contracts. I know they're doing the exact same thing, starting a contract with Germany and some other European countries as well too. But I mean, there was price targets left, right, and center on Rigetti, Sharif. Surprisingly so from where we're currently trading at. You'd see a 66% increase in a lot of these analysts' potential targets here. I mean, we're trading around 15, 16 bucks in Rigetti, $16.24, and we still have targets around $50 and $45 or so. So
we have a lot of targets.
Yeah, there's a lot of different targets. But I mean, what I'm getting at here is it's substantially higher than where we're currently trading at right now. I can't wait till we just need to move on to that next person, man.
We're moving on to the next story, which has a lot to do with her.
Yeah, let's move on to the next story. I'm not happy about this one right here. AEO. American Eagle has reported an adjusted EPS of 84 cents, just surpassed Zach's consensus estimate of 71 cents, slightly beating last year's 54 cents per share result. Now, revenue has come in at 1.81 billion, which has exceeded expectations of 1.73 billion. But profit margins have declined 2.6%, sharply down 18.5% from last year. I was just talking to Adara about this off camera. Despite the earnings beat, though, AEO shares have declined about 15.7%. I am a bit disappointed because I'm holding the stock, and I wish I wasn't.
Hold on, you're holding American Eagle?
Yeah.
You didn't. I thought you were in Abercrombie.
Both.
You're in both. Okay, it's a little concentration risk there, Sia. But
Tail concentration.
there they are, clearly. Yeah, this report to me is not that great. Yeah, they beat on the quarter. I don't like declining margins. I'd like an explanation for why margins are declining. Is it tariffs? Is it the rise in input costs? What is it exactly? Is it labor? I'd like to understand that. Retail apparel apparently has faced mixed sentiment, consumer spending trends, and margin pressure. I spoke to you, I think, a couple of days ago. It was you or Brendo, that I always keep my eye on credit card delinquencies.
Yeah.
30-day, 60-day, 90-day cars as well.
Yeah.
Card delinquencies, and they are going up, and they're not going up in the same way, Joey, that they did during the GFC.
Okay.
So it's like not cause for concern, but typically, you know, one thing. I don't know how you feel. Everybody's
I don't feel
different.
like we're in the GFC kind of environment.
No.
Yeah,
but if
absolutely.
you wanna clamp down on spending,
yes.
One of the first things that you may say to yourself, I can go without, is new clothes.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be fair.
Yeah.
Right?
I 100% agree with you. And I mean, when we were talking about this name on the previous couple of reports, Sharif, is that they were signing those new brand deals. I don't know if that helped kind of boost the stock. You had the Travis Kelce deal. You had your Sydney Sweeney deal as well, too. But one thing that they were also doing is they were not giving too large of discounts. And that was huge for the margins as well, too, right? So, like, you have that lower end discount. You're not giving that 20, 30%. It's only a couple percentage points, right? And during the holiday season. So I'm not surprised to see this because, as you mentioned before, if you're really looking to hone in on some of your spending, I think one of the discretionary things is just going out there and buying new clothes.
I agree. Just before we get a Dara's take, I want to point out one thing. So here's what happened. So when your boy Joey Apsh and I got into the bet, we were around right here.
That's when Sia needed to buy around.
So hold on. So this is where Joey and I were talking, right? And then this is the earnings report that I started, dancing up a storm on. I'm like, I'm going to see that 26. And then look what happened, guys. Drop right back down, lo and behold, to that 200, which was also, Joey, the flat top break from that ascending wedge. And then look what we did. We made local highs into 28.5. Here we are again, Joseph, dropping into the 200 and the breakout level. I'm not saying this is a buy, but I'm saying technically it has held the prior breakout area before. I'm not involved, and I don't plan on being involved.
I mean, and we have to take into consideration like kind of the saturation of kind of the retail space and clothing brands, right? People, it's like, hey, we're gonna kind of cut things off, but then you also look for the cheaper alternatives as well too. It's like, hey, where can I get that discount? Where's that cheaper jean? Do I need that specific brand?
Absolutely. All right, Adara, give us your take on American Eagle.
I mean, just with the revenue number here, 1.76 billion is the official number that they reported. Just want to clarify. I was hearing about like that 1.8 billion. 1.76 bill is the number that I saw on their report because I always read through the fine print on this. And that's so that I can give you guys these fun little visuals. So with that in mind, Nice sequential growth across the year for revenue for AEO. If you look at revenue growth year over year, what I love about this too is each quarter, the revenue growth gets better and better. So Q1 25, down 5% year over year. Not great. Relatively flat for Q2, negative 1%. Now you wonder if the Sydney Sweeney effect comes in, because then you start to get nice year over year revenue growth and sequentially improving year over year revenue growth once we get to Q3, 6% year over year, and then you get your 10% year over year. So I guess hats off to Sydney, I'll say, for that. Gross profit also improving sequentially. You know, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, you've got these increases. And actually, when you look at $651 million gross profit for Q4 versus $332 in Q1, that is honestly, I think, quite a good look. And I will give, again, as Sharif would say, chapeau, hats off there to our friends at AEO for that number. Now, comparable sales growth I find interesting. This was kind of more mixed, generally speaking, especially when it comes to the Aerie, which is like kind of their undergarment swimsuit sub-brand. That comparable sales growth has improved sequentially across the board. Really nice look here. That 23% year over year look for Q4. I mean, you generally expect Q4 comp sales to be better because of the fact that it's the holiday season, but I really like what Aerie's doing here with that comp sales growth. Overall comp sales growth, not bad, but I think it's interesting. Their actual American Eagle brand cannot really get off the schneid, to borrow another saying that is used on our desk, I think most frequently by Neil. Like, I don't know, I don't like this 2% year-over-year growth for the core American Eagle brand. I think clearly people are shopping more at Aerie, even though you've got the Sydney Sweeney ad, the Summer I Turned Pretty ad from a couple years ago. You had the, you've got your Travis Kelce. I think it's bringing attention to the stock and the company, but I'm not sure it's bringing attention to the products. Although, again, and that's just for the core brand, because Aerie's clearly flying.
Let's be honest about it. There was half the population in the States that was alienated by some of these ads where, she kept saying she's got good genes. You had, accusations of racism, and then they put in a German Shepherd in there just to, for the coup d'etat, so to speak. So, you reduce your TAM when you do that. You may reinvigorate or reawake one side who may, participate and buy your product, but you alienate the other side. So it was a risk. They took it. Right, and we'll see how they do in the future. I think they're not even running those ads anymore, Joey. It's not on TikTok.
No, and I mean but I'm pretty sure that German Shepherd's her dog, though.
It is. But choosing to put it in there, I think they're trying to push buttons, and that's what a good ad campaign does. It elicits emotions from people. So if you're looking at whether the campaign was good or bad, I would say it was good. Because it got people talking, and that's what they wanted. They wanted to get their name back.
Regardless, I mean,
but the other side is not going to buy your product.
What do they say? Bad publicity is good publicity. So I mean, there it is. And she's fully disclosing which politically side she leans on.
No. She dunked on that woman that tried to get her. She's like, when I have something to say about politics, I will speak. You're not going to tell me when I can and can't talk, right? Okay. Yeah, so she dunked on that woman. I think that woman was from like the Wall Street Journal or something like that. Anyway, all right, guys, what do we got next?
Yeah, but that's just how the world is these days.
Go ahead, Sia.
I remember even Kendall Jenner, when she did one of the ads for Pepsi, she got so much backlash on that. Yeah, anyway, we're going to move on to StubHub. StubHub has posted a revenue beat, but it has reported a large loss as well. It's reported its fourth quarter revenue of $533.5 million. Analysts' expectations were at $485.4 million, so it's exceeded that for sure. The company also has reported a net loss of $2.45 million at the same time, but the loss also included loss also included a $479 million non-recurring tax provision. Also on the adjusted basis, earnings came in at 15 cents per share. Analysts' expectations were at 17 cents per share. And the CEO of the company, Eric Baker, said that StubHub is now shifting its strategy towards a direct ticket sales and advertising model. And for the current fiscal year, StubHub is expecting a revenue between $9.9 billion to $10.1 billion. And the company forecasts adjusted EBITDA between $420 and $520 million. It also paid down $150 million in debt in the fourth quarter, and management of the company said that it is expecting higher returns in North America.
Okay, so let's hold for a second. Yeah, it's so fine, Katina, man. We still have to talk about this one. So it looks like, as Sia mentioned, they're looking at shifting strategy. And I don't know how I feel about this, to their direct ticket sales and advertising model. That's going to reduce their reliance on third-party reseller inventory. I think that probably helps margins a little bit because that removes one of the middlemen. Okay, that's great, but that makes them more into a ticket master, right? So does that mean that they're going to have direct direct lines of business channels with Live Nation? Because we know Live Nation and Ticketmaster are one and the same. So how does that work? Do they have exclusive events that only go through StubHub and negate Ticketmaster, or there's dual channels where it's listed on Ticketmaster and StubHub? I don't really understand exactly where they're going with this, but they're looking at obviously changing the business model, and you've got to assume they're changing the business model so they can make more money.
Yeah, but that's the issue, Sharif. You know the consumer already doesn't like these extra fees going through these third parties.
They hate it, bro.
They hate it, right? Because there's that upselling as well, too. As for Live Nation, they're already taking precautions on that front, saying in the UK, they're like, hey, man, you cannot sell these tickets above face value. So I think that's something that needs to happen because these resale and just the uplifting and the upmarking of these ticket prices is really swaying some individuals and the consumer.
All right, guys. All right. How much we got? We got 2.5 in the bag, huh? How many did we have yesterday? We had like 3 and change.
We can take tomorrow off.
We got 30 minutes?
But we
crazy.
can take tomorrow off the amount of time that they
All right, just before we go to the big... Guys, just before we go to the big boys, I want to let them know T-Pet is still going, guys. It's at 2.25 now.
Yeah,
this thing is all gas, no brakes. We were talking about this one at like 70, 80%. It's doubled. It's 160 now. TPET, keep your eye on this one. Still holding. For Joseph and I, though,
I hope everyone had a good day.
I hope everybody had a fantastic day. And I'll see everybody shortly at the big desk.
Tina Man's still short from 50-50.
No, I'm long Palantir right now. Palantir right now is $1.40 in the money. And we got the long off 150. This is my newest position right here, the long on Palantir. We still are short NVIDIA and we're still short the Qs, but the Palantir long is the gem. No, I was just saying, Joe, they can take tomorrow off. It's fine. We all have a certain amount of vacation days. You know.
Do you?
You know. No, I can't use one of my.
That ain't how it works.
Oh, I don't get any vacation.
This guy's
days.
like, let me use someone else's vacation day.
No, I should. I know I should have.
Get out of here, son.
These guys are right. I should have some vacation days. I mean, I think after all, we should have some vacation days. You're going on vacation, so that's nice.
Going to spring training next week.
Oh, I wanted to ask you about. Give me a sleeper team in the World Baseball Classic.
Sleeper team?
Because I was watching yesterday. I saw Australia versus Taipei.
There's no sleeper teams.
Yeah, okay.
The U.S. team is absurdity.
So it's U.S. versus Dominican?
Yeah, cool. Well, Puerto Rico doesn't have all their stars. So, like, Puerto Rico's not going to be that good.
Venezuela.
Japan doesn't have their pitching staff, so it's the USA.
So when you guys
Americans are going to crush.
Right. So when you're at spring training, Vlad won't be there, or he will. Like, I don't know how that works because it just started yesterday.
Yeah. So like, I think we have like Kirk is going to be gone as well because he's playing for Mexico.
Right.
But I think that's about it. Like
Right.
Springer's not playing for USA, so that's good. So I'll get to see him. But that's part of the WBC. And
Yeah, no, I just wasn't sure because I was thinking like, do they kind of like do inter-squad? Like, will Vlad still play, but then also play for Dominican? Like, I just didn't know.
Nah.
Like, does Judge still play for the Yankees if he has a day off? Or
No, he'll be crushing bombs for the USA.
I guess so.
Trust me, the U.S. team. I don't know what the odds are, but I can't see them losing because Japan doesn't have the horses.
Yeah, I guess Japan would probably have been the next round.
No, their staff isn't as good. Like their pitching staff is usually really good. They got Shohei, obviously, but
Shohei's on the team?
but he
That
can't.
might be Team Japan.
No, but he can't pitch.
Right, because
He wouldn't get insurance for him to pitch.
Right.
He only hits. So, anyways.
All right.
But the market is definitely trying to pick up. The middle of the day, well, it wasn't really the middle of the day. When was it? When there was that headline about China and chips.
Was there a headline?
Yeah, it was. It wasn't China. It was whatever. It's 12:30. 12:30.
China.
And now the market's turning back around. So NVIDIA's back over 180 when we got whomped. And now we're trying to battle back. I like Amazon because it had some earlier strength, and I saw a little bit of a bottoming tail candle that got me into this, but it was mostly shorts until we had this little reversal that we're putting in, so to speak. I'm also pretty happy that the Bills got ourselves a wide receiver.
Yeah, that was good, finally, because like I was saying, it's too bad because
You
last
have
year.
to. This is what should have happened last year.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, you can't keep on leaving Josh Allen with like Shakir and all these guys. You need to reward the players right there. Shout out to the Maple Leafs. They get a first-round pick today as well.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping, right?
We're happy with that one. there.
I was just cheering it, not really knowing whether it's a good deal or not.
My Canada. Oh, my Stream Deck not working. Stream Deck must be down.
Neither is mine.
Yeah, I think they're restarting Unity, so Stream Deck also down. But I guess that's probably fine.
Oh, yeah.
Fabian's right here. Fabian just calmed everybody. He just came. We're restarting.
No, I'm not going to be calm.
FYI, they're restarting.
Gotta get that phone.
All right, we just got out of NVIDIA right there, so let's just end that trade on NVIDIA. I don't think there's ever been a time where 3 straight days we had, my number one stock was NVIDIA. So, that short, right? Like short out, short again there, did not stop out against 184. And then the drop happened. And unfortunately, we didn't have a huge amount of shares, but we'll get out right there on that stop break. We should have got out right here when it broke through the 50-period moving average. That's kind of like what I was waiting for. And then we just got a little bit greedy and took that because we had the Palantir long. So I was kind of playing one against the other. But at the end of the day, they're both going to work out here near the end. So that's good. And then still the future short, which is from the beginning of the day. This was on the list. Boom, boom, boom. Just covering now the TQQs. So a couple shorts, a couple longs. And just glad to make that back on Palantir because you see what happened right here? That was a quick in and out when we were at the gym. 12 o'clock, spike up. Stop it. Okay, I have a story.
I knew
I have a story to tell.
I knew he was gonna win.
No, I know, but I have a story to tell. And Randy, you don't even know the story, my guy. This is how funny it is. So I go to Randy. I'm going to Tim Hortons. You want anything? You want to come? Blah blah blah. So I go, and Randy goes, "Yeah, I'll come." I said, "Okay, I'm buying. What do you take?" Okay.
Okay.
So that was that. And I go, "Yeah, let me buy it on the app because you get an extra roll on the roll up the rim."
Obvious.
This guy goes, "It's roll up the rim." I didn't even know that. So I said, okay, he buys a coffee every day, right? It's been like this.
How do you not know that?
It's been like this for 2 weeks, okay? So anyways, and then he claims to be too tired when he drives in. So there's other issues there. But so then all of a sudden, he goes, "Let me go check the cup that I had this morning." So he grabs it.
Win.
And I'm like, dude, I've never won. You're probably not gonna win. Rips the thing, winner. And then Gagnon again.
What did you
He
win?
wanted a donut. Here, give it to here. Maybe next time get this guy a. Sharif won't have a donut.
Don't give it to the one guy that will literally never eat a donut.
I was gonna say we can get a. Well, I had.
Oh, now he's gonna do the
where's
Carlton dance.
I had
Oh, come on, man.
Almost.
Everybody knows who's actually gonna eat the donut around here. I see what's up. No, you know who
what?
actually wants the donut.
Maybe we can trick
Thank
Sharif and those Cadbury mini egg donuts. Maybe we could trick him and say it's an actual egg, and then he would maybe have it right there. But no protein available in the Cadbury mini eggs. Okay, so in about an hour or so
Can
when
you
I'm
win the
done
protein
this, then you. Yeah, with a drink you can win. Yeah, any drink gets you any.
Oh,
coffee
okay, so
or
you can
tea.
get the protein
Yes.
if you win.
That's why I got it the other day.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, because I rolled up one and I won, and I got the protein
Nice.
drink instead of just a normal coffee. I'm cheap like that. If I win, I'm going to try to maximize it.
Yeah, that's what you should do. You should always try to win.
Damn,
That's why
Randy,
if you win a
Randy.
donut, you should get like one of the big ones. Get
Donut.
something legit.
You can get a dream donut or whatever they have at Tim Hortons.
What the heck's a dream donut?
Oh, they have. So I think right now that's what I think is like a Cadbury one. So it's like a
I see.
special donut based
Okay.
on.
I was about to look
something.
It up. Oh no! I just
Yeah. So you can look up what they have: dream cookies and dream donuts.
closed my newsfeed.
Damn Randy, man.
That's
This
not what I
guy. This
meant
guy's
to do.
always winning, eh? This guy Randy over here. All right. Well, that was a fun story. So yeah, welcome to Trader TV Live, where we are located in bright, sunny, not today, Toronto, Ontario. Yesterday was gorgeous, man. Everybody was outside like it was summertime. It was +5 or +6, and people out there in shorts. I think Joe wasn't wearing shorts yesterday. But that was a fun day. Today, a little darker. Seems like it's going to start to rain.
Yeah, well, no, we're supposed to get like a lot of rain.
Yeah.
Because it's threatening.
And that's why Tim Hortons is a QSR, if you're looking for when moon. Tim Hortons, when moon. Out of Palantir a little bit more here, guys. Like, I'm not going to stick around. We're here for a good time, and a long time, actually. We started this at 1:30. So the fact that now it's 10 after 2, pretty long for your boy. I'll take another fill here at 10s if we can get it, which we do. Out. Low of the day on Palantir into the 200 period. That's for me, about as clean as it can get. We started long Palantir, and once we broke that little 200 period right there, we went short Palantir. That's where we left you. We tried the short again there, did not work, and then we came back, looked at this long, thought the market potentially could have turned around there. Doesn't look like it may not. Took the long there, Palantir. That's what it is. So, okay, more to come here. Sharif's going to go through the rundown You have Amazon.
Almost.
I don't know if that's a new position. I don't know if you want to.
Oh,
I
it's
don't even
new.
know what the price of Amazon is right now.
It triple bottomed at 217. So it was doing this, I don't know, whatever you want to call this at 217 earlier, and then breakout, then hold. It did a triple bottom. So once I saw these like lower highs, there was a nice little reversal candle, and so jumped through the break of the last one. I want to add to this actually. I'm thinking, it's a line on the chart. Like if this is going to work, it should work into 218 quarter and 218 half. I feel like a break up should be an add and then a tighten the stop and then a play into that 218 half. Of course, it's the afternoon. We got to do the rundown, and Sharif is now ready, which means we are going to go to Sharif, and I assume I can turn back on my Unity.
Yeah. Yes, welcome everyone to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every single day. C&I, we're locked and loaded. The big boys, Neil and Sean, they're locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as cited by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, Fabian made this, and he told me you got to throw in that $ before the ticker of your choice, but make sure to vote, guys. We're bright and early now, 8 a.m. We're live, and you can vote from then on. All right, let's look at all four major averages to start here. They're all in negative territory. Recovering, not really, a little bit here. The Qs, the triple Qs, that is, they're down 1.17 with the SPY faring a little worse, down 1.25%. The Dow is the one that's really getting hit here. The DIA, the ETF, down 2.15, and the IWM Russell 2000 ETF coming into those lows that we saw yesterday, 254 and change. It's also down over 2.5%. So the major average is not faring well on the day. But MOBX is, MOBX, guys, another day, another first. This is first here on the trader watch list. It had a big couple of days. It keeps coming into that 112 area. Why is it up today against you?
Yeah, so just to give you a little bit of context, Mobix Labs, it secured a significant U.S. Navy Tomahawk missile component order, as we know it, just 2 days ago. But as of today also, it received new orders as Gulfstream aircraft production is continuing, and that's all I can find today.
Yeah, that's actually a good one. Commercial orders there. Well, the boys will look at the technicals, of course, but the way I see it here, this 110, 112 area, guys, we rejected it in the afternoon yesterday, and we're rejecting it again today.
Yeah, you know what? This was a disappointing one. I guess I'm assuming TPET is going to end up on the rundown because of what it's doing, because it's actually a rocket ship. This is a huge disappointment. Slap to fail. It should have been $1 short. I left you guys in the morning saying, hey, look, it's starting to hold that VWAP. If it breaks the buck, we'll look for a breakout at 110 and blah, blah, blah. It didn't happen. Who cares? You should have just shorted the dollar. So what are you going to do? It looks like we're headed down. So there might be, did I pay for locates? Probably not. I don't think I was. Oh, I did. At some point, I decided it was worth having locates. Now, this could be a trend trade back into 75.80, I would suppose. It's got a flat bottom break that I don't like, but maybe shorting pops into 90 cents could make sense. This isn't the small capper this afternoon that I think everyone's going to be interested in, unless you're looking short. So if you're looking short a small capper, this is probably your cup of tea, little downward trend after failing a buck. But I know the next one on the list, very likely to be a huge runner, and that's that Tepet or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key thing when you're looking at small cap is you got to make sure that volume is still there. And if the volume is down, I mean, we had Luis come on a couple of times. You probably heard these guys talk about it all during the midday. Trend is one thing, but you got to have some other people interested in it as well. And that MOBX seems to have a little bit of interest. Let's just see if it's acting that way for the rest of the day. Yeah, I mean, the next name is probably a little more interesting for many of you guys. Let's go back over to the desk, hear about it from Sharif. And then I just want to say how we get these from, and Sharif just sort of did a one over there. You just got to vote, put in here, $, and then it'll come up, and then we'll go over whatever we choose from this. Looks like there's a lot of small cap names maybe coming to a show near you. BATL, probably going to be talked about very, very soon, so stay tuned. But that's how you get the votes in there. I just saw there is 12 days, 23 hours, and 44 minutes until the next Fed rate decision. How exciting is that?
No decision. No cut.
Anyways, 12 days, 23 hours, and 44
No
minutes.
rate change.
Over the desk.
Where the hell is that thing, bro? Oh, no, sorry. Oh, I didn't know that you guys were honest. Okay, sorry guys. All right, I apologize. TPET, Neil kind of prefaced this one. This is an absolute rocket ship, up 183%. We were all over this on the midday show. This is an oil name though, right, Sia?
It is an oil name. There's nothing major going on over here. Oil stocks are, in general, up almost 7% today. But it's just, all I can find right now is that they filed a Form 8K with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission.
Yeah, typical, guys. As Sia mentioned, USO here at the day high, 98.37, up over 7%. I just want to give you guys a couple of headlines coming in. The U.S. and Mexico are launching a review process for the USMCA known as CUSMA. So something to look out for there. But TPET, boys, up big.
We're talking about TPET.
Okay.
Oh, up huge. It's a squeeze going on. INDO is also squeezing. But it looks to me, okay, it just made another one of those topping tails. Each topping tail in the last, I don't know, like 4 or 5 times has been a buying opportunity. It is getting into the zone on the daily chart where you have the most bag holders, right? Like these pops into the 240, 250 have been where the bag holders have been. But it's been doing these deep pullbacks. Unfortunately, it'll be a new trend line, even though I got the old one drawn. If it does a huge dip, I'm leaving the all-day trend line in. Like a monster dip, 190. Like a potential halt but doesn't halt kind of deal would be the 190 level. So I'm going to leave that one in there just for like maybe a snapback, but only if it doesn't halt. If you can manage to get there without some kind of a halt, I think you get a little bit of rubber band action. But I guess we just jinxed it because this is the biggest pullback that it's had in quite some time on TPET. Look at them right by that room, right back up. Yeah, but I have the all-day trend line. It'll be about $1.90. If I ever see it get into there without halting, I think that can be a nice little shot.
Yeah, I was just going to say something similar about.
See, he walks past and your screen goes off. It happens to me all the time.
How is that even possible?
It's Fabian as dark magic.
Okay. I was going to say, just look at the volume right now. Finally starting to pick up a little bit. Was pretty dead for a minute. It picked up again at 1 o'clock. Now it's picking up again at 2 o'clock. We just had the highest prints of the day right here. Seems like that's like probably an exhaustion candle to that high side here. So I would just be a little careful with TPET here into the close. Definitely seems like it's running out of a bit of steam here as we go. So yeah, TPET doesn't look like it wants to continue to go higher. But good news if you're not in this, it's coming right now into the 50-period moving average, which has been good since 12. So that would be an area here that if you want to take a try, you might as well take it at 210. If it breaks 2, then you can scram. But it looks like it's a decent opportunity right now for TPET on the long side, giving you potentially a decent trade. Looks like it's about to break 2 right now, but that we haven't done this yet. So there's the first break of your 50-period moving average. It's only happened once, twice, and then whatever. I guess I'm not even sure that's a break there, but that's pretty decent there into VWAP. This is the thing, if you break now, getting into VWAP's a problem. But there it goes, man. We said you could take the 211 against 2. So far, so good right there. There it is, already 1-to-1. So if you took that, maybe you want to cash it out. But so far, so good there on that trade. Maybe I should trade some more small cap names.
Tina Man, down 1.25 today is NVIDIA. We'll get to the main headline in a second, but Tigris Financial Partners did maintain coverage with a strong buy on NVIDIA at a price target of $360, despite the fact that it's down on the day. Tell us why, Sia.
Yeah, so like we talked about earlier in the show, so NVIDIA is reportedly halting the production of its H200 AI chips that were destined for China. And to give you some context on this, in the earnings call last week, the CFO of NVIDIA, Colette Kress, said that the company is yet to generate certain revenue from China despite having the U.S. approval to transit and transport these ships abroad. She also added that she was not sure if any of these imports would be allowed by China itself. So this is a fitting headline for it, just an update. Absolutely. And the company has shifted manufacturing, its attention to the manufacturing capacity at Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing away from the H200 chips and more towards the next generation of Vera Rubin AI hardware.
Yeah, they're definitely looking towards the future there, guys. On again, off again with NVIDIA and China.
Yeah, it's such a crazy back and forth here. The good news is you're going to be above 180 again, which I think is going to be pretty key for NVIDIA, especially let me zoom this in, especially post earnings. We've already made this temporary bottom here on NVIDIA. It was right at that 175 mark. The 200 period is held. So the fact that we get a negative headline and we hold the higher low, great sign, right? We hold on to this 178 area, which is the higher low from earnings. Now it's a matter of closing above 180. Still some issues breaking out 184. Like it's not Friday. It's not Friday, but getting into the end of the week, you're gonna get closer to some of these big levels, which will have a little bit of a gravity towards them. And I think that 180 could be it. If we lose this trend since the bottom, underneath 180, it's probably a reversal into the close. But as long as it holds, I think you're looking upside. And as long as this is holding, I think anything tech related is probably a good turnaround long, because NVIDIA is kind of leading us the way here. U.S. Interior Secretary said that all options, including buying oil futures, are being looked at. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're trading oil names,
yeah, why not?
Pay attention.
All right, so this is now 1, 2, 3, to check back what was going on Monday, but this is now 3 days in a row that NVIDIA has been my #1 stock. And I mean, yesterday, 2 days ago, we were short. Yesterday, we were long. Today, we're short. And it's just like, that was it right there. Boom, downside, stopped out. Take that fill there. Try to hold it for as long as we can. I wasn't here when this was happening. So downside there, breaks out. Once I got back, it was around 1 something. Then I just put a stop at this level right there. So yeah, so that was a great one there. Short 184, out 1.8. That's $3.50. This is just about $1 and change. That's a 182.50. That's a 180.50. So that's $2 there, another $5 or $6 there, and a little bit there. So yeah, no, not $5, sorry, $4 there on the way down. So yeah, it's been a good day for NVIDIA. I feel the same way that I always have, and that is like, we talked about this, sadly, every single day, and that is that NVIDIA is in a zone right now, and that range is not going to break. I mean, I don't know why it can't go up or down from here, but it seems to be stuck all the way back to the middle of the summer. And like, these levels are just been holding, and the top levels have been holding. Only time we spiked above it was on earnings. So NVIDIA just kind of a waste of money, man. Honestly, the last 10 months, not a waste of money, like literally a waste of money. It's just been sitting there. You'd have been better off buying all those coffees and trying to roll up the rim to win over here. But no, NVIDIA, not great. Just hovering. At least AMD had its like ups and downs. NVIDIA right now really just kind of hanging out. So yeah, not super exciting, but obviously one of my favorite day trading stocks, as I just mentioned. It's been a good one for the last little while, and we'll look at it again tomorrow. And even today, if it gets up to VWAP, we'll potentially short it, but I'm long Palantir. So.
All right, guys, BATL, Battalion Oil, another oil name, not surprising, with the USO up 7%. Any other information here other than the fact that this is just an oil name moving, Sia?
It is just an oil name moving, and it's just a separate coverage notes on that was that it surged around 30% overnight as of March 1, obviously due to the U.S.-Iran tensions and the Strait of Hormuz disruption fears, but that's about it.
I don't know how you boys feel about this, but when you look at the half-an-hour chart, there seems to be a lot of selling at that 28, 29 level. What's the look?
Actually, I was just looking at the 15-minute chart, and I would agree with you. Like, whomever was, I always say like the hedgies that are up there shorting this, because it's probably like that's who the big ones are that are likely shorting this thing. That's where they're winning. It was when it did the parabolic move and they were able to short this thing, because they announced the offering and it tried to pop a few times through 28. Like it halted because of the halted down on this offering news, and then ultimately ended up going higher. I'm assuming lots of shorts in that 28 range. So it really needs to break out 28, if not 30, and then there's all kinds of room to go. Unfortunately, it's just not happening. So you're getting a bit of a trend break here. This is not one that I'd rather be short. I feel like you prefer this one if it squeezes and rips faces off the way it's been moving, but it's looking like it could lose that trend on the 15. But keep an eye on this. As long as the longer it holds up on volume without falling back, the shorts get a bit more nervous. And if it does end up taking out this 28 and then eventually that 30, you've got serious squeeze potential. Like in the first day, it went from 8 to 10, and then it gapped up to like $28. So these things can get ridiculously irrational when they break levels like that. You could see 40, you could see 50, I'm pretty sure. The only problem is there's gonna be more hedgies that just take more share short, so you have to make sure you bank your profit when you get it.
Yep, that makes perfect sense to me. I just wanted to say here, here we go. This is from Grunfeld. What's up, Grunfeld? How did Sean get 149.90 on Palantir? No, I mean, I know it's like a rhetorical question because the stock actually went there. But it was just, I was trying to buy this little zone here. So here's like, we tried to go long here on that. I thought pulling back into the 50 period would give us something. Once it broke, we got out on that candle. So that was like a quick little 20-cent hit there. And then it fell back in, and I said, you know what, I kind of still like the long. I was watching the futures, and I didn't really see too much action. You could go back and look at it around 130. And then so I just, as we zoom back out, so there's the fills. We have 3 fills right there. Remember what I told you? It's first in, first out. So now I'm just holding these last bit of shares that we have. But yeah, I was just using that bottom. So it's just, sometimes you get it, and sometimes you have bad luck and you get ticked out at the top. Sometimes you have good luck and you make a bottom wicking trade as well. So that's what that is. And, just so you guys know, we have a little small piece left, and I'm actually going to take out one more piece right here at 39s on Palantir as we break back down through the 200 period moving average right there on PLTR. So I was happy when we got it the first place. Then, looked like we were losing it again, got another piece out, got it again, took out some on the top side near 152, and now, always not expecting it to come back in, but here it comes right back in, so you got to sort of sometimes get in and out of your position when you see fit, and that's what we're doing right now on Palantir.
I had to throw this comment up because Chad, Chamath to open door investors. Utilize your capital losses for your tax return next year when it goes to 50 cents. He did not say that.
He's calling open door downside?
He did not say that. Chamath did not say that.
We must be throwing fire at Eric.
No, it's pretty jokes if you're out there and saying, yeah, not so bad if you're taking losses because you can use that.
So he's firing shade at open door then.
Well, I guess.
Chamath said that, or that was somebody in our...
Chad, is that actually true? That's my first question. I'm just curious, like if Chamath was... It's a weird one to take some shots and criticize Open Door because
he's the one that brought Open Door to everybody.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But if that was actually true, it seems pretty. Maybe he's like tongue in cheek, and there's some kind of an inside joke that I'm unaware of. But let's get to the next name on the list. Could it possibly be another oil small capper? I'm guessing we're out of those and on to another.
Oh, boy, see ya. All right, SoFi, the next one on the list here. It's up 1%, much unlike some of these, most of these names on the market today. See, why are they up?
Yeah, so SoFi has selected if I'm right here, yes, the digital asset infrastructure company BitGo to support the rollout of its banks-issued stablecoin, which is the latest sign of growing momentum. And under this partnership base, I'm just going to go over it quickly. Yeah. BitGo will provide stablecoin infrastructure to services for SoFi USD, which is a US dollar peg token that was issued by SoFi Bank. And the companies have disclosed this today.
All right, guys, SoFi up 1%, looking a lot better than the breach of 17 from a few days ago.
He is, man. That's why they call him Scammer.
No,
the guy's a scam.
No, but that's, come on. Like, you wouldn't actually say that. That's probably some kind of a joke. Or it's like a fake account said that or something along those lines.
Yeah,
we're talking about
who knows? I'm just saying people.
No, I'm just saying, like, if I bought a SPAC because I believe in somebody, and then they told me when it was at $5, oh, wait, don't worry, at least you can use the capital gains losses when it's at 50 cents.
Apparently this dude got divorced and blames. There's so much stuff happening in our chat. You guys can go have a look. We have no idea what's truthful or not. All right, SoFi, was that SoFi? No.
Right, it was, right?
Was it?
Okay. I was about to turn on Ash Sharif. SoFi was bad, then it was good, then it was meh, and now it's just VWAP. Another day, another fail at $200 or $20. Hey, if SoFi goes to $200, we'll be happy. Another fail to get to the $20 breakout. So I'll call it disappointing, but an inside day nonetheless. So you're holding rounded bottom, holding some higher lows. I probably should like the short here again, if I'm being real about it, like last afternoon, because you're getting these lower highs. I might jump back to this. Forget it. It's not breaking $20 today, so let's forget about that for a minute and talk brass tacks, like lower high, top, lower high, lower high. I was on this earlier, and you just put another lower high into here off the 19 level. So I feel like shorting this back into this little trend, which I will now hit save on, will make sense. Just scalp it into the low. It kind of trended down all afternoon in the same range yesterday, so there's room for this to get lower on SoFi. Ultimately, disappointing post-earnings. I don't know what else to tell you. it's trying to make a bottom, but it hasn't been able to take out the resistance at 20 on the way up. So until it breaks a 20, I don't think you get any big secondary moves on SoFi. Not bad, flat today. I'm not sure why it was so interesting. There's some scalp trade opportunities there.
SoFi, so interesting. SLV right now just took out the day's low. This was on our watch list, and it was just so crazy because I'd written down 75.50. That happened twice there. Nowhere near happening now. Again, you represent VWAP so well on that trade, man. I mean, that's my, my most favorite style of trading is waiting for something like that to happen. And I'm actually, I was sitting back here at 1:30. I wish I would have seen that. Or is that when me and Randy were having our escapades? But anyways, that was a nice move there, downside. So I would really like to short this if we can get back anywhere here to 74 and change. So that would be a trade that I'm looking at right now for silver. And yeah, I mean, the bank stocks have not been great today, right? I mean, SoFi is one example. And last time I looked at it, and I haven't looked since, I have no idea, but Robinhood was breaking that 80. There it goes, I was going to say. Robinhood was breaking that 80 marker. And we tried Robinhood earlier at that spot at 80.50 when it was the day's low at that time. And it worked for a minute, then it didn't. And then we lost 80, made the move down into 78.50. And now that's the low, right? And so this reminding me right now of something that we did on Palantir. Be patient, wait for, it's a good thing we started to get out of that Palantir. It's coming back in, by the way. And which probably won't reload that until under 150 if it breaks 150. Robinhood right there was a great opportunity to take a shot, at that low holding. And if you're able to do that, you could have maybe given yourselves, I mean, whatever risk you want to give yourself. I always like to say, like we did on Palantir, there was the low of the day back up to the 200 period. And that's pretty much what worked there. So that's 78.60. So at that time, 79.60. So that's about $1. So if you're always looking for 4-to-1, 3-to-1, something like that, you want to give yourself about 30 cents, and that would have not broken. So there it goes. That's a great move. And I would have said the same thing if you're up to VWAP today. There it was right there. How gold was that? And again, remember, right off the open, the first 10 or 15 minutes, very, very difficult to use any technical indicators. It's more of a momentum play. And now you're more interested in that. And that hit around 9:45, 10 o'clock actually, were those shorts. So yeah, man, good day for not a good day for Robinhood, sorry, as it breaks lower, triple the NASDAQ, not good. All right, well that is over now, the rundown, and we want to thank everybody for voting. I wanted to have a quick little look here back at Netflix, another stock that I looked at earlier, not a stock that we really day trade on here too much, so I was waiting to get a bigger winner, which we did, and Netflix actually turned out pretty good, pretty much 10% out every time there, and we lost our last 10% when it broke the 200 period moving average at 98. Look at that, man. We got to 100, and this is what I mean right off the jump, right? And then it failed off of that. So we've seen, Tesla fail at 500, I don't know, Apple 275, or there's always key levels that come into play, and it looks like today was no different, man. Forget about these moves. That's $100.20. The retrace back up stops at 100 flat right there. It stops at 100 flat, and then for no reason other than pressure to the downside, it sells off about $1 and all the way. I mean, that's just one candle $1. The ultimate low there, this is when we picked it up, 98.30. So it drops down $1.70 in about 5 minutes off of a touch of 100. So Netflix is very, very interesting, man. I think that if we can get back to that $100 level there, definitely look for it to break long through there. And if it doesn't, you can get out pretty quick. So this does not happen. But that's going to be a good, interesting supply zone up there for Netflix at $100. You always look at
Could get there tomorrow, man.
WBD. I don't even know what the price of that is.
It's getting to the point where every day it goes lower, and it's like you're getting such a good premium. I still have seen no indication that they've changed the expected close on this. It's being priced as if it shouldn't close till the end of next year. It's a $31 cash deal, and you're trading underneath $28 today. So, I mean, you guys do the obvious math, and that's a pretty good return. The risk-free rate, assuming the old close date, which was supposed to be middle of this year, the risk-free rate's in the 30s, but that only means so much. I would use that. You could only use that if it's short, to short into it if it gets there. It's not at the point where I'm automatically I want to start buying this thing, but I could see it falling further where there's just almost like this has gone too far down. I'll buy it and assume they close. The FTC came out saying that they didn't really expect there to be many hurdles. FCC, sorry. And if that's the case, then why not pick it up? But again, it's only 10%. But if you can get that 10% in less than a year with a portion of your capital, some of these plays are good. If it does something egregious, the only example I'll use, if I see an egregious move like what happened with the Robinhood WonderFi deal, mentioning this one last year, like this was just bizarre and nonsensical because this one was like 36 cents cash and there was no chance. Like it's basically—
It hasn't closed yet?
It's not supposed to close till the middle of this year.
Oh, okay.
But it's like pocket lint for Hood, so why wouldn't it close? Literally, it's like pocket lint for them to be able to buy WonderFi. And it was chilling where it should have been and then just tanked 40% for no reason. And there was no news. They just moved the closing date by 6 months. And somehow that meant 40%. And now you got a free 30% back, and it still has another 10% to go. If I see WBD do that, then I'm going in my TFSA, and I'm going to be buying it. But it's not quite at that point where I would consider it. Just going right back to— if it was Westermeyer, Mr. Westermeyer was asking, what's going to happen to these futures? I can't see us getting a rally off the lows if NVIDIA can't hold 180. Like, that's been that key price all week long. Well, most of the week anyways. Pretty sure most of the week. And 180 barcode here, breakout there, dip buy there, tried to hold earlier. If we can't hold it now, then we're probably headed back in to said downside. And as we do, oh shoot, there was a trend break happening in Intel, which I'm probably not going to get picked up on here. Goes right into VWAP and is now trending lower. Intel sucked this morning. Not because I was in early and lost twice, but because I actually had close to the top and then got stopped out and didn't get anything back until it had already moved $1 down by the time I got back in it to make some back. So we'll try to get some back. I got half of it back, but it kind of sucked. I kind of had this almost dead to rights. We'll see if we can get this short into the volume weighted average price for this afternoon. But without NVIDIA holding 180, can't see what's supposed to bounce us much more.
Yeah, keep your comments coming into the chat. I'm going to take another fill here on Palantir as it just busts through 151 again. And maybe we'll wait for a top tick trade there. Yeah, for the futures, same kind of way. We'll have to wait to see if there's going to be. I prefer the long right now. I mean, I think we've touched it down here enough and not broken that, we should get going on the upside a little bit. And on that note, let's put a bid out here now on. I mean, the last time we took an out was right around here on TQQ. I'm going to take another one right now. So if my actions speak louder than my words, so if I'm going to start to get out now of my short, then I do think that there is a potential here. I don't like to break long to make money like for the rest of you. I don't know. Like we have the ability here to obviously use kind of like whatever share size we want. And if you we're only looking for a move back up into the 200 period, which is like 48.80, then I think that you could probably have a little bit of a rally that's going to start off that bottom. That gives you the right, risk to reward. But I'm not sure unless we get some sort of a news hit or something like that. When the market's low like this in the afternoon, it's either got to come up to VWAP, like to play a game of like guessing. What winds up happening is you wind up like just basically spinning through because there's just not enough volume right here to make anything happen. So I'm going to sort of just ease back a little bit on my expectations for any major moves. Yesterday around this time, we messed around a little bit with Occidental, and this is actually looking like a great trade if we can get it. I just keep looking over here. I want to see if Palantir is going to fade off of 151. But right into there, 54, like that's pretty good, man. You got some areas here of support that are now going to turn into resistance. You came up into the 200 period. You hit the 200 period. You made almost new lows on the day again there. So another retracement up. If we can go back and forth with Occidental, this looks like a decent short there with a stop at the high of $54. So that would be a decent trade there. Oh, Bob, that dog. All right, so here, I'll answer the question. So TQQ, long or short? Grinning face. Yeah, I mean, if I was going to say something, I would say short. Just like I'm still in the short myself, but I don't think we're going to get to 25,000. That would be, I mean, it's not even that far ahead. It's not even that far up. But it seems like we've faded out too many times right here. Like the good thing about it is we have Adara behind us, and it's like if there's any sort of news that winds up hitting, then we can play the action on that. But for me, for right now, it doesn't seem, the volume's really light. Like you're at the lowest. Maybe, here, let me get rid of that. I was about to push the screen, and obviously I can't do that with my hand. Yeah, look at the volume here, Bob. Very, very light. Was that a call for me? Or?
I was like, you could flick the
screen.
To make,
I was just going to say, I have it plugged in my ear.
Just do this, and then the screen things start moving if you hit your...
Yeah, I was like, I'm too used to, we talked about the iPads. Like, you're just too used to pushing things on. But I mean, I don't think I would like to trade with my hands.
That's my daughter. If she's like, what? It doesn't... I'm like, yeah, well, not all screens are like that.
That's what I found about the Tesla. That is a touch screen. So that was one of the things that, right away was something.
It's great.
But anyways, Bob, that dog, I hope that helps. And you just said thank you, so I guess it does. But you got to wait for volume, man. And right now, there just does not appear to be too much of that. So, for me, it'd be a little bit of a pass on doing anything with the futures, which is why I'm pretty hesitant in doing anything. But we just got a little piece out, and we have very, very small piece as we watch out for Palantir. But we'll get into some trades. I just talked about that Oxy trade. Just waiting for the scanner. I mean, we both have watch lists and scanners up. Through eSignal, you can get your scanners through TradingView or whatever you're scanning. Even P-Pro 8 has a decent scanner. And we were...
Oh, it's getting better?
We were emailed by our basically CTO, and he said, what about these alerts? Which ones do you like? And there was a list of 20. My response was very, very easy.
They were all...
All of them. I responded, and he goes, thank you. Yeah. I said, look, if you want to have a meeting, we can do that. But any alert is good for a trader, right? Because you're just looking for reasons to do something.
You can pick which ones you want to turn on and off.
Yeah,
so
you can vet them yourself. Like, if you get an alert, oh, this is crossing VWAP, and you take the trade 10 times, and it works for you once, okay, then, you got to figure VWAP plus something else, or whatever, right? But
there's extreme volume and whatever. You can do average volume ones. There were stocks. It's pull back from the high. Yeah. It was well done, and adding it to the platform I think would be fantastic. Then you're not going to an outside source. This is an example of one is all. So this is a trade rate, which probably not unexpected. SPY, Broadcom, Tesla, Qs, Nvidia, right? There's nothing. There's not really a name that stands out that you wouldn't expect. EWY, maybe, I guess. We won't really look at that very often. IWM, so the South Korea ETF being on there is a bit different. But there's all, QBTS would be a little bit strange. But all of the top names, when they're the usual suspects, it doesn't really mean there's anything crazy happening. So when something pops up there, even that TPET, this was probably the... Oh no, what happened to my black chart is deceiving me. It's missing a bunch of data. You saw that. It was missing half the day.
I didn't see
Look at that one.
I believe you.
See this one's fine. Even TPET, it's coming into that trend line and just volume really slowing down. The good thing about this is look at what volume was doing as the stock was going up, right? It's not perfect, but it was definitely trending higher on volume. And now it's really tapering off. So you'd like to see this pick up a little bit, but it's getting to that all-day trend. So it's into the all-day trend, and all it would have to do is, get a little bounce, break this little trend, try to get it through 210, and then it could go. But yeah, where is the volume? And all of these names, whether it's that or Battle or what was the other one? Indo.
TPET.
And MBOX or MBIX or whatever we're calling it, MBOX. In the afternoon, you want to try to find the one that's still going. It's not about the fact that it was good in the morning. There's going to be a select few that were still going. So I took this little trend trade on Intel. I mean, Amazon's trying to get through VWAP, so two things happening. One, Amazon's just barcoding under VWAP without breaking, but it's at least scalping into VWAP, which works. But the trend break on Intel broke the prior bar, so I'm out of that. Going to hold Amazon because the structure off this 217 quarter is still working, so go for that scalp trade as long as it wants to set out there. So if you find some names that you're interested in, what we don't do enough of? I'm gonna reset the scanner, or it's not the scanner, it's the visualizer. Yep. So we're gonna restart the visualizer. That way, for now, close to power hour, we'll be able to type in symbols. So nobody's typed the symbol in. I will start. I'll go, just because we were just talking about it, I'll go to PET. Oh, you know what? How about this? They report after the bell. They report after the bell. I'll type Marvell, and then you'll see that one pop up there. ACT. So if you're in the chat right now, type a symbol, $sign that you think is cool or you think is moving or you're interested. Maybe you're trading it. Maybe you're watching it. Maybe it reports after the bell tonight. I don't know. Throw it in there and we can see which names are on the top. And if you're only listening and you're not in the chat, it's a subscribers-only chat. So hit the subscribe button.
Or bad.
Do it now. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. I used to have a button.
To have that one. I thought that's what was happening. Right?
I don't have that button anymore.
Okay, we have a new position. It may not be so nice as the market is trying to get going a little bit there. As we said, we weren't sure about what the market was going to do. Just a 1-unit trade that's going to be out in 15 cents. So Walmart, all right, like what's going on? What's going on with Walmart today, by the way, Adara? Walmart down 4%. Yeah, like bucking the trend of everything. We do know tonight that we have Costco coming through, but Target's not down 4%. Neither is Costco. Like right now, I think this is an Amazon. Yeah.
A 10% owner of Walmart sold $136.45 million worth of the company's stock. The Walton Family Holdings Trust, so that's who sold the stock there.
I mean, the Walton family, like how many shares do they even have in the first place? But we're not rich yet, but we're getting there. There's a good trade. So we just talked about it, shorting it off that. And with a 15-cent worth of risk, we'll take that some out there at 90 off of a 98 short. And yeah, we'll just see. So that's VWAP. Not only was that, I mean, this one I'm not, okay, well, I was going to say I'm not in love with it, but Palantir is the one going for me right now to the upside. Okay, Walmart. Okay. Let's go. I mean, I know you guys are here, obviously, for the entertainment and for hopefully the discussion and all that kind of stuff. But this trade, this is the kind of stuff that I'm trying to do, right? Like, I'm always looking. We're both looking. Neil went through the scanner there. It's about trying to find trade opportunities. And I have no idea, like, where this is going to go. But there it is, man. That's now 20 cents on that or 15 cents, giving us about that 15-cent one-to-one risk. So if we can even fall down just a bit more, I'm going to bid something ahead of 77s and then see if we can get out and then hold half and then see if the move on the NASDAQ wants to continue right there. You might say like, oh, well, this guy's going short something else. What about Palantir? Good question, Sean. As you talk to yourself again, Palantir goes right up there. We'll get another piece out. So there goes Palantir right here. Right to the 200. We have to get that out, so we'll take another piece out right there right now. And then we'll watch to see, playing with house money a little bit here on Walmart. Maybe I'll bid some 85s there. Oh, okay, wow, we just got filled. So another out there at 85. We're getting less and less, man. We have 40%, sorry, we're out of 40% now. Looking for that fill at 75 to get us another 10%, and then we'll hold half for the rest of the trade on Walmart. But just a little quick one there as, thanks, Adair. That was a good point, be it with it being the Waltmans. And I don't think that that's enough of a reason I would buy. I mean, I was saying earlier.
Only $136 million.
Switching, I know, it's weird. Switching out of, Costco's actually down 2.5% too. This is into
let's
earnings.
See the reports. Costco doesn't move on their earnings.
I was going to switch out of Target and into, no, Costco. Well,
it's usually pretty boring on earnings day for Costco. Let's be real. It's not. If I had to guess, and I haven't looked, so this is a guess, I'm going to say it's probably like 4% expected.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Found it.
There it is. I don't know why I don't have that button anymore. I thought I had that. Anyways, doesn't really matter.
Fabian must have just found it there.
Mr. T was the man. Is the man. What am I talking about? He's not.
Yeah, I don't think he's not passed away.
Yeah, he's still the man. I used to love the 18 back in the day. Not that I'm that old.
Classic.
Absolute classic. The movie, Rampage. I forget who was. Bradley Cooper was in it.
Oh, was he?
Okay. Rampage Jackson played.
Right.
Yeah. B.A. Baracus. B.A. Baracus. Baracus in the building. One of my favorite is when he goes. There's a scene where he's just bench pressing, and he just sits there. He's throwing it around because whatever. It's not real weight. And he's like, more weight, and they just put more plates on. More weight. I'm like, it's not really how it works, and no one benches that fast, bro. But the guy was an absolute beast and a good quality human being. We got a super chat, but one quick adjustment.
I don't think we.
If we lose VWAP, I'm trailing out of this. I'm trailing out of Amazon at VWAP, and then looking for that 218.5.
We also got 5. I don't know if we can show. I don't know how to show this on the thing. We do have a super chat, but it was more this too.
Oh yes,
Adrian, thank you so much, man. 5 memberships going through, man. Yes. The memberships are $5. We really wanted to say thank you for that. You can go grab them there. If you have it selected, it'll just automatically assign to you. So thank you so much for all of that. And as far as, okay, here we go. There, I'll call it up because it's on the screen now. I would just say attention to Fabian back there, or Brendan. I don't know. I don't think we're doing 4K anymore.
No, we're not. We're
Right?
not supposed, and we're not
Right,
supposed
Fabian? Or Brendan? We're not. Okay, yeah. So we're not streaming at 4K. So what I would say to do is just this is what I do, so it doesn't bog down my computer. But I'm doing multiple things. Oh, hey, Sharif, how you doing, my guy? But I would just go into here. Yeah, I'm just a little behind. I would go into here and just switch this. Like if you're having a problem, you can switch the quality. And I just have so many tabs open, and obviously we're hosting the show, I'm not watching it. So, you know, I just put it on 144p, and then it gives you this quality, and which really sucks, but it doesn't slow down your computer. So if you're having that issue with 4K, maybe lower your resolution. I don't know. And let us know in the chat if everybody else is having a problem, because I don't
Also, Chrome sometimes tends to
Well, that was
suck.
the other thing. I was going to say, like, restart whatever, but that seems like an easy answer, right? Like,
Chrome can be a pain in the butt.
you start your computer.
I'll be real. I tend to have, it's like restart Chrome whenever you have too many tabs.
Anybody else? Okay, no problem here, says
Yeah, lots of people say
Ichiro.
no
Jose
problem.
saying no problem.
Go to
Alex.
1080.
Okay, so there you go. Good. All right. Well,
All good. All good, which is what we want to hear.
glad to hear.
But yeah, thanks. We appreciate that super chat. For sure, with the memberships, that's fantastic. If you ever wondered what you get with the membership, for all of those that were able to grab it and catch it, then it is this morning note, Sharif morning note. See, I was already searching for Robinhood, so I can search. There's a better way to search. You don't have to do it that way. That's the old school way. You can actually just go here. I could find, say, American Eagle, because if I know what was Sharif the most excited to put on his morning note, it was probably American Eagle. I'm surprised there isn't a gigantic picture of Sydney Sweeney on the note somewhere, because that's how he rolls. But that's what you get with the membership. It's 25 cents a day, effectively. It's like $5 a month. And then every day, Sharif's in, you're going to be able to get this. It's pretty in-depth. I think it's like 14 pages today, maybe 15. So thank you for the gift of those memberships. And you know what? We're stalling out at resistance, and if that's going to happen, I don't want to move my trail just yet. I'm going to go for the quarters here if we can get them. The market, too, is very range-bound. Have a look at what's going on. Like, this is the ES. Like, if you're expecting, are we really going to break out of this? It's like 20 little points in here. 67.8 to 68, back and forth and up and down. And it feels like a Friday, the way that the volume and volatility has slowed down this afternoon. It's a Thursday, it's not, but it has all the feeling of a Friday in terms of just being
Yeah, that's what I was
low
saying.
volume.
That's why I didn't want to make a prediction really on the futures there. I just don't really see anything going down. But instead we went flat on Walmart. Like, what am I supposed to do? Well, actually, we'll be down like $5 or something. I told you, man, I mean, being honest as I can, I told you we got out of 40%. We were holding 60%. It does take that out. So off of a short 97, we do get 11s there. So all good on, the reaction to that stock. And unfortunately, it does take the top. But I don't that was just a try. I thought it was worth it to get it all the way back to the downside. We were going to hold that last 50%, and that's what we tried to do, and just did not pan out. Oh, did not pan out. What about Pan W?
Pan W.
All right, let's have this is panning out nicely. We're $20 in the money now, off of 144. Yeah, CrowdStrike was a good little savior yesterday, as that bounced back off earnings. So that was a good little play. Palo Alto, we just added to our stockpile of Palo Alto shares a couple of days ago at 144. We were just really lucky to get that. And again, it just kind of came through there. And I do not believe that the SaaS wars are focused at all on cybersecurity names. I don't see how someone's going to, build a dashboard or a program or anything that people are going to trust, a Anthropic or whatever to give you the results that a cybersecurity program would. And, we had that CEO ask, can you build it? They said no. But yeah, that's that case. Oh, look at Walmart, man. Walmart this is what I mean about the low volume. That's why you're not trading with many shares here. We get stopped at the top, and then it just comes right back in, to give us a little bit of a winner again if we had held it. So I feel like that could have been, you think that it's like running your stop, but ultimately it just made a move higher, made a move lower. So that's the problem with trading on this volume. And we did take advantage of Palantir there at the 200 period, got another piece out. And I'm just so light on it. I'm just going to get another piece out right here at 76 and just continue to watch to see if we could do something else. So put the names in the chat, man. TTD. I mean, that could be a good one. That Walmart's probably going to fall down, especially if these futures. Look at the futures.
We just came right back.
Starting to go back down. And you know what the futures did there? All they did was come right back into the spot where we should have taken them. Man, okay, well, we had no idea that was going to happen. And when you don't have a good read on something, there's really no point. I mean, tomorrow's another day. TTD there, wow, got crushed early there, but now it looks like it's trying to make a move back. This is a day 2 play, right? Trade desk wasn't yesterday.
It was last
2 nights ago.
It was last night.
It was last night was the report. Yeah. Okay.
Because it was also the open. So you know what? It was the big thing for Trade Desk was the CEO bought an actual significant amount of shares.
Oh right.
And
Earnings
then there was the OpenAI. It was the OpenAI.
But like talk about a 3-day rule like that. This is earnings right here.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. You know, and then 1, 2, 3, guy discloses, boom. 20% to the upside, right, Adara? What's going on?
I was going to say with the OpenAI story, I think the sentiment of that too is that like TTD usually tanks on any kind of story involving AI and ads. So I think the fact that there's potentially going to be some collaboration, I think that is really what's more bullish here than the fact that like, oh, they might have a deal with OpenAI. I think the context of that, just as someone who's seen this stock tank so many times on these headlines, I think that really is an important distinction, in my opinion, to make.
Okay, so, you know, all these OpenAI little stories that keep popping through, man, you never know what's going to happen with those stocks. I mean, we have another OpenAI story right here with Oracle. This name is trying to get going. It's basically, oh man, that's like, that sound is a bad one.
That's not a good sound.
It's like a bumping and grinding over there. I don't know what's going on.
Well, it sounded like something.
Not the true. Oh man, okay. I gotta have some Tylenol or something.
What do we do?
So Oracle, I just want to say again, just trying to give some trade ideas here for everybody. Look what we're doing on Oracle. We are pretty much just barcoding in between the 200 and the 50-period moving average. This looks like a good short to me if you think the market's going to go down 153.60. We're about 60 cents away from that one. Or if you like the long, like you're setting up for something here, and it might coil up and do nothing. But if I look at a 1-minute chart, this is why I prefer the short. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. This is why I prefer the short, 153.50. It's bounced off there a couple times. So I actually like that short back in. So Oracle, another trade idea. Something to look at there as well. Is that ripping up chairs? I don't know what that is.
No, I'm not sure what's going on. They're doing some construction, making a nice little room next to us. And
yeah. That's going to be Brendan's podcast room.
There's a door now on the room, but I don't know what that sound was at all. I thought maybe we were going to just stay range bound and like effectively like have the same support. Once you break that resistance, go to the next resistance and then head back down into the low. Amazon didn't do that. So we got out at the local high, but we're not pulling back to reload this 217.20 quarter level. We got to 227, we'd all be really, really happy. But yeah, I'm still gonna wait to give it a chance to revisit the low. The way I see it, if we're just doing this back and forth in the futures, then I want to be, like reload at the price that it worked and not chase the move too far and expect anything bigger. I'm still offering SoFi. Whoops, that's an extra letter. Still offering SoFi to short back into this trend line. So I'm just gonna wait for it. If we stay range bound and any push up, I wanna fade things on trend or at resistance. And if I find something strong like Amazon, I wanna buy that dip and then go from there. We're about to go into power hour here. Rainmaker, why shouldn't we go into the long grass? Don't go into the long grass.
What's that from?
That's from one of the Jurassic Park movies. Okay. Was it the first Jurassic Park that's from? Or is it like the second one? I don't remember.
Is that where like they're in the truck and
no, this is when the Raptors jacked them up.
Okay.
So the Raptors.
I think that's drilling into some wood over there. Would be my guess.
Yeah, that would make sense.
That's what it sounds like.
That makes sense.
But yeah.
Why? But out of what the purpose of it is, I'm not sure. But
yeah, it's what you said. They're building another room over there. Another room over there. All right.
Zen Zombie with the super chat we got.
Oh.
REI is on your watch list. What do we think?
Well, first of all, we have to think about what that stock is.
Well, I can, once I type it up, thankfully, P Pro 8 tells me that it's, what is it called? Ring Energy. And it's on the Amex. See? Which I wouldn't have known unless it came up in my drop down. Obviously, I've not looked at it. I guess this is just It's another small cap energy name, which I suppose had an early run. Here's the like maybe one of these will get like a secondary to go. The reason this looks useless, I'm being real, like pop fade consolidation. But I thought the same thing about Indo, right? And that caught like a little bit of a couple of nasty days because they all did the same thing. They gapped up a few days ago, the start of this week, right? And then you get these bottomings, and then Indo kind of made a bit of a run late as it catches the trade. So if this continues, this whole I suppose small cap energy stock craze where they just start squeezing, anything which is held a local bottom, if the volume gets going, it's probably worth a shot. Like you keep them on your watch list, and then maybe you run into a TPET one day where it just starts going, and it's like, but if it's not on your watch list, like, did you know that it was going to be TPET today and not Battle? Who knew that? Did you know Indo was going to make a comeback today? Who knows? Like, it's just like they're passing the baton from one of these to the other. So having them on your watch list, and when the volume picks up, try to join the trend. This one seemed like it was dead yesterday, and now all of a sudden it's going. So maybe that happens to REI. I just wouldn't know how to guess which one's going to go. So you put them all on a watch list, have some kind of a, 5 or 10 minute average volume or whatever, relative volume spike indicator that's on your quote board for those stocks, and when one starts going, maybe you pop over to it if that's your cup of tea. Is it seemingly unpredictable which one you're going to have go next?
Yeah, you never know, and that's why I think we talked about it earlier too. The early bird gets a worm. A lot of trading happening pre 7 a.m. on some of those, more volatile kind of news-based names. Like we had VCIG yesterday that was going crazy, and then it just tanked in the middle of the day. Looks like that silver take on the break of the low of the day, that would have been much better. I mean, the Walmart trade is now in the money, 10 cents, but whatever, we were stopped out and flat on that. But this looks like a good opportunity as well. There was silver. We didn't take it. Remember, we were here when this was happening. I was like, well, if we break that, good little move. We did bounce off 73. Now you're starting to edge down again even more. So, yeah, this is looking like it doesn't want to do too much. It's really not broken, this 50 period, for an hour now. So downside on silver. And it could be worth a shot here against 50s. Like, I don't think that this is a horrible idea. We did take advantage of Palantir there the last time. See, like, this is just what I'm doing. Like, there's the spike up into the level. We take the fill. So we're just trying to scalp out here. I mean, someone just said power hour doesn't seem very powerful, and agreed. I mean, there's nothing, well, I'm not just going to hit keys just because. We have to look for some opportunities. So this up here, at the 25 period, 73.30s or so. I'm going to put an offer there. We may get it. We'll go to Neil, and then we'll see if we can get that soon.
You just mentioned it's Power Hour, and Power Hour is brought to you today by Beta Pro by Globex, because volatility creates movements, everybody. And for sophisticated traders, that means opportunity. Beta Pro by Globex is offering Canada's first and longest running suite of leverage and inverse leverage ETFs, and they're built for sophisticated traders and investors who understand the risks of that leverage and the importance of precision. The triple leverage bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are specifically designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward and downward momentum. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. So trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. Scan that QR code you see out in front of you. I had my X up, Twitter or whatever.
Yeah, X is fine, Twitter.
And then I don't know, you just reposted something which then randomly ended up on my page. So you were talking, and I turned, and then all I see is this. Completely randomly.
Okay.
I didn't even know.
Make it big screen.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
What the hell just happened to Walmart, by the way?
Like, who is this dude? Is this a?
I don't know. This come on me. It was like to think about something. Like, look, this guy's a pizza guy. Look at him, like Sir Italian. He's got a pizza there, and he throws it at the guy, and all of a sudden, like, boom, punch, boom. Anyways, I retweeted it, yeah.
No, I mean, I love that.
That was pretty funny, man. I mean, I love that kind of stuff too. Hence why we did post it up there. But
oh man,
yeah, funny day.
I can go for a pizza. Whoa, what just happened in? everything. TPET just lost a bid.
This is what I was trying to say before.
They just
like, the
death
market's
spiked
trying
this
to do
thing. So
something.
there's it's breaking that trend. It actually bounced off it the first time, but it just spiked down 40 pennies, no halt. Probably bounced off the halt band. I didn't get a chance to see the level 2.
Come on. This
see
went
if
in
it
the
got
money.
to that halt band. But what was weird is at the same time, there was like a bit of a volume spike, like up and down VWAP on Amazon as well. But it looks like TPET, that'll be the biggest one. Maybe some of the other, what do we call them, small cap energy runners might have had a bit of a move. So keep an eye. That was a huge sell-off. If this continues, it could be an all-day trend break. I don't think I paid for locates here.
So I just hit that. It's just a new position. We did get that silver fill at 30s, well, 29, sorry. Just came in there. I'm still going to use 50 as an out. I'm not, like, we're just going to put on, like, if we can max, like, we'll have 1 unit, we'll make 1.5 units. And it's just like, if it takes out the 50 period moving average, we haven't done any damage to that basically since in an hour, almost exactly an hour. So if it stops me out when this is happening, then so be it. I'm going to wait till 450s. So the break, okay, get down. I'm taking a bid, by the way. If there it is, right at the lows. If this breaks, we're going to get out at 50. So that gives us about 8 cents worth of a cushion right there. But here we go, man. We're in the money now, 10 cents. So close enough. Let's just see if we can get a little bit lower there on silver. I can clearly hear that my earpiece is working because I can hear everything that Adair is saying. So that's really good. It's just, I'm not hearing any news breaking in my ear about anything. So,
I haven't heard anything.
You know, futures up and down. It almost seemed like this movement, like Adair, there has to be, we're going to go to Adair right now, but there has to be something there. Like this is one of the biggest spikes we've seen all day in the futures. It goes up and then down. So did you hear anything, Adair? What you got for us?
I mean, I see this stuff sometimes at Power Hour. The one story I do have, though it came out like a minute ago, so very likely not what happened here. China reportedly in talks with Iran to allow safe oil and gas passage through the Hormuz. So again, China and Iran reportedly in talks to allow safe oil and gas passage through the Strait of Hormuz. It's unclear, though, the extent of that. But then that immediately is followed up with more, I guess, back and forth here, for lack of a better term, in Iran. 2 drone attacks target Iranian opposition camp in Iraqi Kurdistan. So there's a fire that's been caused. There are more attacks happening, even if there, again, are potentially reports that China could be talking to Iran to allow safe oil and gas passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Okay, so that easily...
that would make sense.
That would explain why there was a spike. So oil futures would have made a move, and then those, like, those energy names would have made some big-time volume spikes. It did get that, finally got that SoFi pulling back into that trend line. But you know what's here again on the imbalance locator? This is like the 3rd time in a week, I want to say. NU, again, 9 million shares to buy, and it's only 3 o'clock. Also, Archer, 4 million to the buy side as well. ET, I'm not familiar with, energy. Oh, that's Energy Transfer, yeah. So that's 3 million shares to the buy side. Fubo, if anybody cares, 1.3 million. But I think it's going to be new that stands out. This is not the first time that it's had this kind of an imbalance early, and there's a chance this could break out. So I'm thinking along these lines. As long as that imbalance stays or grows, I want to take it breaking through VWAP. So if new breaks through VWAP, I don't know why I'm saying it like that. I'll probably stop now. If this breaks through the volume weighted average price, so long as that imbalance holds, if I see it get smaller, I don't want it. As long as it stays this size or even grows, I'm taking that break through the volume weighted average price, and we'll see what happens. The idea being, if it comes out with a big buy imbalance and maybe it can just trend into at least 330, at some point, you know, it would turn into a different style of trade if you're trying to hold to the close. This would be just looking at the momentum of the size here.
All right, I feel like we're going to get thrown around here a little bit, so let's not use too many shares. We did get another short there, right at 40s, and went right back into 30s, so we did take another 10 cents. But ultimately, we'll lose there on silver as it finally takes out the 50-period moving average. I was trying to think, like, what is this news about, you know, these ships going through, and what does that necessarily mean for silver right now? And I can't... Okay, we have another story from Madera, so what's up?
Yeah, I'm hearing reports that a senior White House official has been saying that Treasury will be expected to announce measures as soon as Thursday to combat rising energy prices that could include using the oil futures market. So here's the NASDAQ, a little bit of an uptick, as Sean mentioned, that we've been having since 3 p.m. But again, senior White House official reportedly saying that Treasury will likely announce a measure by Thursday, potentially by today, to combat rising energy prices that could include using the oil futures market. Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not hearing any of that, but that's why we got a Dara right there. So we do flip over into the long, and there it goes. And I'll take another 10 cents on SLV. But we want to be able to hold. Let's wait to see if we can get back into this area right now, 84s. I'm going to try to use a stop down in and around this 25 marker that we basically were only under there for 5 minutes. So if that wants to stop me out, then so be it, man. I feel like we got a decent trade right now. So here we go. I'll take another 65 out. There it goes. Let's go. We'll take, actually, no, we'll not take a 69. Let's see if we get a little bit higher. What is that, 85? All right, let's put an offer at 85 now. And again, have the ability to do this. Like, I was short, and this is the thing. Like, we trade here at a prop firm. So the minute the news changes or something changes, I'm like very quick to hop out, change my opinion on something, and try to go. So that's what we're gonna do right there with silver. I think there's nothing more valuable. Yeah, let's go right there, man. Big trade, let's go, silver. Not a big trade, but nice one as we reverse it up. See, so right there, we lost, what was it, 11 or 12 cents? Right now we have a 30-cent winner on. That was a good one. Thanks, Joe. And then look what's happening to Palantir, my guy. There's another one. Bang right now is Palantir going right back up to the upside. That's a $2 winner. And that's off that low. So we'll just take another out right here. And it's not, I just sat there, man. I just had this is a passive order sitting in the book at these highs. Right there. So good job there for anybody that's there. And here we go, Neil. There goes silver finally. Nice move higher. We actually just get an 80 fill as we continue to climb through on SLV. So let's go, man. And I know it's not silver, but this is a tool used to monitor spot silver. And here we go to the upside. It's a great trading tool. 42 million shares, and now we're waiting for 92s to give us 40 cents on the upside here of silver. And then why don't we just let this roll? We are now back to obviously Greensville on silver, looking to make a little bit more though. A nice move higher here. There it is. We get a 90. What was that? 91. So we just get our 91 fill there. And look, what a surprise, man. We're sitting right there at the 200 period moving average. Low of the day up to the 200 period average. Let's see if this is the exhaustion point now for SLV.
SLV is going. Gold is ripping as well. By the way, crude oil futures obviously heading to the downside there on that headline. So be careful if you're in that TPT. It's lost contain. It's lost a bit. And new broke through VWAP. Going to try to hold this till 330. I feel like if it doesn't grow, like if this doesn't grow by 330, then it'll probably be time to wind out, because the last couple of times I don't think it wasn't new that moved on the actual 350 number. So it would trend in the right direction, but at 350, if the imbalance came out, it probably came out smaller or something. So I want to be into the imbalance, not holding through. And then the other, I didn't check Archer for you guys to see if it's also making a move off its buy imbalance. Whoops, that's ACHR. This one's usually in the danger zone, and it's not going. That's the thing. You want it to actually start reacting to the imbalance. It's not doing anything on Archer, whereas new was sliding higher. And it's like, okay, well, you could break this trend. You could break into VWAP, so you can show it that it's actually going to go and do a little something. But that TPET it's lost the bid altogether. Bye-bye. So we're going to hold on to at least till 330 as long as it goes on trend on NU. But TPET and probably MobX and all those other ones have really lost the bid here. That's the downside to these names. Like they run up nicely and much better than oil will when the futures are going up, but they'll be much nastier on the way back in. Like TPET was what, a penny stock? It's a 40-cent stock before the Iran invasion. 40 cents. So like it's pulled back significantly, and it's still a quadruple up. Be careful here.
Yeah, you got to be very, very careful with these kind of penny
stocks. You can't hold those for a really long time.
No, because you don't know. Here's oil. So Adair brought that story. They're looking to curb the oil price using some sort of futures. I don't know exactly really what that means, but there it is, downside from 82 down to $80. I mean, you could try to curb the price by releasing more oil, making it more readily available, creating more of a supply. than demand, but I don't know what they're going to do. But so there goes the futures. I mean, after just ripping higher, right? I think that President Trump is, as we've talked about numerous times, not just a man of the market, but he's definitely looking at gas prices. I've heard him many times. I mean, he started that State of the Union with something about, I don't know if he started it, but it was definitely mentioned early, and it was talking about how he was just down in the Midwest and it was $1.80 a gallon, or this was that and this was that. And I know with the current gas prices around here that his State of the Union was last week, and maybe we were down here, or maybe 2 weeks ago, I think it was last week, down here at $63 or so, and now crude oil is up to 80. So obviously a lot of that has to do with, the actions that the U.S. government has taken in the Middle East. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if oil can get under control. And look, man, you're not gonna, I'm by the way, let's go silver. But XLE has been a really good trade as well. So, I always thought that in order to battle, I mean, XLE is not doing anything right now today, which is kind of strange. It's just oil up. So I guess it's not the oil holders. It's not XOM.
Look, CVX is barely pulling back.
XOM's not doing anything either. And then maybe Occidental. We saw Occidental moving yesterday. I was in Occidental yesterday, and it didn't really do too much. But Occidental also pulling back. So the only reason I'm saying that is like oil's up 7% today, even with this pullback. These names are red today. So, all right, there's silver, man. That's going to be a bang, 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 one in a money bank shot. And, when you lose, man, make your trades look like this. When you lose, Joe and everybody, this is what you want it to look like. And I know that's what you got to do if you're trading a little bit more shares, and no matter what style you're trading, right? If you do, the reason why I say that share thing, it doesn't matter what shares you trade, but you have to understand the P&L effect on your net, because let's just say you're up $100 today, and you're like what I was doing, and you're not that certain about the trade, even if it's an A+ setup, you sort of got to try to say, where's my out? And like right here, we punched out right there. So I always take the right amount of shares based sort of on where my out is and think about how much would I lose if that did happen, and am I comfortable doing that? Wow, silver right now. Like, this is what I mean. Like, I had no idea that this silver trade would turn into, Fabian, this, but it is. So now that we're upside here, we actually have about 35% left of this trade. So let's take another piece out. There it is. We take an 18. We take a 25 right there as it's just elevating higher. So like, you didn't see me sit here and say this is going to be a dollar win or anything like that. We were actually as happy as a pig, and you know what, right here at the 200 period. But there's the extension right now. So just like the Maple Leafs are trying to figure out if they should give Bobby McMahon an extension, this silver trade right here is extending. And I just go like this to all of you, man. That was a great trade. Congratulations if you guys got that. There goes silver. We're getting hyped up right now. Neil's got Nubank. I'm in Palantir. Palantir right now, you want to talk about something else. Palantir right now, $2 in the money, and silver $1. So right there, good little, whoa. We just got V to the WAP right there. Let's go offer that out and get another piece at 74.40s. So there it goes, man, straight upside. Get out of your losers, try to hold on to your winners, and let's see what happens now with silver back up there to the upside.
Nice, because it looks like it might have been the USD, the effect. The Dixie, the DXY, not the Dixie, you know what I mean. It's called the Dixie. Yep. The DXY just put a big turn, not a huge turn, but a big turn outside of the range. But there's a bit of a bottoming tail candle on it. Let me zoom, here we go. Let me zoom that in. Thank you, TradingView. We don't have DXY here on P Pro, so I'm just going to show you two on TradingView. But a bit of a bottoming tail candle. If it does break out, you might see a little bit of a reversal. Just note that it has been leading some of the metals trade. I can't say all, but definitely some of the metals trade. So I'm going to continue to hold. I got my eyeballs on Archer because I want this. If it does the same thing, ACHR, that we're seeing new do, which is actually break out of this trend, it's only 318. If it can start to go like break out this high, I'd want to jump into VWAP. That's presuming that these imbalances stay. For now, you're still 8 million. News actually slowing down a bit. It's only 8.2, but you got 4 million over here on Archer. So there's a couple of names that are looking pretty good. I don't know what Brooklyn is. I'm gonna call it Brooklyn. Invesco Senior ETF, so that's gonna be useless. If it's a, overall market. Good news for this rally would be that NVIDIA is flying. NVIDIA did more than just hold $180. Apparently my mic is a problem. Did more than just hold 80 bucks, now above VWAP, almost going green on the day potentially. As my mic died altogether.
Okay.
All right, take it over. I don't know.
Yep. Okay. All right. We just heard out of there, we did hear some stone cold Steve Austin action over there. So I don't know, Joe, you got something? He's going to put his mic on. He's got something on right now. We'll go over to Joe in just a minute and see what he's doing right there. But yeah, silver upside. We'll get Neil's mic fixed. Thanks for your patience. And as we do that, thanks, Fabian, for fixing it all for us right there. But yeah, there it goes, FXI. We can look at some FXI. I see some of you talking about that in the chat as well. It's interesting because this is what that move is all about. We'll try to figure out more about this. I don't know if Joe's trade is an oil trade or not, but there goes oil right back down to the downside. All right, he's locked and loaded, Andre. Are you able to do that, Andre, or? Oh, okay, we'll fix it. There it is. What's up?
All right, there we go. I mean, Katina, man, what? Like going long here and then, oh, it's not a long, flip the short right there?
Yeah, I like that one.
Like that, my boy. And then also, how about, I know you were in at 50s. How about that move lower there on the TQs? Reload, boom, boom, boom. What do we do right here on that news? Volume spike. Flip that bad boy long, my boy. So yeah, that's how we rolling, man. That's how we rolling.
There we go. We go awesome, and we do like props up. And I've always said, you know, it's been a really good experience watching Joe sort of come from an options background, as we all know. My mic is now off, or Neil's mic? Okay, Neil, you got to turn it on. It's his, it's off. Okay, well, we'll get it all figured out. More super chats will buy some more mics, but no, just kidding. So anyways, at the end of the day, I just want to say, like, you know, shout out to my guy over there, because it does take prop trading, like we're all doing here. Every single trader that you see here at Trader TV Live is trading someone else's money. And I mean, that's going to be a mental change to sitting at home yourself and trading, you know, your own capital. Plus, the other advantage that we have here too is fees, right? Like I can make, like I have over 300 fills today. Like 300 fills, like that's gonna be, 200 fills. That's gonna be a lot, needless to say, okay? But a lot of them are because of this. You know, like this trade alone, I have about 10 or 15 fills, you know, let alone what we did on NVIDIA and Palantir. My number might be under that, but those are what you got to look for, and sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not. But when you're on a prop floor, we talk about the importance of fee management and risk management, and you know, you do have a stop out, which is actually a good thing, because if you're sitting there trading, you're much more likely to maybe revenge trade, potentially if it's your own capital, while we have a loss limit here that if you lose like 1.5 times your daily loss limit, then you're gonna get stopped out. And that's our software does that in the back end. You know, that one day that I took a $10 million hit, I was stopped out, you know, so you gotta make sure that that doesn't happen to your account, right? So that was really fun when that happened. But thankfully it was not real money, or else I don't think I'd be sitting here, because then I would lose half my net worth. No, just,
well, the hilarious thing is
that
that
I had
day,
that much money.
No, basically that day, what happened is a bunch of stocks. If it was anything that was halting that day,
I think
everything was screwed up.
Yeah, I actually have.
And so, like, there were like ridiculous. If you were in something at home, ridiculous prices were printing, but it could have gone either way. Like some people had these things that showed them in like up tons when they weren't. And then everyone else was like, some people were the other direction. And then sometimes it was nothing. Like I was in one of them and it was nothing. It gave me a price that was actually close to the real.
I would dox everybody, and we have a plan of not showing everything, but I have one with my whole month here. I'm gonna show it to you in a minute, my list, and I'll get it back to you. It's from 22, so let me go over to Adara, and then I'll screen cap this and see if I can get it so I can show this better to you. Okay, let's go over to Adara.
I'll be brief because this isn't news, but it is related to news. I thought I'd have a chance to show this in the midday, but we never got to talk about Robinhood. So I'm going to show it now because I had a lot of fun making this, and I do think it's kind of important to break this down for you guys. Before I get into this, I do want to mention I'm just seeing a story on Boeing. Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. is to seek more Chinese purchases of soybeans and Boeings. So Boeing jets and soybeans, I guess, are on the U.S.'s list of things they want China to purchase. Make of that story what you will, but that is what I'm just seeing coming through from the Wall Street Journal. Let's talk about this Robinhood. Let's talk about this Robinhood Platinum card here, because here's the breakdown. So you're going to get roughly $3,000 worth of credits per year. The math on this, like I added to get to the $3,000. They said it was $3,000. It comes to $3,003. But all of these numbers are provided on their website, so I didn't come up with these out of nowhere, just to let you guys know. So you're going to get a $300 travel credit with that $695 a year Platinum card. You're going to go to hotel credit, $500. Priority Pass valued at roughly $469. And then here's the thing. This one's interesting. Global entry and TSA pre-check, that's a $120 credit over 4 years. So it's like $30 a year, but I put the $120 because that's what they have written there. You're going to get an autonomous vehicle ride credit at roughly $250. Same for the restaurant credit. DoorDash credit coming in at $370. This is kind of split a couple different ways. I would recommend reading on their website for more info. But you also get that Aura Ring membership, though the membership requires that you buy the ring with your Robinhood card, so you do have to spend more money to take advantage of that credit. Yeah, tons of credits here. They partnered up with both Amazon, DoorDash, and Aura for this. I will drop this link in the chat in case you guys want to see it. But interesting look, if you're curious about what that Robinhood Platinum card entails, I certainly was. And here's a fun little Robinhood colored visual to look at it. Back to you.
Or a membership, that's 70. You have a.
According to their like on their website, they say it's valued at $70, but that doesn't include the purchase of the ring, Sean,
Right.
which, as I mentioned, you have to buy yourself on their card.
But that's
so it's
also,
really weird.
Is that I don't know how much the membership costs. Is that yearly or that's?
This is like what the value is per year. And this is just what they, like, again, this is off their website. I was looking into this stuff because I was curious, but once it was on their website, I was like, I'm just going to go with their numbers.
Oh, that was really fast talking
sorry.
right there. No, you're excited, so I like it. All right, guys, here we go. Look, I just got it. This is my $10 million loss. So can we zoom in on this somehow? I don't know how to make it any bigger for everybody here because I can't do that much. But I just want to show you, so here it is. This is on August the 17th of 2022. Right there, I lost this is minus. I lost $500. Then the next day, I lost $156. This is 4 years ago. These are many trades I made. Right into here. Then I made $208. So, kind of normal kind of stuff right there. Remember, this is 2002. And then the very next day, I lost $10 million. So that's why we're still making that back. So we gotta work on that. But no, to Neil's point there, I kept my trade list there for the month, and I just didn't want to show you the rest of the month, but in there. So obviously that got fixed, and I just want to show it's more just funny than anything else. It's not. I just wanted to show it to you because we were just talking about. Thanks, Andre, for that. And it's just so that was exactly what Neil said. Was where I was short, let's just say 1,000 shares of AMC, and then it got halted, and then as soon as it got halted, somebody in the back office or the software flattened me out. And when a stock is halted, there's no liquidity. So someone was probably sitting way up there.
And it just matched them.
Yeah, it was probably $3 was AMC at that day, and I got matched 1,000 shares at $300 or something like that. So it was what the hell? So I sat there and looked at it and basically projectile vomited all over the screen, and then I realized what had happened, and we were okay.
Well, but in a real sense, because it actually was on the system, it does trigger.
I mean, everybody's got to lose at least $10 million once in their life.
At least once.
So a bucket list. It's checked off there.
It was one of those it's all well and good because you can laugh about it after.
Yeah.
Right before we go to Adara, Archer did make the trend break. So much like New, it finally broke the trend. It's still a buy and balance of 4 million. New is still an 8 million buy and balance. So kind of working its way into VWAP. And then NU, this one is getting close to the top. So I'm just looking for it to get back into the top of the opening range. This one also broke trend on that buy and balance. I just want to play the move. I'll probably be out of it. I said till about 330 if it doesn't grow, and it's actually getting a little bit smaller because the last time it didn't move on the actual 350 number. So we'll just take the scalp from VWAP if we can get it. And let's go to Adara again at the desk.
I have news for you guys, and it involves some of these drone plays. UMAC, Unusual Machines, and RCAT, both on watch, seeing reports suggesting that Pentagon will be ordering 30,000 one-way drones over the next few days. Furthermore, UBER on watch, this company reportedly posting a job posting suggesting it's actually ready to test driver and courier subscription packages in a more broad way. They've already kind of tested this model in India. I'll take a look at Boeing as well because I mentioned this story briefly, not moving too much, but BA on watch after the Wall Street Journal reports that the U.S. is going to be seeking more Chinese purchases for soybeans and Boeings. Back to you.
Beans and Boeings. Definitely a good call there.
Rice and beans today?
Yeah, Dara. We got out there at VWAP where we're just getting out of more silver right now. If it breaks 73.90, we gone. So let's adjust our stop right now from a 15-cent hit into hopefully what's going to be minimum a 60-cent win. So we'll just go here 70. I'm not sure I put the right price. 73. Let's go 84, give or take. We'll go offer enter on that one. A break right there of your 25 period and the 200 period gets me out of the rest of that trade. Palantir still $2 in the money as Alex Carping Company get that stock rolling again here today. Still down, but nice move off that low. We'll do the same kind of a trade now because we're getting closer to the vaunted rebalancing and there's not a rebalance day, but these stocks will rebalance based on whatever happens at 350. There'll be an up and down movement based on market on close order type. So that's 150. Okay, well here it is. I just got to make sure. You can't have two stop orders out here. 151.69. I will put that stop in and push offer enter, and we just got to make sure that it accepts in our blotter, and it does. So okay, looks like we're gonna get stopped out pretty soon. Well, that was easy. Props it up there. Okay, we put our stop order in, and yeah, it executed correctly.
I meant to do this earlier.
Okay, what do you got going on over there?
A bunch of people this morning when we were talking about SoFi were asking if SoFi was getting added to the index. And so, I apologize, I meant to get to this. You can always just go to Kalshi, and this has been pretty accurate as to who's going to get, there it is. Where'd my mouse go? There we go. They've been really, really accurate as to who's going to be next. Right now, it's Vertiv at 68%, and this will be Q1, obviously, so end of this month. And SoFi is sitting in second at 25%. So yes, there seems like there's a chance. MicroStrategy seems to always be there, and a firm drawn coming in at 3%. So yeah, it's right now Vertiv looks like it would be the most likely. And this is not to say that Vertiv is getting added. It's just that all of last year, no matter what you thought, the betting, like the prediction markets, generally speaking, had it right. Each time somebody did get added, it tended to be somebody that was number 1 or number 2 on the list. And I don't really know Annulam Holdings, whatever that is, but Vertiv, possibly SoFi. I think they have a really good shot this year to get added to the S&P 500, and hopefully that'll get that stock out of the malaise that it's in. But you know what? Probably turns into all right.
Oh boy. Okay.
Archer's trying to go into VWAP here. Sorry about the mic, guys. My bad.
Big Bear AI, you might be looking at your accounts being like, wow, the market's down today. I wish I had a stock that was up. Well, props up to anybody that have bought some Big Bear AI over the last couple of days. I mean, it's not like it's doing much, but up 5%. And shout out to Chris Arthur there in the chat and says, what about this $4 mark? It seems like they're holding it down. And I was like, well, they're not going to hold it down for very long. And it looks like they just broke it through, but you still have some. When I made that comment, I actually didn't look and see the chart. Looks like we have a, zoom out issue here because we've already been to this 402, happened almost immediately off the open, and we faded out since then. So let's see if it can hold that. Remember, this is about a 20 to 25% short float. Plus, they just had earnings. They did not turn EPS positive. That's what I was willing to do, was going on Big Bear AI long. And if that happens, then good. We'll see what the kick out is for that one. All right, so not much going on right now. I mean, this is why it's very, very tough sometimes to predict what this market's going to do. And what I mean by that is you see the futures, like we talked about it, and I was like, wow, the futures have got no volume down here. It doesn't look like anything's going to be happening. And look to fade off that top. Well, it worked the first time, and then we got that story of oil and curbing and all that kind of stuff. And Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's one thing I never really watched, but I do like it. Remember we said, like,
be smooth.
Can we get to 25,000? Yeah,
yes,
I mean, that's exactly where VWAP is, and that's where we may be fading off right now. With more time in the day, I would probably think that this is going to be a short, but remember, new news just delivered now, and that was regarding the oil market. And if that's going to pull back, I still feel like the oil market is having such a major effect right now on a lot of the economics of the S&P 500, and huge move up for oil as of late. You're up $65, up to $80 there. President Trump says that's no good and is going to be looking at the, Department of Energy or whatever and try to figure out how to curb this. And they said they're going to use oil futures to do that. So potentially, I'm not sure we'll hear the plan tomorrow or tonight or whenever that's released, but it's created a move down and a move up in the futures as, you know, again, the raw input of oil, if it comes down, you're going to see a boon to businesses, you know, like jets or anything like that, which is the jet. I don't mean the jet. I mean airlines, the jets ETF right there, catching a little bit there. That makes a little bit of sense. And any other name that has a lot of production, right? I mean, oil is still massively used. We don't need to tell everybody that. So, yeah, oil, a good name there to look at. And, you know, an XOM or something was already heading lower on the day. And, you know, you do see a little bit of a move and now some settling down. So until we hear exactly what's going on, probably a nothing burger. But we'll see tomorrow what the reaction to oil is, or overnight. I mean, it's trading all day. So watch out for oil. You can trade different ETFs on Blue Ocean. Things like that.
Speaking of tonight, and hopefully my mic is better right now. Speaking of tonight, we have some earnings tonight, believe it or not. Ooh. Well, I know of at least one, and I'm sure Darren knows all of the other ones, but it's your homie, Marvell. But do we have any expected
Somebody might have
moves?
a graphic out.
I'm working on them right now. 9.3% Marvell. IoT at 4:10 p.m., 11.4%. Costco, 2.8%. Gap, 10.5%. I'm currently working on this calendar. I will send it out in the chat once it's posted.
Yeah, Costco 3%. That's what I figured. If Costco's not a mover, Marvell will be. IoT, that's a name that you like, actually.
Love IoT, yeah.
So they're going to be reporting after the bell. Just a quick update. It is 3:30. Neither of these is actually growing. They're actually very stagnant. Every single update, New stays at exactly 8.2. Archer stays at exactly 3.9. There are no index actions on either one of these two, so they're completely. I'm double checking. Yeah, that's right. There's nothing. So we're not expecting them to be big, which means take it out going into the imbalance. So I'm looking to get this all out at VWAP on Archer, and I have one last ditch to get out of NU. If it can just press through 90, maybe that's even too much. So far, both of these have managed to go up, but I'm not really I think they're going to come out probably smaller and do nothing because it's very stagnant in here. And I also wanted to remind everybody, I know it's been a slow IPO market. Where's my IPO page? But we got a couple. We got one tomorrow, and that's it's not MindMed, it's MMED, Mini Med Group. It's 900 million size. And then next week, because obviously I get to miss this one, PayPay Corp is 1.2 billion. So we like them when they're over $1 billion. That should be, I guess the 12th would be what, like the middle of the week? So probably like Wednesday or Thursday?
I don't think it was very good.
Well, either way, we have a couple next week. And then there's, you know what? They've finally slowed down on the SPACs. There's been a bunch of SPACs, it seems like, every single week. I think there's only been a couple. I think they're realizing they were all terrible. Like, all these SPACs are opening up under $10. I'm like, the structure of a SPAC guarantees you at least $10. Because when they find a deal, you can say no and get your $10. So the fact that people are buying these at like $9.95, usually they'll open at like $10.05 or $10.10 or $10.20 or some nonsense. And go up or down, do what they do. If people only want to pay the $10 for them, that's how bad they are. So, yeah, can you tell I don't like SPACs? I don't mean to be that guy. It's just the performance of them is not very good.
No, it's not good at all.
And I'm not saying IPOs have been fantastic either. There's been a lot of really garbage IPOs in the last year. If you bought it on the opening day, you've been rinsed on a lot of them. But, you know, I'm going to venture to say the performance of IPOs is better than SPACs. Maybe
yeah, depending. I mean, yeah, you're going to pick and choose all of those, but I would think that that's right. I mean, speak about a IPO kind of gone wrong. StubHub down another 12% today. Yeah, just like you can resell tickets on Ticketmaster very, very easily. And I don't really, no, but SeatGeek goes against what I was trying to say because I'm just going to say, like, Ticketmaster is the resource. Like, when you Google something, if you were to Google whatever tickets you want, it's probably going to take you right to Ticketmaster anyways, and then there you're going to see the secondary market. Now, are there things like Vivid Seats, SeatGeek, StubHub, and all that? Sure, there are. But it's like, it's just a battle to zero. That's all that it is. Who can reduce their fees the lowest? Who can get the most eyeballs to their site, which, of course, includes business advertising money that has to go to Google or YouTube, which would be Google, or anywhere that you're paying to get exposure. So I think it's a race to the bottom for a lot of these guys. And you know, Ticketmaster gets listing fees and all that when the concert first starts, shout out to Live Nation, which has been ripping people off for a very, very long time. And Ticketmaster's all part of that. And StubHub, you had your chance to shine, and you do that. Like during COVID, when everybody was going everywhere, and still now, concerts are very, very popular. But Ticketmaster, for most, the only thing good that you can't do on Ticketmaster is some concerts or whatever, they'll have rules about, selling your tickets too close. Like I remember for Oasis, whatever, we went to the concert, of course, but you couldn't even list your tickets until about a week or two before the event. So they don't actually give them to you, so you're not able to put them on Ticketmaster. So if you were looking to sell, you would have to go to the secondary market like a StubHub or something like that. And so anyways, there they are down today, down another 12% and really breaking, man. Like this is at the bottom, and you throw your hands up and be like, that's an L. Like, hopefully we can hold it out for those of you that own it, but I don't love the business model there. I'm pretty sure that's for sure, I should say. Okay, man, Neil's just getting his mic all fixed up here as we replace some batteries and get that going. It looks like we will potentially get a new microphone, but we're gonna try to fix the ones that we do have. And believe it or not, man, like each one of these microphones is a couple grand, like they're not cheap, and we try to do the best for everybody, and sometimes they fail.
That's why they don't let us walk out with them.
Half a band?
Am I allowed to talk again?
5 bills? Oh.
Huh?
Just for this. Oh, just for that. Yeah.
I can talk again.
You just say we have one of these little things here. Sennheiser. So those of you that know anything about microphones, this is what we have.
Oh, this is Sharif's mic, apparently.
Oh, that's why. So you probably have a faulty, you probably dropped this thing too many times.
I didn't drop my mic, man.
Okay.
The thing that I'll actually do is accidentally rip out the earpiece thing. Because I'm plugged in. This is what I do.
Yeah, no, that's why I can't use the
It's this one. But then but it's not that big of a deal if this rips out because this is cheap. Right? But I use an earpiece that I plug in. That's what I'll usually do. Because we're not 8 minutes until the imbalances come here, everybody. Please.
Too cold, but I'm just gonna.
Oh, now they're saying my mic is louder than. So if it's set to Sharif probably doesn't.
Oh,
talk
come on, Randy.
Did you win?
No, I didn't win nothing, man. Please play again.
Okay, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Tomorrow, because you're not gonna get another one today. Tomorrow, I'm gonna make you this bet.
What, you're gonna roll it up?
I'm gonna physically, trust me, you're gonna buy it. It's the same one whoever buys it. But I'm gonna roll it up, not you, and then you're gonna.
Perfect.
That's what's gonna happen.
You can roll them up from now on.
That'll be the good.
Neil, don't worry about it. Here, I was giving Neil my mic, and I'll just get out of here. I mean, that's fine for me. Okay. All right, just real quick, man. Just some more outs here on silver. We are moments away from the imbalances. Let's have a quick little look at those. Not very smart or wise to take a trade. We've talked about this heading into the imbalances, unless there is some sort of a spike, like we get some news from oil or something that comes out. This is what's looking like on the imbalance locator. I will immediately, just to give you guys a look, you can screen cap that. You do whatever you want with that. All right, but it's gone now. So I'm gonna go over here. This is, again, morning movers. This is from Adara. All I'm at is the Trader TV research page. So you definitely wanna go check that out. Yes, check it out, people. Adara spends probably admittedly a lot of time on this, and there is nothing wrong with that, and we appreciate it. And look at this, man. Here is the best earnings calendar around. Not only does it have earnings, but it also has the economic data and key releases. So I didn't even remember Rivian's moving. Okay, we'll go over that in a second. But anyways, go over to Trader TV Research. I'll put this because we're going to go over to Rivian as soon as Neil's. I guess your mic is probably fine. I'll put that in the chat. You guys can go look it out. Costco, Samsara, Marvell, all 3 names that I own. And then tomorrow, non-farm payrolls, 8:30. So that should be a big one there tomorrow. But what you got on Rivian over there?
I don't know if I'm allowed to talk, so it's doing a move to the upside. It's doing the YMCA, whatever. Someone's saying, Neil, you should do sign language. Don't know it. Probably would be cool to learn, but there's probably some kind of an app for it. No, Rivian did spike about 15, 20 cents or so, but there's no balance on it, no news that I was able to see. Like if you saw it show up on the early look, then that would be magic because it's a NASDAQ stock. So these are all New York, so it couldn't have been an imbalance. But we'll keep an eye on Rivian. I didn't hear anything. I just saw a bit of a volume spike. So maybe Randy went in and bought some shares. I don't know.
He did not.
No, it's not. He said he's not interested in buying. Okay, so
Correct.
I think news done. We have 5 minutes to imbalances. It's starting to pull back in. I'm just going to punch out. The idea was to hold it till 3:30. It didn't grow. It stayed the same size. Actually, back up to 8.9 million, but effectively the same thing. So we got the early look at this at 3 o'clock, and then it just simply broke the volume weighted average price. ACHR is going to be a similar story. The imbalance came out. It broke a little bit of a consolidated bottom. It's stalling in front of VWAP. I might take this one out too. I'll just put a trailing stop on this one, and then we'll work to see. What I was going to ask before my mic was crapping out when we were talking about the earnings names.
Yeah.
Was I wanted to have a discussion on Marvell because we got that Nvidia headline. We had that huge turnaround in the chip names. Like Marvell went from holding support at 78 to like dropping a couple of bucks here. Good valuation, literally consolidating for what, 3 weeks, a month now, doing absolutely nothing. This one, I think, first of all, I think it's going to have the biggest percentage move, but no one else is really reporting, so that doesn't really say much. You feeling green?
No,
red?
Samsara will have a bigger move.
I forgot about my bad.
Yeah, you might not know that.
Oh, my bad, IoT. Okay, fair enough.
That's going to be a big one.
But what I was going to ask you is, which way do we like it?
Long? What do you mean? What question is that?
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to make the.
No, because they're
I
very.
thought, no, but I like SoFi.
similar
I thought SoFi would go down on earnings. We both did.
Okay,
Sometimes you can like a stock and still think it's going down on earnings. We thought that as SoFi.
Yeah, but I mean, for SoFi, okay, SoFi. But I was going to say like Broadcom, and the only reason I say that is Broadcom is a very, very similar business.
Right.
But Marvell is much cheaper on a PE basis, and Broadcom gets a little bit more love from the street. But I really do think that. Marvell does have the ability to do this. Photonics, we talked about the wires, wireless connectivity and wired connectivity in these racks and for these GPUs. Marvell does have a good opportunity to do something similar to what, and it's just an opportunity. I mean, I can't, I don't know anybody there. If I did, I mean, it wouldn't be the right thing to do is ask them about earnings. But $76, yeah, it's a problem because of what's happening in the space right now. But, it's similar to our guy NVIDIA where it's just been kind of only had a few pops. This pop was actually on SoftBank considering buying Marvell out. So that was a nice spike up to 102. We took advantage of all this. My last fill is down here long. We actually waited. We took some before earnings last time, and then it dropped 17%. Or that was 2 times ago. We didn't do it the last time. Then we bought 3-day rule to give us a better average price. And then we were able to get some out around this area here. Then that next time when it spiked, we were able to get something out about $100. And you guys know that because I've been sort of pumping the tires of Marvell for a minute. So every time it spikes up, you guys are asking me. So I think that's a good question to see where it's going to go tomorrow. And I wish I sort of knew the answer, but I would say long. I just saw what Broadcom did and liked that. But not buying any more heading into it, that's for sure. Got another piece out there on silver. So it just went up to 74.30. Our stop is still here. If we break lower, we're going to get out. But so far, so good here on SLV.
Yes, sir. Only 2 minutes to go till the imbalances come out here. I just saw someone mentioning Kroger, a strong day today, up 5%. Not too bad. There's not a bad looking chart for you. See, when things break trend, they can look really good. Like it basically gives you this really good channel. There you go. And then once it breaks that little down channel, the overall direction has been to the upside, so it takes another leg higher. Gotta like it for sure. And with 2 minutes, Ali, here's one for you. Ali with a great question. We talk about the imbalances every single day. And so asking what they are, perfectly valid. But I can do you one better. Instead of me giving you a long explanation for it, I can tell you on our page, if you literally search Trader TV Live and imbalance locator, you will find an in-depth video explaining it, which is much better than me rambling for a minute here trying to explain it to you. Which I could, but believe me, watch that video, it's much better. I think it might have been you and Arun, and I don't even think I was on it.
Okay.
But either way, it's
still available. You just got to go to our site and search it, right?
Yeah, you can just search it in Google, man. Just go to YouTube and search it, Trader TV Live and Imbalance Locator, and you should be able to find the video. And it's a good explanation. Basically, just for the very quick.
Look, I found it. Neil. So Neil goes, it was me and Arun.
No, there's more than one then. I swear there's.
What's wrong with your eyes here, man?
Why are my eyes bloodshot red in that?
No, there's like a little yellow eye. They look like you have jaundice.
Yo, who did me wrong in that picture, first of all? Okay, well, fine. Maybe I'm in the video.
And look at
Why
the,
did I
look
think
at the hair there too. Wow. Okay, this must be.
There's no gray in that.
This is like 10 years ago.
And there's no gray.
10 plus years ago. Right here. So here's Trader TV Live. Yeah, there it is. Neil. Oh, there's me. This is what I used to look like by the.
Why did I think Arun did one? Then?
Oh, that's right. I'm on low quality over here.
Yeah, you gotta
put this up a little bit. I want to see this handsome gentleman. There we go. This is when we were sitting in different spots, of course, and we're going over the imbalance locator. So I'll put this YouTube thing in here. Can't get demonetized over here. Like Sharif, man.
That's COVID.
Sharif shows his own video, then demonetizes us and collects the check. I love that.
No, but
play.
we knew it would happen because he had the stupid music playing.
I know, I'm just playing. But anyways, this is what we're doing. We're talking all about the imbalance locator. Oh, there's Brendan. Even more of an explanation at the end of the video as well about the imbalance locator. Look at this kid. This guy looks like a young little kid over here, Brendo. When was this? Brendan honestly looks pretty young. That's only 5 years ago. There's Brendan.
I mean, only 5 years ago. It's like
is that a long time ago?
we've only been doing this 6 years, so I guess we did this early.
Anyways, there's the imbalance locator. I'm going to actually put that
better.
back. It's already my computer.
350.
Look at this. 1 minute of me putting this on 1080, and it's already not working. That's how slow. Okay, let's go over to Neil because the imbalance locator is now.
So NU comes out smaller than expected. So it was supposed to be 8.9, came out 6.5. MDLN with a big imbalance there. The Medline was 4 million to the buy side. Apple 2.5 million. Nvidia 2.5 million. Netflix 1.7 billion. So we're buy imbalances here, obviously. JLD is 1.2. Cisco is 1 million to the buy side. See if we can't find any few other ones. Alphabet, that'll be 900,000. The overall market's got to be big. The Mag 7 is 1 billion total. It looks like. So yeah, big buy imbalances on Netflix, Apple, and Nvidia. All of them looking good. Archer came out as nothing, so I just punched out of it. But it's still, the early look gave us a bit of a run. And we're going to the desk with it, Dara.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. This came out a while ago. No initial move on this, but it has moved a little bit since. I'm seeing this circulate again, so I'll bring it up. The Interior Secretary Doug Burgum apparently said that the U.S. is considering using emergency powers for the Sable oil project, including potentially the Defense Production Act. Sable Offshore here, SOC, of course. They are Sable. They are moving on this story. That, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum indicating U.S. could be using emergency powers for this company's oil project. Back to you.
I liked having no gray hair. Easy Peasy fires a super chat off. It's the 0.2% 1K. What is RODE? Oh, road. Oh, I'm so used to tickers that I'm not even realizing. Road Nvidia up. Called it a day. Not Sean? What is that supposed to mean? I don't know.
I don't know, maybe because I did not call it a day. I don't know. But we have a here.
I can't believe I couldn't even read road because I'm thinking it had to be a ticker. I'm like, what the heck ticker is RODE?
Yeah, road. Is that the right way to spell that? Rode it all day long? Yeah. I don't know. That's an interesting. Yeah, I've never really
road
thought about that. Yeah, but it's not ROAD. That's the road with all the potholes in it.
Which is all the roads in Toronto.
Here in Toronto, of course.
Basically. Seriously, it's bad.
All right, so let's just have. Oh, I wrote a video up with you, then you write it down because you cashed out. Okay, shout out, easy peasy, man. Props up for that one. Yeah, NVIDIA, like I was saying, man, I mean, I didn't make $2,000 on it today or anything like that, but yeah, there was the short there, and there's whoosh, all the way to the downside, and there's our cover. I don't know if you can see it. It's right into here, the cover. And, you know, there's one short there, there's the cover there. And then we did, you know, short, and short again. So those were the two shorts early, 3 short, and then this one back in, and then a little cover when we broke that 180.50. Good cover and good job, easy peasy right there. Okay, more explanation. Thank you so much. I mean, look, you know, honestly, man, you are just really, like, we have to give a big shout out because you've donated, I think, every day exactly what you've said. And take a day off, my guy, but sounds like you're doing good. So congratulations on that one. And yeah, you know what about if you wanted to do it? I mean, you could even super chat or not do that in the morning and let us know some of the plays you're thinking about, because it seems like you're doing quite well. And a lot of our viewers probably would like to participate in those trades with you. So.
Well, because I see, like, easy peasy, we all log in before the stream starts, right? So, like, we're all here a little bit earlier, and there's good conversation about, like, what people are doing. It's a good time to throw stuff in there. Zen Zombie, oh, shoot, did we miss a super chat, Zen? I'll look for it because you're asking if anyone answered your super chat. So I will search. I didn't think we missed one, but I'm gonna scroll. Zen Zombie.
We had.
I missed Sharif earlier, but did he ever get his monitoring program for the stocks running for everyone yet? I'm going to. So I'll admit I don't know anything about this.
I don't know. I've never heard of that.
Maybe Joe.
Joe.
So this question, someone just asked Sharif, did he get his monitoring program for the stocks running for everybody yet? So he doesn't know that either. We'll ask Sharif tomorrow morning.
Joe sits beside for 3 hours every day and has no idea. So
sorry, man. I knew.
But it was Joe, actually. Joe was working on
Joe has a
something
program
on TradingView as well. So, but I haven't heard he'd mention that in a minute either. So anyways, the whole thing is that with programming becoming easier and easier, this thing. Yeah, bytes to bucks. Amazing. Things at this midday show. It's things that are from our flagship show.
Hold on a second. No, that got made years ago before those guys. We made that for another reason, and they're just repurposing it for that. No, because we were gonna have a segment with the algo room guys. Right. That never happened. But we built a thing for it, and now we're just using it for that.
That's legit. I do remember that. Okay, so just real quick, man. I mean, it looks like right now, anyways, let's see what winds up happening, but it looks like NVIDIA, they're just going to take a 183 almost all the way back. This is, again, a little bit of a problem if you're thinking about shorting NVIDIA. Tomorrow's a new day, and market's going to be flat, or not flat, down 0.39 right now. ES down 0.6. NASDAQ, big rally back right there. What's the number one reason for this? We can check out Apple. Wow, Google's at 300, man. This one, interesting play. I'm waiting for 280. That's probably way too low of a trade for Google. We'll see if that comes through, though, eventually. Tesla back above 400, so that's nice to see. And back above 400, oh my God. I hope you guys on the midday or whatever, I mean, it didn't really get down there until about 1:30, but look at this. How good is this, man? I'm sitting here on Palantir. Why don't you guys tell me about this one right here? Nice move there for Tesla down at $4. Man, I would have loved to have that show up on some sort of a scanner, just bouncing off of $4. We talked about key levels over and over and over again. Tesla this afternoon just gave you that so many times. Shout out to the gentleman in the chat that goes, RCAT. Yeah, you are right about RCAT there. Nice move up 2.6%. It's funny because this morning, Mitch said, and again, not whatever, everybody can make their calls, and this is what it is. He said, pay attention to Katos, and hopefully he meant shorted. I'm not sure. I don't think he's in the chat right now. He was in the chat earlier. He put some lists there today. He said, watch out for Katos, RCAT, AVAV as well was one of his names today. So I have to apologize and go back and think about what exactly he was talking about, but all the names are down there. RCAT and AVAV, a nice little move higher into the close, but all these sort of robotics and this style of play.
The defense.
Are getting trimmed out a little bit there today. So kind of a good look there. I just wish I remembered which direction it was because they sort of crapped right off the open. So if it was short, shout out to that as well. And then I thought maybe Amazon could have been the reason for this. Yeah, so 220, wow. Okay, tomorrow's trade today, Amazon short 220 tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, that's great. I didn't even see Amazon did this morning, by the way. And when I saw it at 218, 219 there, I was like short 220. And there it comes in again, like another example of an all-day play that does not get back to its high, that bounces off a very, very key level there. And I wrote down Amazon today as a long at 211 to 210. That didn't hit. So we do rip all the way up, so the long was right, but the price wasn't. The price is wrong. B something. Shout out to, we're getting bad rain. It's supposed to be happening soon. Downside there, 220 down into 216 there. Shout out to Bob Barker, man. What a legend. That guy was. And of course, as we shout out, the price is right with Drew Carey, just not the same. So that was an interesting one to watch out for. RCAT, Katos, and all the robotics names.
Yeah, all of those names getting trounced for sure. With 90 seconds to go, there's not really much happening yet, but most of those imbalances paired off at 355, so there's not much to watch going into the close. Obviously tomorrow we'll be talking about Marvell and IoT. There was a Gap is one of the other ones. That's the one we didn't talk about. Apparel names are on the move. And Gap is also going to be reporting. Finally, you can just type in GAP. I don't know why it wasn't always just Gap as the ticker. It should never have been GP. daily chart's not going to load, so I'm going to go to eSignal. That's why sometimes having a backup is good. Shout out to you, eSignal. As a few earnings names, nothing as big as Broadcom, but there should be some movers. Gap's actually been relatively strong. Nice little bull flag on the daily. That's what I wanted to show you. But I figure I'm probably going to be most interested in the chip name, right? Like that's where the volatility is going to be. So Marvell is going to be on tap after the bell. I think Adara said the expected move was on Marvell.
9.3%.
I was going to say 8, so 9% on Marvell. Oh, and Costco. But Costco, 3% expected move. That's kind of a nothing burger. Costco, great company, great stock. Just don't expect it to do much on earnings. It doesn't ever do a heck of a lot. Explosion, man, I don't know. There's been so many of these types of headlines. Like, what are you going to do? They've been going through all day, unfortunately. So more explosions heard in parts of Tehran.
All right, 10 seconds left. OpenDoor 517. Want to thank Beta Pro, 3 times daily levered ETFs, for sponsoring this last hour of the show and the closing bell, 2 and 1. So yeah, again, man, like very, very good day overall in the market for a lot of different trade opportunities. I think that's all you're looking for when you are a trader. You're looking for those opportunities. I'm actually offering 30s here. Hopefully we get a fill on this SLV and we'll be out of it there at the end of the day. So good trading over there. We will look to see if Marvell, I don't know if it's 405 or there you go. We just got filled.
Okay, so
Downside play there on the imbalances. We'll wait to see what Marvell can do. And that should be exciting. So we'll check that out tomorrow. So you're welcome. Andrew says, thanks, Neil, Adara, and Sean. You're welcome. I think we had a great closing trade. Couple trades there, man. We ran Palantir. We didn't get it out at VWAP. I mean, I didn't realize it was going that high, but a good little trade started at 130. We talked about that one. Good move upside there. We got in and out of Walmart, and it turned out to be fine. That trade was whatever. And then the bigger one there, SLV. We shorted it, then we went long, and boom, all the way there. Nice trade to end of the day for me on SLV. We'll be back tomorrow, and thanks for all the super chats for everybody that participated today, man. We're back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. So NASDAQ finished today down 0.4, ES down 0.6.
Yes, sir. And like we said, Marvell will be a fun one tomorrow for sure. Thank you very much, TT Mas. You're loving the show. Hopefully tomorrow will be just as good. We know it will be, and we want the market to go up, but
Friday, finally.
You can still trade it in either direction. That's the fun part about those markets. And why not? Why not put a poll? If anybody votes no,
poll
then
right now?
Put the fail. Come on, everyone's going to vote yes. Everyone's going to vote yes, whether it was a good show or not. So we have a lot of fun. Appreciate you guys so much. I'm in a really good mood because the Bills got a wide receiver. Finally, the excuses, well, not all the excuses are gone, but I'm pretty happy about that. So look, tomorrow, guys, there's going to be a lot of action for sure. So make sure you tune in at 8 o'clock. I want to give a big shout out to the team for fixing the mic issues because that was a bit of an issue there. And apologies for all the sound problems. But thank you, Adara. Thank you, Sean. Thank you to the Midday Boys. Joe was here a second ago. Now he's gone. Thank you, Sharif, Andre, Fabian, Ramin, who's sick, and Brendo.
Joe went to the store to buy more mics.
And shout out to Mitch. Thank you for coming on once again. We got him back. We'll see you at 8 a.m. We're Traded TV Live. Peace.